don't know why it does that. Updates. That drives me nuts. Sometimes after an update, I'll remember to, like, toggle the properties. All it is literally, like, I gotta go into the sound properties and toggle it off of what usually works to default and then back to what works. So it makes no sense at all. It's all updates. It caused this weird thing to happen of no sound. But hi, J3, welcome. Welcome, Jeff, J3. It's not a stream if you don't start out with no sound. That's the best way to start a stream. Zero sound, right, J3? You're just talking and your mouth is moving and nothing is happening. Esmeralda! Welcome, Esmeralda. Welcome, J3. Can I get a shout out for J3, please? How are you doing, Esmeralda? And how are you, J3? Hope you guys are doing awesome. It's good to see you both. Been sick? No! Got that right? Yes! Right, Jeff? Right? That's the best way to start. No sound. Shout out to J3, yay! And also a shout out to Lady Rain, who is live as well. She is playing. So, yeah. And she's also joining me in Discord, so. There you are!
Ah!
The lovely Lady Rain is live here too, playing Genshin and streaming, guys, so. If you are not already following her.
The whole day with no no microphone on, but no, you had to go.
Now there's microphone exclusively on my stream. Just kidding.
No, I turned microphone on mine
Yay! Too. Now it just says no cam. You took off the part that says no mic. I kind of forced her to use her microphone. Shame on me. I pulled her out of hiding, guys, so now you get her voice, not just her gameplay.
Gameplay and music.
Yeah. Welcome to the stream. I hope y'all are doing awesome. Jeff, how are you today? I suppose you're probably still snacking on snackety snacks because I'm a bad influence.
You're always a bad influence, Mono.
Damn. I don't know if I'm allowed to say, but Jeff went and bought like a huge thing at Twizzlers because I was eating them on stream last stream. Because I should be a product promotional person for Twizzlers apparently, because he went and bought Twizzlers after me eating them.
Oh my god.
Thank you, J3. I'm doing my best. I've had migraines, tension headaches and migraines since I don't know, like Thursday. And I'm choosing to try my best to ignore them because I'm just so tired of them and I want to stream and play games.
That's kind of what I've been having to do is just ignore my migraines because I'm like, I can't function.
Tank. Thank you for the lurk, Tank. 5 pounds of Twizzlers. See, I only had a tiny bag. I didn't go get 5 pounds of Twizzlers. Not like he did.
Did they come from Costco or something? Or
I don't know. Where did you get your Twizzlers, Jeff? Huh? Amazon? Okay, he got them on Amazon. So
gotcha, that makes sense.
He got 5 pounds of Twizzlers on Amazon.
Dang.
Nom. I could use some of those right now. I have lots of water.
Oops, that's not what
I hope you're good today. Gonna lurk once I'm back on my laptop. Alright, Midge Monstrosity, thank you, appreciate it. Welcome everyone, welcome in. Again, I have the lovely Lady Rain here. Thank you for the lurk, Matthew. Welcome to the stream. Heirloom, hi, welcome to the stream. How are you today?
I'm like having to adjust audio now. Like, how loud is the music right now?
It wasn't bad earlier when I was listening. It was like perfect, but I don't know how loud your voice is.
Yeah, well, then I had to like also adjust for like your voice too.
Yeah.
I don't want the music being louder than yours.
stream Genshin anytime soon today. Have fun in Genshin. I'm good, thank you. I'm going to be lurking most of the time. I'm writing up a big video at the moment. Oh, congrats. Probably stream tomorrow. Nice. Well, have a good stream when you do. I'll probably be at work, of course. But yeah, let me give you a shout out too. I forget I have mods in chat though. Jeff, can you give Heirloom a shout out? Because apparently I don't know how to do it right. Squats. See? Thanks for contributing to my migraine. Just kidding. Oh. You're welcome, you're welcome. As long as you're having a good time, no worries here. Yeah. I just got tired of laying in bed and being in pain, so I decided that, you know what, I'm just gonna push through it and stream for a little bit.
Sometimes that's all you gotta do, unfortunately.
Yeah, gotta do some squats now, apparently. Alright.
Alright,
So people are making me do squats as usual. What is that? Oh, drink water. Okay. So I gotta drink water too. I can handle the water part, but that's also cold. I don't know why I'm cold. I shouldn't be cold. Probably because I don't feel good.
Yeah, probably.
I'll probably be hot in 5 minutes. Let's be real. It's gonna be the squats. 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, there we go. And thank you for giving Heirloom a shout out, guys. Thank you. Gun show! Or! Oh my gosh, welcome to the stream. Big hugs, Or. So good to see you. Gosh, I can't imagine how big your little one is now. Oh my god. Don't you have 2 now? Do you have 1 or 2 now? Can't remember. It's terrible. I haven't seen you in so long. But, water. Mm-hmm. I thought so. I thought I liked to post a while back too. I have no idea how the lurk thing works. Just type, well, the command exclamation lurk. That's it. You can just exclamation lurk and I just know you're here. You don't have to do it. It's just like, hey streamer, I'm lurking.
Oh.
Or the lurk emote. So I drank water and I gotta do gun show because of Or. So I'm gonna take off my shirt so you can see my flabby arms. We're gonna do it right. We're gonna like pretend I have muscles that I don't have. I have none. I have scrawny flabby arms that I need to work out. So, you know, push-ups should be on the list, but they're not. So you guys go from there. Well, command, yeah. Exclamation lurk, yeah. I think you did an upside down exclamation, Heirloom, that's why. You did an I. I feel that though. I have those days where words are hard and upside down and inside out. I swear I have minor dyslexia, so. Oh! Now it's not gonna work for me either. That or I'm seeing it wrong. No, I saw. Just the bot just hate me. Everybody else can do commands but me. Maybe my bot isn't on.
I don't think your bot's on.
I'm winning. Alright, Or here we go. Gun show. There. Thank you for redeeming gun show. I'm gonna hide again. My flabby arms. I need to work out. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the love. And so how old are your little ones now? Or I'm guessing like 2 and 1? Or is it already 3 years? I don't even know. It's probably 3 years already.
You're slacking, Mono.
I don't. 2.5 and 12 weeks. I was close. 2.5.
Wow.
Yeah. I said like
a few months for the other one. Dang.
Yeah. I knew it, I knew it. Well, congrats again. I'm so happy for you. Happy, happy, happy. Okay. The bot should be working now. Now that I think I've fixed this situation. I apologize for the usual streamer antics. Yeah. There you go. But hope you guys are doing awesome. We're here for some Genshin, right? I think that's why Lady Rain's here with me. And, you know, drops are on if you play the game. I'm sure you saw it pop up already. Or if you don't play the game, I do recommend it. It's an awesome chill game that you're gonna get super addicted to. Just saying.
On my
Morning.
stream, like, okay, I guess I can earn it from my stream.
It's free to play, but very addictive and very wanting you to. You can totally spend money if you want.
Yeah.
But you know, you don't ever have to. But
such a great game.
F Genshin are here for the guns. Thanks. I like Genshin. Love it, love it, love it. It's such a beautiful game. I gotta collect all the characters. And they all have different elemental powers that reminds me of Pokemon, so...
Yes, I do, Kaylin. So Mono kind of started playing it and then got me back into it. So, yeah.
But yes.
A lovely new development over the last couple months.
I had on my agenda to play Stardew today, but I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Not Stardew. Oh god. Brain? Why? Animal Crossing, but I don't know if we'll get to it. Because I want to put 3 hours in Genshin. For drops.
I got my microphone all the way up too. It's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to just change over to my old microphone.
I was gonna say, I think they can hear you on my stream pretty well.
Yeah, it's
Belch?
my stream.
Oh my god, did you belch? No one caught the Pokemon. I forgot to try to catch the Pokemon.
So it was like without a microphone most of the streams, so.
But thank you for that, Lurk. Heirloom, thank you, thank you, thank you, and good luck with Genshin tomorrow. So, Or, when do we see an Or stream again? Is that ever gonna happen? Is that in your future? When do we see little mini gamers join you on your stream?
God.
Are they practicing holding the controller yet? you gotta teach them young. Get them prepared.
Over to my other one.
No, like, I have time for that now. I know you
banner. Kind of pog. Nice.
I can imagine there's no time for that.
Didn't someone else in your Discord get Daya from the standard banner?
Ooh. I don't know.
I thought I'd seen it.
I can do a pull today because either way, I gotta do so many to get to pity anyway. So why don't I do a 10 pull? Daya you can get from the standard banner. She got moved there. Oh.
Yeah. I think I pulled what I pulled Chi-Chi and Yao Yao yesterday from a standard pull just because I had it.
Alright. Let's see if y'all give me
standard banner girl, so that sucks, but I didn't get
good luck
on her normal banner, so I was happy. Oh, nice. Yeah, I pulled her from her event banner. I've been trying to get
which
Nyla.
one do I want? Oh, I don't know.
Another Mona. I just lost Nahida 50-50. Oh, no.
I don't know which one I want to pull.
That's no fun.
Go for it. I like them both.
Alright, I got the one down here.
Wish me luck. It's purple.
I've been trying to get Mona, to be honest.
Nahida's a lot stronger. You pulled her yesterday, Yazzie? She's good for comps in the Abyss. Nice.
You mean Kale? Kale's the only green one I know.
No, he's taunting Nahida. Oh, green hair?
So,
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
Kali.
green hair is Nahida, or green hair is Kale.
But I think he's talking about Nahida. Just have to
Nahida
build her
doesn't have
right.
green hair though,
I'm
does
sure I
she?
got people that can help me with
I
it. No,
thought
she has
Nahida
white hair, but
had
she has
white hair.
green
Yeah.
stuff in her hair. She has green items in her hair.
Yeah.
She's white hair, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's
Primarily
talking
just
about
have
because
her
she
white
has
hair.
that, or if he's actually talking about Kali that I have all her constellations for. She's the only one who have all the constellations. So.
You know, now that I think about it, you're right, Kaylin. I didn't even think about that until now.
Well, that stinks. I think. I mean, I don't know if that's a good sword or not.
Which one is it?
Sacrificial
Greatsword.
Greatsword.
I know for a
40%.
little while I had that on Deluke. I think I put it on someone else now, but
Wish you luck on summons. Thank you, Pikmin Trainer, Kiro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the stream. Did not add nothing but elemental mastery. Looks like now you will get a normal character. That's booty. The sword I think is good. Okay. Yeah. I'm like, I wanna pull again.
There's the one that was hitting me.
Let's just do it. Sacrificial series are great weapons for energy generation. Ooh. Good to know. Good to know. All right, we're gonna do a 10 pull.
I gave the sacrificial too after that.
I don't know. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. I think I'm like 8 away from 2,000, guys.
That almost promotions. I got nothing. Crazy. Actually, that's a lie.
I got a drop clicked website and it's all in Chinese and Google isn't letting me translate it. What? How did you get it in Chinese? Check your pity. Yeah, okay. I don't think I'm there yet. I'll check though. It is. Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 34. Yeah. If I counted right. So I got a ways to go. It's not bad then. Yeah. You have 3 pulls. 3 10 pulls left. Yeah. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. I think you guys just like watching pulls. Wish me luck.
I think so. I feel like that's a pretty common
Not me
thing
getting mine in 2 pulls.
Genshin viewers.
Turtle. Ah! It's still purple. If it's another weapon, I'm gonna freak out. I want to. I want at least a character. I gotta collect them all. At least another 32 to hit soft pity range. Yeah. Ways to go.
The fact that I haven't gotten Nilo yet and I've already done 20 pulls. I'm fucked.
Okay. Cookie.
Hey, Cookie.
I played with her the other day. I can't remember exactly how I felt. She's a good healer for starting out. Yeah. I probably won't build her up though, because I'll just keep Chi-Chi for healing for now.
Yeah, I like how Chi-Chi heals for sure. She heals pretty well for like my playstyle too.
Alright. We're just gonna keep going back and forth, because I gotta get there anyway. I just gotta earn more gems. I gotta get to work. See what happens. You like cookies according to your About Me section? No? Huh? Cookies!
Cookies.
Oh, yes. Yes, I love cookies. I'm often found eating cookies on
that's
stream.
fun.
No joke. Chi-Chi means father in Japanese. Oh, I wonder if it probably not spelled the same way though, but yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
You
yeah,
need
it's
100 something
different.
gems for the next pull. Okay.
This is
Cookies
K-I-K,
OP.
or not K-I-K-I, Q-I-Q-I. This
Oh,
is
I'm
the
so confused.
genshinimpact gems.
McGrubby has Oreos. He's gonna share.
Ooh. That bow looks nice.
Mm-hmm. Darn rush. Rust. I got some M&M ones. I'm saving for later. Ooh, I'm jelly. I have a carrot cake muffin. I'm saving for later. I blame Jeff for those. Duncan has carrot cake muffins. Dunkin' Donut does, so I have one on standby. Don't have any
Still
cookies
need to go
today.
get one of those. Still need to go get myself a Jeff carrot cake muffin.
Custard cream's the best thing ever. Ooh, that sounds really good. Carrot cake muffin, trade you.
I
Okay.
will say that Dunkin' Donuts custard creams stuff is disgusting.
Mm.
It coming from having eaten Tim Hortons for a really long time.
It's not the same, yeah.
No, Tim
It's
Hortons
not the
custard is way
same as
better.
like cream cheese based custards are so much better, yeah. If that's what that is. Gotta dip those in milk, yeah. Oh god. See, I don't even know about custard creams in the EU, but apparently Or does, and he sounds like good. Yeah, I think that's what she's like. The Boston creams and the eclairs and stuff to tank. I think that's what Rain's referring to. Crowley, welcome to the stream.
The only pasta cream that
Bo.
I like is from Tim Hortons.
So I don't have enough to do one more because I gotta earn 100
The
gems,
voice
right?
with her
Yeah.
is
Dang it.
It's
Okay.
Rain.
Well, now I gotta go get to work and do
That's
stuff.
not what I wanted to eat, but I guess I needed the health anyway.
Unless I can
But
convert junk. Let's see.
nope, I need this one. Yeah, I'll just go with this one.
There you go.
Oh, I almost didn't make that.
Could do, but then eat them on their own and lick the cream of Sainsbury's ones are the best. Eclairs. Then welcome, Crowley King. Somebody give Crowley a shout out, pretty please, and thank you so much for giving Lady Rain a shout out. Wait, Lady Rain gave Lady Rain another shout out. Yes, please go check out Lady Rain. She is streaming too. I'm stealing all her glory. I'm terrible.
Pokemon
She was
Trainer was
streaming well
asking.
before me.
I was. I've been live for a couple hours now.
Oh, I know how to do it. There's a new way I can like just literally add you to my title with an @ and they can click on it now. Did you know that's a thing?
I think we have the guest star thing.
So done. So I've added you to my title screen, and then it's supposed to be clickable, isn't it? Or no?
Yeah, Pokemon Trainer.
Or do you have to use guest star to make it clickable?
I actually have no idea. I've never used guest star.
Me
I know
either,
at some
but
point I was thinking about using it. Maybe we can do that on Friday, or not Friday.
yeah,
Wednesday.
we can figure it out on Friday. But I did add you as the
Thank you for following Pokemon Trainer.
the @ thing. But yeah. Let me catch up on chat. I've acquired fire in the form of setting my fire pit up in the backyard, and I'm happy about it. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Sounds like fun.
Pits are nice.
Are you gonna roast anything, Crowley? My tummy hurts. Too many Oreos. I mean, is it too many Oreos or the fun you had last night, Mr. Grubby? Which one? Thanks for the SO. You are welcome. Hello there, Lady Rain. Yes. Turtle with the chop, 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 chop. Okay, alright, we're gonna do another pull.
Yeah, come on.
Let's do it.
Damn it.
Mm-hmm. And then you guys gotta wait.
I don't want to wait.
The Oreos. Oh, I'm fine. only purple again. Dang it. Just kidding. It's okay. What purple items shall we get?
You already fought those hydro slimes then?
Another one!
I must have.
Cookie Shinobi! Have you both been into Genshin long? I started it when it first came out and then I stepped away like forever and I've just got back into it the last couple months. Probably the last
Actually,
2 months.
What I originally played with you and Cuff when it first released, didn't I?
Probably. I played it like only to like level 7 when it first released and then I think another game came out, probably Pokemon or something, and I totally jumped into that. So, Pokemon trainer, you're in the right place. I love Pokemon so much. Everyone lurking and listening that is new here. There you go. The spiel. I'm a variety streamer. I do creative streams, including painting. Most of the time I paint Pokemon. Sometimes I'll include other artists on those streams with me as well, doing different forms of art, and those are really fun. I need to get back to those eventually, but Genshin's been hogging all my time. I occasionally stream Pokemon games, such as Violet, and I love Stardew Valley, and I don't know, what else do I play? A little bit of everything. I have played a little bit of League and a little bit of WoW, but I love chill streams. Stardew Valley is one of my loves, though. I will let you guys know. And that's what I do. Maybe I'll show you all some paintings a little bit.
That hurt way more than I thought it would.
This is to the roasting for now. Maybe next time, though, I'm using draw logs, so don't have to keep putting wood on it. Oh, yeah.
I love
C1.
Those are nice.
Go characters, C1.
Is it behind this rock? It better be behind.
Oh, I keep forgetting to poke catch. Rip, Whelp, rip. Yep, nobody's catching those.
Can't like click on your stream to poke catch with my thingy right now.
No, it's okay. We just need to get the bot on your stream too.
I know. I really.
And then we can just, hit the button no matter which stream we're watching.
Yes.
Yeet.
I will get there eventually. I need to consistently stream some more, I think.
Well, that is it for now, guys. So now you know where we're at. And
Make me famous? Nah. I don't need to be famous.
Let's see. How many of her do I have now? Activate. Yay! I have not used her. Good to be among fellow Pokemon trainer. Yes, I am such a nerd. I'm a pretty regular on again, off again. I'm not gonna lie, a Pokemon Go player as well. So I love my Pokemon.
I mean, Pokemon Go was my first Pokemon game.
Definitely not my first, but I have been playing since day one, and I find myself a little bit of a nerd when it comes to that. So, sure you do. Then you can toss money at people and say, "I'm making it rain."
No, I definitely do not.
You only got
my
her, that's
anxiety
why.
cannot handle the pressure of being famous.
That is it, Afro, welcome to the stream. Hi, Kimono friend, how are you? Nico, yes, Nico, Afro, welcome.
I wish my brain would let me, but it does not.
Welcome. I got really excited because I now have over half the cards that I need for my latest Magic the Gathering deck that I'm making. Ooh. Nice. Now that is a game I have not played.
I don't have Magic, but I collect Pokemon cards because I'm trying to build Pokédex that way.
I have played D&D though.
Oh, yes. I need to start up a campaign so we can...
Are you gonna be DM?
I'm thinking about it.
Are you gonna
So
DM
I want
for
to do a
us?
homebrew. Yeah.
Ooh.
I really, really want a homebrew.
Be right back for food. Okay, enjoy your food.
Alright, I already got that one.
We can do like an all-girls D&D campaign. That'd be kind of crazy.
Heck yes, that'd be a lot of fun.
Oh, I don't know. It might be boring.
I don't think an all-girls D&D campaign would at all be boring.
It might not be. It might be kind of funny. Alright,
Oh, hello, turtle.
this is the one I hate the most, trying to get to where I gotta go. So I always take probably the hardest route to get to this particular spot. I don't know a quicker way to get there. So that I'm like all over the place trying to find my way. I don't remember. Alright, bedtime. Work comes early. Good to see you again. Good to see you too. Or get some sleep, man. Take care. Take care of the little ones. Back to lurking. Okay, Erla. I bet I can guess your favorite Pokemon with no less than 3 clues. Yes, no less than 3 clues. I'm sure you can. It depends on how good of clues I give you.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But yeah.
You can give them some pretty generic ones, and
I
don't
know.
if it even happen.
Okay, well, I don't know. I bet I don't know how I'm gonna I don't know how to give generic clues though.
Here, hold on.
I'm gonna suck at this. I'll let
Rain. I can do it.
Rain dish out the.
All right. So it's a normal type. It's adorable, and it's a cat.
Normal type, adorable cat. You gave away the cat part. I wasn't gonna do that.
I mean, there's a bunch of different cat Pokemon.
There we go. Yeah. Posture check.
There are
Thank
a shit
you.
ton of normal type cat Pokemon.
I gotta yell at Alexa
so.
too. Alexa's playing music. She thinks it's party time. I'm like, no, Alexa, stop. There. There.
I would be surprised if we could get your.
Yeah. Okay. So you gotta guess. It's a cat type Pokemon. And if you guess, I'll show you the painting I painted of it.
Oh my god.
Just kidding. Yes. It's probably the only normal cat type.
I don't think it is it?
Oh, which painting is it? Okay, well, I'll just grab this one. We'll just grab all the paintings.
Normal?
Yeah.
Welcome, Turtle.
Meowth is a normal type too.
True. Who wants to have Meowth as their favorite?
Free money?
Can I have them guess mine too? Yeah, do it.
There's quite a few.
All right.
Normal type cats.
There's my Skitty painting. So there's one. I don't know why she's got like corally flowers and corally colors. It's just something I wanted to do. Skitty, Meowth, Gilliam, Meow, Delicatty, Persian, and Per Ugly. Oh my god, Per Ugly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Pikachu. Thank you. I really need to have a creative stream again, Rain. Genshin's taken over my creative streams.
I know.
Yeah. But I need to get back to my paintings. I never finished this one. This is the last one I've been working on, a Drifloon painting. Drifloon.
Oh, yeah, Drifloon.
And Litwick. This one's not finished. This is the one I was working on last on stream. It's like a hot air balloon painting.
Eventually.
So.
Is it down below? No, it's over here.
Pikachu.
Yes. I want that one. Sweet.
Oh. There you go. So that is my small collection. I've done things besides Pokemon on stream, but I just don't have them in this room. They're throughout my house. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Grass type, it's brown and it's cute. Oh my god.
Grass type brown and it's cute.
It's gonna be like Turtwig or Rowlith, yeah. Hot air balloon, that's what I nicknamed the host. Yes, it's a hot air balloon painting. You know, like all those really fancy photographs of hot air balloons in the air with the mountains and this blue sky. That's what I'm going for with that painting, except for it's Pokemon.
Heck yes.
Seed dot? No. I'm guessing it's gonna be a starter. So none of us had it right? Wow. Jeez. Now I'm curious.
I'm like trying to figure out how to even describe my favorite.
Oh, it is Rowlet. Ah. We took it away from
Did I say Rowlet?
Yeah, we both did, I think. But we like Turtwig and Rowlet. Yeah, I think you said Rowlet after, like right before me, but
yeah, Rowlet is my son. Oh my goodness.
Rowlet is adorbs.
Rowlet is cute.
So, I mean, Genshin and Pokemon go together.
See, my favorite's not a starter. You don't ever get to start with mine.
What is yours? I love his round little booty.
It falls under two types. It's not a starter.
Oh, I should have healed up before I came here. Why are my characters half dead?
Oh.
I did all that just to teleport away, come back.
It has 2 evolutions?
Good job.
I guess that works. Falls under 2 types. It's not a starter. 2 evolutions.
Rowlet is so beige, I didn't even think about it right away. Yeah, well, she said cute. That's why it made me think of it.
Mine is definitely not cute. Like, I don't think anyone would consider mine cute.
Alright, we get to do this awkward path to get to this spot again because... I wonder if it's a little bit easier if I go through here. No. Not really. Either way. Looks like I gotta go up. And I can just be my awkward self.
According to some of the older Eremites, it does actually rain in the desert on occasion. And when it does, it's always a lot heavier than this.
Each light round potato, tomato. I painted those too. Potatoes.
Yeah, they're pretty cute. I like Pokemons.
I always say I never met a mon I didn't love. Aw. Or grow to appreciate it in its own way. Yeah, some of them I don't love as much, but they do have, like, cool aspects. I don't know. What are your thoughts on the Pokemon 1000th Pokemon, guys? I figured he would be, like, OP and super cute or super awesome, and he's just flat out, I don't know, weird. That's my opinion.
What was the 1000th one? Was that the
weird
thingy?
Golden-legged bamboo thing. I don't even know what his name is. I'm terrible. It's a smelly cat. Welcome, Bio. I mean, you're weird, so... I am weird, but you know... I'm not a Pokemon. So, I don't know. I have to look up what the name of the 1000th Pokemon is, but everybody's like super excited to see what the not 1000. Yeah, 1000. Pokemon 1000 was. You sure about that? Oh. Go hold Diningo. Yeah, that guy. He's weird looking.
Goldengo.
Goldengo?
He's like a golden bamboo.
Oh, is that... that's the evolution of a gimme ghoul?
Man, that thing was a whole meadow when Scarlet and Violet started, right? Wait.
Like, Like, I'm okay with Gimme Ghoul, but come
Hey,
on.
wild Nidoking appeared. Don't hate it. Not my favorite. Powerful though. Yeah, it better be powerful.
Seriously.
Wait.
Oh,
That's the string cheese mascot. I am string cheese mascot.
It
Ah.
literally looks like him.
Oh, I just looked him up. Yeah, it looks like a weird dude. Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, so let's see. Let's set this up.
Its ability is broken as heck. Oh, they would. They would.
So when is Pokemon Trainer gonna guess mine? I gave the hints in chat.
Oh, yeah. Lady Rain gave her hints in chat. I missed it. Did you?
Yep, I tagged Pokemon.
Oh, there it is. There's her hints. Mine is not a starter, has 2 types, and is within the first 150. Oh god. That's very vague.
Yup.
Sandstorms behind for a better life.
Or those car lot mascots, right? I sent you a DM. It's the same dang thing. Okay. Okay, let me look. It is! It does look like straight cheese! We need to post that in my Discord. Oh my god. Bio, I'm gonna screenshot this. And I'm gonna share in Discord.
First, I have no idea how many.
In Pokemon.
Yeah, it's not typically cute.
Nintendo.
I think it's cute, but I don't think a lot of other people think it's cute.
There. String cheese. So yeah, if you're in my Discord, go to the Nintendo channel if you want to see this string cheese Pokemon. You said it's not typically cute. Oh, you guys called it Pokemon Trainer and Carly called the Nidoking. I did not. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for the Discord. Shut up.
Oh, jeez.
My phone is blowing up.
It's in the fridge.
Maybe make sure nobody's dying.
Thought out, and I just wanted to keep it
Whoever
there.
pays the most is your new boss.
Okay. I don't think anybody's dying. I think we're okay.
Okay. Yeah, I put it in the fridge so it didn't. Huh? Oh, because I was showing Mono when I was filling my little thingy here last night. Put it back in there if you want.
See. Nobody's dying.
No, I don't like Tentacool. I think mine's definitely a little cuter than Tentacool.
Okay. And then I want to say Tentacle. Yes, good news. Nudes? Oh my god, man, with ramen. Well, I was like, what?
But at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
And
I'm just gonna sit in this water now. Glue? Nope. It's not glue either.
okay. That back down.
I actually have no idea what gloom is. Actually,
Your best friend loves gloom. Y'all can slide into my DMs with those nudes any day. Oh my god. You got that, Jeff. Send Bio lots of ramen pics. He has suggested it. Oh, I got him.
You are right around the correct. One of the types is correct.
There's ramen like 5 minutes from my house, and it's very tempting not to order it all the time. Oh god, I would totally want to order it all the time if it was. Love everything ramen.
So between Tentacool and Gloom,
is your new boss.
one of those
Tentacle and Gloom.
types is correct for what my favorite is.
I remember. I remember what her favorite is.
It goes along with my whole little witchy theme, I guess.
Kinda, yeah. Kinda moo ha 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 ha.
Mhm.
Mono, when you playing Final Fantasy 14? I don't know. I would love to get into it, but Genshin has stolen
Does
me.
Final Fantasy does
The
kind of
desert's
require
a tough
a
adversary,
subscription if you
but
want to
at least
continue
it
playing
doesn't
after a
hide
certain,
anything. What you
Yeah.
see is what you get.
or if you want
And
access
whether you
to certain
take on
things.
the
Will make you.
Look, Mono's only gonna play Final Fantasy 14 if I get to play, which means you have to pay for it.
Oh no.
Means Bio's
Oh
gotta pay for it.
jeez. She got the moon in her eyes. Ooh, witchy woman. She got the moon in Jeff with his songs. Oh, something dual poison type that narrows it down. She kind of already said what it was without saying what it was. Like,
Yeah.
she said that those two types were right, just
Yeah.
the evolves
dual
weren't
poison
right.
type. Yeah, and it does have 2 evolutions.
My people are used to the desert
But
life.
it doesn't evolve
But
from either
still,
one of the ones that
I hope that one
listed.
day they'll be able
Yeah.
to find an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms
Wait.
behind for a better life.
It does. Right?
No,
Maybe I have it wrong.
I think you have it wrong.
I will literally do knock NG plus with you if
It's
you
definitely
play.
not Biobloom.
Just
Yeah,
say,
it's definitely
not
not
gonna
an
lie.
evolution from either one of the ones that you listed, but it is a dual poison type.
NG
One of
plus
its
with
types is
you?
poison.
Just say,
New
what
game,
is
new
NG
game
plus?
Yeah.
New
What did
game
you say,
plus.
Turtle?
New game plus.
New game plus with you. Oh! So you will start over?
Yeah. Essentially,
I
but
just wanna
like
say
also
that.
keep all the other stuff.
New game plus. I'm such a not a nerd.
So,
I don't know all these fancy terms.
something that goes with the witchy vibe.
I had a thought too, something I was gonna do, and now my brain's like, stop, paused. 5 thoughts just
Making
happened,
sure.
and I don't remember where I was. Huh?
I'll DM it to you, Mono. What mine is. 'Cause I think you still have the wrong thing. Nope.
Oh, I did have the wrong one.
Actually, I have a like combination of several
That was my guess, but
favorites.
I thought it was Tentacruel, but it's not, it was nowhere close.
Definitely
Acts like
not.
you haven't played before, so you can do the quest and all that again. That's so cool. So you'll stream it with me?
It is Ghastly, Pokemon trainer.
Welcome, Matthew. Thank you for all the Pokemon. Those are cute Pokemon emotes. Night Rain! Hi,
Ghastly.
lovely. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hunter. Hunter's pretty good. I like Ghastly though, just a little base guy.
Haunter is my favorite. Yeah. I will be
So,
streaming.
Litwick, Lampent,
But
and
you can
Chandelure
stream
are
it.
great too.
Oh, we get to hear your voice though on my stream.
I
That's
love
the
my
question.
ghosty types.
Or you can hang out and voice chat and talk to me. Or you can attack us the whole time. Gengar is my favorite. No,
Murkrow
that's
is
a good
very
one.
Good witchy type.
And whether you take on the challenge,
Wouldn't call a Ghastly cute. Ghastly is cute.
Like I
Yay!
said, I think it's cute. I don't know. I just, to me, I don't think it's like a conventionally cute one, like a lot of the other Pokemon are. But I've always found it really cute.
Alright, well, just let me figure out when bio. I got like a bazillion things on my plate. Always.
Here.
I hate it.
String cheese is cute. Ghastly is cute, Azzy. Don't you question it.
Get up the hill.
Or no, Olivia?
Ah! She won't.
Azzy,
I forgot, it's not ready yet.
we're gonna fight, dude.
I just messed
With
up.
the
Should've just
original
kept going.
So I have not really sat and watched the anime.
Ah! Don't do that to me.
I
There we
have started it, but I cannot at all stand Ash's voice.
I would install
So, like-
Genshin again, but I like having money. Oh my god! So you played a lot of it, Bio?
We mercs have one simple
Yeah,
rule.
I just
Whoever
can't
pays
handle
the most
Ash's voice,
is
so
your
I
new boss.
have to watch Pokemon in
I'll do
very
it.
small doses.
I'll be technically my first stream, but I need to put an overlay on OBS. Shoots Ash. Oh no!
30 seconds.
Why are you shooting Ash? Matthew.
When it first came out. Oof.
You did, Bio?
Games are
When
more
it first came out?
enjoyable.
Yeah, I barely did when it first came out.
I mean, when I started back playing, I started back at level 4.
Mm-hmm.
I could think you were a higher level even compared to me.
Yeah, I was level 7 when I started back.
Yeah, I played on.
Yeah, the anime is alright. Games are more enjoyable consumption, in my opinion. Feel my wrath, Ash. No, not Ash. Or Ash. Okay, so.
Yes, Pokemon, Sitsugune or Sylveon. Sylveon's adorable. Out of the evolutions, my favorite is Umbreon. I like a lot of the dark and ghost types. I really
There's
need them
my
to come out with a
destination.
ghost
Not here.
type evolution for Eevee.
Okay. Oh, I gotta
I'm
defend.
also waiting for a dragon type evolution.
I gotta push F to do that. Cutest Pokemon? Zigzagoon or Sylveon? Yeah, Zigzagoon,
I don't like the blue.
it's adorable.
I want a purple shiny Umbreon.
Okay, now you gotta guess mine. 3 clues. It is a starter, walks upright, and its final stage has something in common with real life folktale. Oh god.
Interesting, okay. So
The desert's a tough adversary.
let's find
It
out.
doesn't hide anything.
Walks upright, I immediately think of Litten, but that's not gonna be it. Unless.
No, Litten doesn't walk upright.
Well, his final form he does.
Yeah, but are we just talking the starter evolution?
Galarian Zigzagoon? Yes, I love Galarian Zigzagoon. Haven't made a new evolution in so long, right? I started from level 1. I don't know if they will. Grass type, clearly it's string cheese. Yes, it's the first and only shiny I got in Sword and Shield. Ah, not grass.
It's not a grass type. Okay.
Okay, what's the clues again? It walks upright. Got
So that
legends
helps
and
narrow it
lore.
down. So it's either a fire or water type.
Charizard? I mean. Blaziken? Fiery chicken? Oh, and Fernape would have like legends about him, I think.
Alright. Oh yeah, from Chimchar.
Fun fact, I've been playing Pokemon since the first game and have never got a shiny naturally. We gotta fix that bio. We
Yes,
should
we
have
should've.
had a dragon or steel evolution.
I think a steel evolution would have done really good in the Galar
Galar.
region.
Defeat 13 monsters. Oh. What?
Oh, so is it in?
Get off my
Is it
stuff.
really in Furnace?
I didn't mess that up.
Okay.
And I'm gonna mess it up again, because I'm just gonna let these guys keep doing their crap.
A shiny Golbat. So my first shiny was a shiny Zubat, and Let's Go Pikachu. I was in the cave.
Oh, he's gonna sit there and fling water on it?
Trying to come out here because I don't think I've gone to this one yet. Let's go sit in the water now.
You ain't messing around.
Jeez. Oh. They keep blowing me up.
So yeah.
What's that do?
Floating in the water.
Yay. Didn't play as good that time. Tried for 4 months to get a shiny Rayquaza. I feel so bad. My first shiny was a shiny Golbat on Ice Path in Silver version.
Hey, do you know what?
Yep, Infernape is my #1. Yay!
Do I already forgot.
A wild bronzer appeared. Poketch. First shiny was a Graveler in Victory Road when I was leveling up for Elite 4 and it killed itself? No. I'm installing Genshin to see what my levels are and I play Mono? Yes!
As you should.
You should come play with us, Bio.
You should, yes.
I will give you the Genshin role in Discord.
Mono's the whole reason why I started playing again, so it's okay to blame her. Alright, this is why I don't. Alright, the fact that I can't catch a Pokemon is the entire reason why it's not on my channel yet.
Let's see. I have to feed Aiden, but yeah, okay. Go feed Aiden.
Come on, just a little bit longer.
There you go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2.
There. Tangela. Okay, what have I missed? Ah, command doesn't exist. Oh, what did you type? Poke laugh,
You
Jeff?
laugh. Okay.
Oh, nice. Okay, I think I'm caught up.
I do.
I think I'm caught up with chat.
So I can do that at some point. What if I go up there and fly down?
I'll say most annoying shiny Pokemon I got was Xerneas, who was about, oh my god, 11,500 resets, and Shaman was about 15,000 resets, and I will never SR a shiny Pokemon again. Wow.
Thanks.
I couldn't sit there and do that many resets. I can imagine how many days that would take, or hours.
I
love
don't even know
Xerneas,
how to
though.
do that, and I will probably never do it.
Let's see. Love my Xerneas. Let's see. It's one of my favorite Pokemon figures.
So pretty.
And the legs move. He's posable. Sorta. Yeah. Love. But yeah, one of my faves.
Thank you for lurking, Kaylin. I appreciate it.
4
That's why I play VGC yellow. Alright, let's go down this side of the hill and see what we're looking for.
At least Mono's being way more productive than I am.
I don't know. I don't feel like I am.
I'm just over here trying to get chests.
Oh. Look at her, she stopped on a ledge, just barely standing here. Way to go, Chi-Chi. I was trying to make her fall.
Alright, do I have enough stamina to do this?
Sacred name. Fortune
If I
preserver.
use the meal set, like, oh, gliding is picking. Okay. Actually, that's
I don't know.
no.
Life goes on.
Yes, use that one.
Okay.
Get out of here.
4 more areas.
We're just gonna do things. Now we're gonna. Don't fall. Oh, I don't remember. Oh, I forgot I had changed my characters out earlier. I was looking for Traveler, and I don't have Traveler on me.
Faster. Right.
It's fine. You don't need Traveler.
I don't need Traveler. No, I have what's her name, and I don't know how to use her yet. So this is really good.
Ningguang?
Yeah, and I'm not very sure.
Yeah. Yeah, she takes a little getting used to. Why'd you laugh, Turtle?
What?
Because she's just burning and she said she has her level 20, she's gonna die quick.
Yeah.
Shush. She won't die. Chi-Chi will save her. Chi-Chi saves everyone.
What if she dies too? What will happen?
She ain't gonna die. No wrong thing.
I did it. Oh, thank God for those meals.
Yikes. Okay, let's see.
I changed her artifact, that's why she's doing that bound of healing.
See, this is why Mono needs you.
You changed what? Turtle?
Her artifacts.
A long time ago.
Oh.
She never
Let's
noticed.
see. Yeah, I
Nope.
did.
I know she did it.
Yeah, I did. I look at that stuff. You guys just don't know I look at that stuff.
I changed everyone's, that's why you feel OP.
I can give you
Larry,
some
get
playing
this
tips on Ning. Oh, go for it. Because I just, like, literally just was playing around with her the other day, trying to figure out, it's like, you throw her shield, and somehow you're supposed to stand behind it and still, I guess, fight from a distance is what you do with the shield? I don't know.
She only blocks projectiles, except for everything else.
So people can still walk through it, right? It's just projectiles?
Yes.
Hmm.
But
Yeah,
it's
it's really
basically almost
helpful.
useless. Oh.
I
That's
found it
helpful.
Alright,
helpful
Tank.
for me. In
Catch you
certain,
later, Tank.
battles, yeah, it helped me a lot.
Yeah, I already got that one.
Oh my God, there's still so much of Mondstadt that I have to go through and grab the things for.
Where's my other
There's
spot?
so many chests in Mondstadt, it's ridiculous. And I'm
I
just
don't
going for the
remember.
common ones right now.
The heck? Fire?
Why is it not showing up? Do I gotta zoom in to find it? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's way. There, dang. Actually, yeah, that works. I can play after chores. Okay. Okie dokie, Nairi.
You know, I just noticed all 5 stars have a unique burst animation, but not the 4 stars.
Sounds about right.
I kind of hate that.
So Ninggua's Jade Screen blocks projectiles, yes, but it also covers any character who passes through it a geo damage. Oh, nice. So they gain damage as they walk through. You mostly want to focus on using her normal attack enough times to get 3 of the floating stones behind her. then use a charge attack to fire them all off. Nice. It's a bit slow, but if you hold forward AS, you attack, you can reduce the animation lag a little.
Interesting.
She's not gonna use Noelle.
No.
That's her only Geo character.
Why not? I hadn't used Noelle in a while. I think Noelle's level 47 though.
Mm.
She's not far off.
Yeah, I don't really like Noelle.
Hold for it, AS. Is that what you do, Azzy?
What? Yes.
As words.
According to today's Forest Patrol route map,
What?
we need to head here first, then make our way
As you
over
attack,
there.
not AS.
There's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, exclamation words are hard. You know it. That wouldn't be me if they weren't, and I wouldn't have this command. Nobody ever seems to like Noelle. I'll never understand why.
I love Noelle.
Oh, I used
I
her
don't
forever
know.
to start with. I used her until I got Chi-Chi. And then I switched Chi-Chi for Noelle for Chi-Chi.
She's my best Claymore hybrid.
Haha.
But yeah, if you look. Why did I go this way? I don't know. But anyway. I used to use Noelle a lot. She's a level 47. So she's just barely under my level 50s. Because I just recently, I would say, in the last month, switched to Chi-Chi versus
my
Noelle.
volume's really low. Now I remember why I turned this down. It's too freaking loud.
Takes no LS.
Who doesn't love a maid who has knight armor?
Right? He's so cool.
Serves you kick and beats ass. Who doesn't love that?
She's the star of my Lido team.
Ito team. Oh,
Lido team?
Ito.
Huh?
Ito's the character you don't have.
Oh, Ito team. Okay.
Yeah, he's the tallest dude in the game.
Yes, he is.
Oh,
Which
is he
insane.
the one with the white suit?
No.
No.
He's the one with the
Okay.
long
Hayato.
spiky ponytail looking thing.
Hmm.
And the hornies. He's got hornies.
What, right?
He's got horns.
Okay. It's a play on words. Finally, 500 hearts. 5 more squats. Okay, after this battle.
Don't do squats sincerely. Arataki numero uno ito one and only. Oh my god. God, Pokemon trainer. Fucking fun.
Don't touch me.
I did find that interesting. He was based on it.
Oh no, you forgot to change Traveler. Thank you, Turtle.
JD's Jojo. You're affecting your own characters. I didn't do it. Oh my god, they're getting water damage. I didn't even do it. The enemy gave them water damage.
Then Guang breaks the shields faster.
Does she?
Yes, this is
Okay.
true.
I don't have Ito though.
There. See. Now. There you go.
I tried Ito's trial once and I didn't like him.
You wait until you have
You
like
don't
4
any
and then you
male
pick
characters. You got no room to speak.
No, I know, I'm just saying, but I actually don't like his gameplay. Even if I did like
So if he
guys.
walks through it, he should get it, right? He didn't
We'll
gain the
get it.
damage though.
No, he doesn't get damage. It only blocks projectiles, that's all it does.
Oh, I thought it gained geo damage or something.
No, it gives you geo bonus damage.
Oh, gives me geo bonus damage. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
I read that wrong.
I think so. I don't think it does. No,
Yeah.
it doesn't give you any geo bonus because you don't have it. You don't have her leveled up.
Yeah. Because I'm a slacker. Yeah.
Auntie, what are you doing?
Teleport.
Do I have-
Hammers work well on geo construction too.
Mm-hmm.
Wild low tag weird. Oh god, I'm
And
knocking
that's
this
why
over.
it stays in my system.
Oh, it escaped already? Oh, it lies. It's so mean to me.
No,
Azzy, I'm gonna beat you too.
How are you, Meow?
Azzy's mean to me. It would be a cool thing if a constellation did that. Yeah.
Get over here. Where do we this? Oh, hello.
And surprise! Welcome, Meow! Welcome to the stream! Excuse me? I don't know that answer. Maybe Peekman or Azzy or Turtle knows that answer. Oh yeah. Welcome to the stream though. Welcome, welcome, welcome. They're making me do squats, so.
He's a midget.
Is Zhao really just that short?
Yes, he's so
my
short.
Like, I knew he was a shorter character, but I didn't realize how short he was.
The desert's a tough
All right.
adversary, but at least it doesn't
Bye.
hide
I also
anything.
don't have him.
What
Ew.
you see is what you get.
3,
I wouldn't mind
Take
having
on the
him, though.
challenge
4,
is entirely up to you.
5. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having an awesome day.
Right now, nice, Meow.
No.
I'm getting old. I need to stop sitting at a computer.
Lady Rain, I'm just good. Working right now on something. Oh, your day is awesome too. Meow. Yeah, be right back soon. Well, good luck. Good luck with your things and stuff. Good luck, Meow. We'll see you when you come back. Who cares how tall Zhao is?
Zhao is, right?
Why?
I don't give a shit how tall they are, except my tallest character that I have, I use to
I
run
don't
around
know.
and do everything else, because that's all he's really good for.
The shorter the better. Let's hit box.
Yeah. Look how tiny.
Probably why Mono likes the
is.
PG all the time.
Yes, she's so short. I love her.
But we really need to get Mono in the habit of running with the taller character.
I like running with Chi-Chi. She Naruto style runs.
I know, but she don't get as far.
I need the Naruto style run.
I don't want to fight that right now.
Oh.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Thank you for completing to.
Oh my god.
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
Dispatch characters. Clean. Select.
Oh, it's in there? Oh, no, that's like a fancy chest. I don't want to fight that. Climb up
There.
here.
Took me that long to get my dailies done because I run my mouth and goof off.
Oh, it's part of being a streamer.
Yeah, it's a chill
Ah!
stream.
You fucker!
Just
I was so
chillin'.
close.
Level 3 increase.
I was so freaking close to getting down into the little thing.
People be tiny. Yeah. I love my tiny little Chi-Chi. She's a zombie. Zombie.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Zombie.
Gets its own damage from that.
Wait, Paimon's half was Chi-Chi?
So do we need to sing now? Y'all know, if you think about Sonic has been running that way long before
Fucking
Naruto
shit.
blew up. This is true. I thought Sonic kind of rolled though, doesn't he?
No,
Kind
that's,
of. But
that's
like
only
he
in the
does
game.
run like
Oh.
2, breathe, 3, 4, and
Has Sonic really been out longer than Naruto?
Yeah.
Dang.
Was Sonic like Nintendo's? No, it's not Nintendo. It's
No.
But it was like. What was Sonic? Was it Sega? I don't even know.
Yes.
But it was like the first one of the first games on that console, I think.
Maybe then.
He spins.
We're not that old, we don't know.
I know some game history.
Where? Where? Is it over here? Is it down here? Oh my god.
Let's see.
All the way down here?
let's go somewhere
Fuck. Oh, there it is.
cooler.
Okay, there's one.
Thanks for the retweet, bio.
This is all the way down here.
Much appreciated. Alright, I need to take a quick break. Grab me some more fluids since people keep making me do squats. No, I'm just kidding. Just because it's good to keep up fluids for the tension headache I've been fighting, so yeah. I'll be right back, guys. Who would that be? Yeah, I wouldn't know, Azzy. I would not have any clue who would do a thing like that. I'll be right back. I'll leave you with Turtle and Rain. Rain's in charge. Watch out.
Oh god. Why do you have to leave me in charge of 2 streams?
Please, yeah, I remember. Oh, yeah. No, Jeff's in charge then. And Rain, you guys can go watch her do her things while
4,
I step away real quick. Go watch the Lady Rain.
Hi.
Yeah.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff. Fa 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 fa.
4,
Yes, Jeff's in charge. Jeff. Fa 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 fa. There. Did I get enough of them? I get those headaches sometimes. Yeah, I've been suffering with it since like Thursday, and I've been in bed mostly. And I finally was just like, I gotta get out. I gotta play some more games. I can't. It's killing me. I miss playing games, and so I'm just like trying to breathe and ignore it and drink a ton of water. Rare parrot. Sliced duckling, welcome. Ducky, welcome to the stream.
Oh, that killed me.
I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing good today. Happy Sunday. Or Monday for you. I'll be right back.
cooler.
Arca's pin, thank you. Good god. What are you doing, Bubba? What are you doing? Go lay down, Bubba. Go lay down. No. I should probably get up and do a stretch break though, but I'll wait. Until lay down, Bubba. Hush.
1, 2, breathe, 3,
Hey.
4, and 1.
Oh my god. silly. I had a little kitty cam up, but none of the kitties want to come lay down over here. They don't love me.
1, 2, 3,
Ah, it's
4, 2, 2,
Heck
3,
yeah.
4.
Alright, got that one.
1, 2, breathe.
Up there.
3,
Or do I already have that
4,
one?
and
Sorry if it's up on the top. I thought I already have it. Yeah, I already got that one. Okay. So many chairs.
let's go somewhere cooler.
Oh, hi, Puddles. What are you doing? What are you doing, silly kid? Hi. Hello. What does this one look like? Where is it at? Oh, it's
1,
up there
2,
too.
breathe. 3,
Oh, okay.
4, and
Probably already got these ones though. On the side of the pond. Yep. Yep. This is the other side of the Shenanigan. Okay, I already got this one. God damn it. Teleport up here. Taking damage over there.
I am back.
Welcome back.
You are doing very good. I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. I am back. Troublemakers.
1,
Damn it.
2,
I wasn't done causing trouble, Mono.
2, 2,
I've already gotten the rest of these chests over here. Yeah, there was a chest.
Benjamin's just need a dream bear in a chair.
breathe.
Alright, get bear in a chair.
4, and
Uh-oh. Guess you could have done that before you went on your little break.
Yeah, it would have been helpful. I could let the bear sit there while I went on break and he could entertain you guys, so, you know, hello.
I guess. Bear's probably
He's
way
here to
more entertaining
entertain.
than I am.
Lurk, thank you for the
Hey,
lurk,
there.
Matthew.
I already
Still think
forgot.
there's one up top, though.
And that means I have to sit on the yoga ball by process of elimination. I don't really have anywhere else to sit. So. Sorry, Mono. I got into chat again and you walked away. It's okay. It's okay. Redeem yoga ball. Thank you, Jeff. Which color did you want? Hopefully red, because that's what I grabbed. You were so gracious to offer me a chair, Jeff. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a chair. I guess I was supposed to stand up. I don't know.
2,
Into the stretch break again.
AK.
2, 2, 3.
Right? I need to stretch. Oh. Body feels stiff.
Get that one?
Alright, let's go this way.
1.
Oh,
What
that
are we
one's got a
doing?
tree?
Ah, what am I doing with my life?
Is it in this tree? Oh, it is in this tree. Interesting.
4.
No! I fell out of the tree. God damn it.
Lurky lurk, thank you. Gonna go take a nap now. Okay, Mitchell Mistrosty. Any other sorts of games you enjoy, Kat? I don't have a lot of times for games, sadly. I work 40 hours a week, and then last month I worked 60 hours. Oh, I killed myself last month.
That's the breakable rock?
I really do go through phases with Stardew Valley and Pokemon and I don't know, what have I played recently? I don't even know. Let me think about this real quick. Oh, I do Friday night community games. That's really fun. On Friday nights, I'll play a lot of free games or sometimes golf with friends or bingo or games like that. Games that I can play with my community. Friday nights are kind of like party nights. I've worked all week, so I kind of let it go and I invite people to join my live and we all hang out and play. If if you've been around long enough for me to get to know you, then you can like join my live and play like we did like Scribble.io, all kinds of stuff like that. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Kaden. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Kaden 15. 60 a week, holy pants. Yeah, I murdered myself because I was doing my full-time job plus a freelance job. So, yeah, it was rough. And I think that's part of like, I'm in recovery mode with this headache and tension headache and everything because I've just like put myself through too much lately. I'm bad about that. I max out my capacity to function. But yeah, I love community night games. I get to hang out with people and play. I love my art streams. I need to get back to those. I've done some Animal Crossing the other day. That was fun. It was kind of a flashback to Animal Crossing. I'm supposed to be streaming Animal Crossing tonight. That's what all my social medias say, and I'm not. Instead, I decided Genshin absorbed my priorities, so... Dash, thank you so much for the biddies. Nika, Nika, Nika. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Awkward. What's so awkward, Cuff? Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I get stuck on games, though. Brilliant idea, by the way. Twitch, not intrusive to conversation at all. What? What did I miss?
There's a tree over here that it's in too. God dang it. Why are there so many chests and trees? How did these chests even get in the trees?
Burn? Who are you burning? Oh, you burnt Midget Mistrosity. He's on lurk mode. Burnt his booty.
How dare you? That's so
Burnt his booty. Welcome, Cup. Welcome to Steam.
Right, so...
But yeah, Dash, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Did I get the one that was already up? No, I haven't.
I'm guessing Pokemon Trainer got stuck with ads. I'm thinking that's what it is.
Uh-oh. Maybe.
Well, I suppose it's lucky you changed your plans or I'd have missed out. Yeah, right? You wouldn't have been here. I don't know. Just wanted to play some Genshin. You know how those dailies are? They just draw you in. I need to do my dailies. I need to check in. I'm hooked. I have a problem. I need help. It's an addiction.
Just a slight addiction. It's fine.
But yeah, I hadn't... The Animal Crossing stream last Sunday was the first one in like, I don't know, a year and a half. And I kind of was like, hey, we'll come back and do this again next Sunday. And then, yeah, no, I failed. I blame Genshin.
Plans change.
Yeah, I blame Genshin. Subaki, welcome, Yahoo! Welcome to the stream, welcome. Oh my god, I haven't logged in today either. What am I doing? See, it's a thing, it's a thing. You gotta log in. But yeah, you gotta log in,
Better than a bush.
Alright, I think Bear in a chair has been here at least 15 minutes, I hope. That way I can have my chair back. I want my chair back. Come on, Bear.
Is it over here?
You can return to the unicorn floating.
Oh, here it is.
It's only been 10 minutes.
I was gonna say. Like
Are you timing me?
No, we're just looking at the chat.
Oh,
Gosh,
dang it. I failed.
No need to
It
yell.
was 7 minutes. God gotta get those
Oh
60 free primos,
God.
right?
It's like
Gotta
a
do
big
it.
deal for being successful.
Oh, I might have to redeem his bear in the chair since I cut him short. Ugh. I had to redeem his points.
You mean refund them?
Yeah. Refund. Since he's lurking anyway, so.
He won't know.
lurking.
Don't tell him.
I mean, I don't mind refunding the points. But yeah, welcome. Is it Tsubaki? Is that how you say it? I hope I said it right. Words are hard. I already did. Thank you, Jeff.
To breathe
Thank you.
for an
So I need to get over there. Yeah, 10 point. We're gonna get closer.
Hey, some more fucks.
Thank you, Jeff. Papa.
She actually teleported over there. Oh my goodness.
What? Did you think I was gonna walk?
You always do.
I do walk a lot of places. You find stuff that way. Just saying. But I think I've pretty much explored this area, like, intensely.
No, there's some chests you missed. I just haven't said anything.
I'm sure there are. There are always tests you missed, you know?
Yeah,
Isn't that like a never-ending thing?
So currently on my interactive map, I've checked off 153 out of 282 common chests.
I rarely ever fast travel in a game.
So many chests.
Yeah. I swear they appear, like, later.
cooler.
Well, there are some that only are active after you complete certain things.
Oh, that would make a lot of sense.
But I've only opened 348 out of 400, so I'm like slowly trying to check off all the chests that I've actually gotten.
Is that like in one city?
This is just a Mondstadt.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, it was because I feel like there's like 300 and something in every city.
Yeah, no, there's way more, and this is just the Mondstadt like achievement thing. I'm at 92% out of the achievement thing. I just have to get another 52 chests. Yes, only Azzy, only 348.
How do you see your completion? Oh yeah, so Sea of Cloud, 47%. Oh jeez.
Yeah, like Wind Whale Highland, I'm at 99% in this little area.
Wow. That's pretty good.
There's 450 chests.
Yep, I know.
In Mondstadt.
Yeah, I'm only currently working on the common chests.
I wonder what my completion in Mondstadt is. I'll have to look in a minute.
I mean, there's 5 different sections of Mondstadt.
I'm doing that for her.
Is 98%. Dragon Spine is 93%, which Dragon Spine counts as its own thing. Bright Crown Mountains is at 74, and Starfell Valley is 89. I got a little place to go, but I'm almost done with Wind Whale. So
Defeat all opponents. Okay, so I can't really teleport over there. I'll just fly.
I've already gotten that one.
Alright.
Alright, up the path we go.
Go GG!
Alright, I'm just gonna run. I don't feel like fighting that. I've got the interactive map pulled up on my laptop. It's the easiest way for me to do it.
You just get stuck on the mountain. She likes doing that.
Dragon Spine and feed.
Crap.
Oh.
Nice, overload.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, stop it.
Oh. No.
Orders given. Orders received.
Don't hit me. Gonna hurt me. But you're gone. Next. Oh god. I didn't realize that thing was on the ground. Then you guys are up high. But I don't care. Where are you? Oh, over here.
Yep.
Oh, here. She's calling. Oh. Come on. Don't think so. Reinforcements. Oh jeez. Meow. Oh. Whoa! I don't think I've fought one of these before. I don't think I have.
Oh no! Mono! Not one of
What?
those!
Right?
Oh, I hate those.
You just like.
I mean, you're doing pretty good. I had to fight it at a higher level.
Well, that's because I'm still OP. I haven't this
Ascended.
world
Yeah, you're
ascended or whatever you call it. Well, that's Genshinmon. Genshinmon. It's a Stonehide law troll.
Yeah. Wow, which
Lala troll. He's big.
I don't know if he's pretty. Why he's pretty.
Oh, here's a fun one. Since we all have this in common, if the cast of Genshin were Pokemon trainers, who would their partner be?
Oh.
Ooh.
I want to say Diluc would probably have Litten.
She's gonna have Torchic. Because she's got cat ears and she likes birds. There you go. She's gonna have Torchic. Or no, she'd have Moltres. She'd have a Phoenix. There you go.
Yeah, she'd definitely end up with a legendary. But I
I don't
definitely
know.
think Diluc his starter would definitely be a Litten, I think.
A Litten.
Because,
Oh,
yeah,
you shall not pass. Yeah.
because Diluc is such a sweetheart regardless.
Is it Diluc that actually has a Phoenix?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he would have Moltres then too. I don't know.
No, Diluc's much more of a sweetheart than he lets on.
It's his brother that's the butthead.
Yes.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Yeah. Venti would have Shaman, and I refuse any other answer. Aww. Oh. Who would Chi-Chi have? She would have, like, Haunter or Ghastly or
Female
somebody.
Pyroar. Oh yeah. Very good fit for that.
The little ice ghost thing. It looks like a triangle.
Oh, a female Pyroar. Yeah, I guess it does fit her design and her character, everything too.
Which one are you talking about?
Crisis! Thank you so much!
I don't
Thank you,
know
thank
its
you,
name.
thank you.
Is it like the
Oh,
ice cream
but-
cone or is it the other thing?
Thank you, Crisis! Thank you for the 47 months! Welcome to the stream! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated, man. I hope you're doing awesome. Snowrunt, my favorite from Genshin and one of my favorites from Pokemon,
Yeah.
and they work so well.
Vanillish?
Not exactly a
I'll
Ghost of Frostlat. Which one are y'all pairing Snowrunt with?
Chi-Chi.
Oh,
Yes.
TT. TT like Snowrunt? Hmm. Poke catch.
It's true, yeah.
But she is ice, yeah. Snowrunt and then Frostlass.
Or you could just pick a Ghost Ice Pokemon, 'cause she's also dead.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the Ghost Ice Pokemon would be Frostlass.
Mm-hmm. Traveler would get Ditto. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Yeah, Traveler definitely like changes different types and stuff.
Force.
So yeah,
Traveler can be anything, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they mimic their other elements. I like that. But welcome, Crisis. Where's your goats? Where's your emotes? Could be Eevee too. Yes, Traveler could get Eevee because it evolves into everything, just like Traveler. Eevee.
I want to give Kaya Bergamite. Because I absolutely hate Bergmite and Kaya pisses me off, so.
Why is this name Big-footed? Please don't try to cut the line. Yeah, I'm gonna cut the line. Let's see. Desi, welcome to the stream. Congratulations on catching Machop, Jeff. I could see Paimon with like a Swirlix. She already looks like a marshmallow.
Yes, she would have.
Desi, welcome to the stream, Desi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Defeat the treasure hoarders in. So far away. What was I gonna do? There was something else I was gonna go over to Mondstadt just to see what my completion was.
There's so many markers to put down over here in Storm Terror's lair, it's ridiculous.
Desi, I hope you're doing awesome. I hope you're having a good day.
You don't have to go to Mondstadt to check.
You don't have to?
No, you could literally just look on the map.
Yeah, just zoom out.
Starfell is 75%. Oh, you just zoom in and out of that area and it tells you?
Yeah.
No, just zoom out.
Oh. No, I mean like, do I click on something to see another area?
No. You just zoom out. All the way out.
Yeah, zoom all the way out of it.
Okay.
And you see how it says like Meanland and stuff like that? It'll tell you exploration.
Oh, I see it on the map. Okay, I'm still looking in the bottom right-hand corner. I'm like, where's it at? I'm looking in the bottom right-hand corner. I didn't even see the numbers underneath all the names when you zoom all the way out. Oh, I learn something new every day. 47% in Sea Cloud, 74% in Gales Hills, Starfield 75, 66, 61, 54. Yeah! Getting there. I am good. I'm glad. I'm glad.
Go! Oh, I know Brooke's feeling good. She's getting in my way.
She feels good, so she's getting in your way.
Yep. She's proceeded to step on my laptop a couple times already.
Oh no.
While I'm trying to like go through and find all these markers that I need to put down.
Oh, that's how you get there. Okay.
Yeah, trying to 100% the map is very hard. How far are you on it, Turtle? Did you 100% it?
I'm at the desert area, that's all I need.
Yeah, that's all this area, I think. Oh shoot. There's so much. Oh goodness. Alright. Where's that one at?
Just the last 4 parts of the desert and I'm done with the whole map.
Those rich lady dogs you keep in your purse. Oh my god, she would. She totally would.
You would have the little tiny fluffy
Lil
ones
pup.
that are like this
She would
big.
have a little pup.
Is that what the ones that are like 2.5 pounds?
I think so. Little
think
pup's
wow.
a pretty small one.
I think Juan will have Meow as a house cat for. She could just
Meow as
spam
a
him
house.
payday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yup.
Let's see.
On the east side of the bridge. Wait, what? Up there? Oh, yep, it's up there. Mini poodle? Nah, I'm thinking Lilliput.
Mini poodle.
At least Pokemon-wise, it would definitely be Lilliput. But if it was like an actual animal, then yes, it would definitely be Lilliput. Or a mini poodle.
Why does my head have to hurt? Tell it to stop.
There's a poodle Pokemon?
Yeah, there is a poodle one.
Furfru.
Yeah,
That would be
Furfru is
that would
kind
be
of.
a dog.
It is kind of ugly, but then it has different hairstyles you can make it, so you gotta get all the forms. If you play Pokemon Go. Eating my own hair here.
Is this one even on the bridge or is it under the bridge? Of course it's under the bridge. There it is.
Fly, Dea, fly.
Who would have Flaffy? Definitely not that.
The
though.
sheep.
Not
Yeah.
Ninglong.
Flaffy. Somebody has to have lightning Flaffy. In its pink form.
I thought Flaffy was always pink.
What is it? Is it white? Oh yeah, its evolve is pink, but yeah.
What?
I'm thinking about the shiny version.
Oh. What do you want, baby?
Of Mareep. Isn't the shiny Mareep pink? Yeah. Yes. Yes.
I guess I'm being a little bit great.
You ain't messing around. Touch me.
Don't do it.
What? Half break? I can't help it. Brooke,
You guys are messing with me and I don't like it. Gonna send Chi-Chi in. I got careless. You did. Indeed you did. You pissed Chi-Chi off.
The wrong test subject.
You did pick the wrong test subject. Gonna make you jump. Bye! Oh, and you lived? No he didn't. Okay. Back up the hill. Oh wait, somebody lived. Somebody's down here that I gotta fight. Oh, he did live.
Life goes on. Go.
Reinforcements. Uphill? I would imagine.
I feel like Mona would have a Litwick.
Another test
Box of Adepti-Trix.
Litwick.
Did it fall down here?
Is that because my nightlight? I live in the dark. I don't know why I did that.
That
Yeah.
Don't touch me!
Don't touch me.
Nice.
And I feel like I should take the long road back and find some treasure, but I didn't. Turtle will be like, Mona, why don't you teleport? Right, Myrtle?
I'm not even listening to you.
Nope. Gonna ignore me.
How dare.
That already stepped away.
Oh yes, just definitely get more comfortable, Brooke. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, you like Skitty? That's perfect for Fiona? Oh.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I have Fiona.
Pretty good for Diona.
Fiona. Trying to remember which one she is. I'm gonna have to Google it.
I don't think you have
Diona.
Diona yet.
Diana is the pink, chibi girl, the pink cat one.
The cat, yeah.
She's so cute.
Hey, do you know what?
I just
neither
looked
do
her up.
I.
Yeah, Skitty would go well with
I
her.
forgot.
Let's see. Don't. That way you guys can see too what I'm talking about. Hold on. Let's do this.
Are you gonna show them
Yeah.
Diana?
Yeah. Yeah.
You could just go to the character archive.
But this was cute. She had like
Oh,
kitties
her
with her.
TCG card. Looks like her TCG card.
It is.
Yeah.
She's so cute.
I
But
don't
yeah,
have
she
it
would look
yet.
much better with Skitty. There you go. You're saying I could just go where? Characters?
Character archive.
There's an archive.
Yep, right next to the character.
Mono, you just skipped this next to it.
I know.
Yeah.
I decided to click
Oh.
on the red dot. The red dot was driving me crazy.
Taurus
There they are.
photo? Yeah, probably.
Well, thank God you don't have my account.
Yeah, red dots drive me nuts. I want wonder. I want to float. Did you say she floats too, though? Did you say that, Turtle? Gotta be a Tauros
What?
or Ito? Ito, okay. I get to see what Ito looks like now. Can I put them in alphabetical order? No. What type is Ito?
J.O.
Geo? You know everything. Oh! There he is. Okay.
Arataki Ito. I still want Zhongli though. Just saying. Oh my god, Ito. I did not know that was a fucking idle animation for him.
He acts more of a child than an adult. It's weird.
I believe it. Isn't he a demon?
Yes, he's
He is.
I think an orc.
Wild gloom appeared. So, he'll catch a Gengar or something. I mean, he could. He's got purple and he's demon, but I see the Toro because of his belt and his horns and stuff too.
Yeah, and also his skill, he pops out a little bull animal looking thing.
Oh yeah, then he's
Oh.
definitely Tauros.
Or is that a fox? Let's see. Player filter. Poke catch, pokeball. Poke catch, gray ball. I need to go get some more pokeballs. I haven't did the daily check-in in a long time. BCG.
Oh yeah, I haven't done it in a while either. It's fine.
Oh, I got a rare reward. Look at that.
Nice.
2 timer balls, 1 clone ball, $412, and 2 potions. Nice. Yeah, would be proud of me.
Yeah. Oh.
Blooming escaped, no one caught it. I have work in a couple hours, but I want to nap. Oh no, if you do that, you won't wake up in time for work. We know you, Jeff. You will not wake up. It would be bad. Would miss work. Oh, I like her. I want Wonder, and I want the new one when she comes out. The very, very, very new one. Cat girl. Thank you, Tur. Okay, I'm logging into Genshin. Do it, do it, do it. Do your dailies. Don't forget.
Brooke, you're not helping me. Can you? I know. You're in the way.
I already did those, okay.
You're in the way. Sorry, baby.
Yawn. Should do the ones that have actual gem rewards. The mountains, oh god. I don't know if I want to do the mountains.
Let's go.
Derby Trolls! Welcome, Derby! Boss, follow age. 4 years, 5 months, 2 weeks. Holy cow! Welcome. How am I still here? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Why are you not still here? Welcome back.
Yes.
And my game froze. No! No. That's a long time, Derby. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I hope life is treating you good and work is treating you good.
Faster? Okay, faster.
Not bad.
Bedtime for me. Good night, friends. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Kim and Rain. Oh, good luck at work. Good luck with your new schedule, Azzy. Thanks for hanging out and talking with us and talking Pokemon. It's a sign from the Archons, y'all. They're saying don't do it. Oh no. Don't start the addiction back. Oh. Why not? Oh. Try again, try again. Don't give up.
Oh. 4-1. Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot. We haven't done boss fights in a long time, guys. If need one more, right? Or oh, they did it, but it didn't trigger it. Now that I did it, it's triggered. That's so weird.
Seriously, I haven't done anything to this. Fucking shit, man.
I don't wanna.
You don't wanna fight me, turtle. Fight me. I haven't given out hugs this stream either. As he gets the hugs as he leaves for sleep. That's proper.
No, you're gonna use your feet special attack. Super effective.
Super effective feet attack. I mean, what if it's just kneading dough with my feet?
That's disgusting. No.
That's what cats do.
No, they make biscuits.
Biscuits, that's it. Making biscuits is it's called. Okay, I'm in. Yes.
Gosh, Mono, jeez.
Friendship deterioration. What? When did that start appearing?
No.
I don't remember.
Oh, are you doing some Ningguang stuff?
I don't know what I'm doing.
What are you
I haven't seen.
No, that's
Making
part of
people
the
mad.
world quest. There's
yeah,
friendship
that
and
thing.
stuff sometimes.
I probably said something ugly to him and pissed him off. And didn't even realize it.
It doesn't really do anything.
Able to find a suitable boss for your group size. Dang it.
Wow, you can't solo it? Damn.
I know. She wasn't even gonna solo it. She had me too, but no.
Oh my gosh, the bots have no faith in us? I can't solo a boss?
No, you have to have at least 3 people to fight a boss.
What if I don't need 3 people?
Well, didn't accept the fight. Reasons. Currency decline. What? That's the reason?
Oh. My reason wasn't. It was that I don't want to leave my hands from the controller.
He just would take his hands off the controller.
Fucking shit, come on.
Can I do it now?
Any plan is better than no plan.
Oh.
That's true, but I shouldn't submit a plan. There's something wrong with it, should I? Get ideas from last year's plan. I've been looking at last year's lantern, right? But
Oh, you're doing the lantern right shit. Okay.
yeah. With a bit more time, I'll touch up the plan and fix some minor things. I'll submit it when I'm done touching it up.
Why am I making it sound
I
sexy?
hope everyone really enjoys this year's lantern, right? She's a girl and she's cute. I don't know. I try to make character voices. I don't know sometimes. Don't judge me. Tell you. I gotta climb, I'm gonna go that way. Okay.
1, 2, 3,
2 more.
4, 2,
Best
Rick
way to
didn't
go
wanna
that
level
way.
Barbara, but I have to.
4.
Fuck.
Me.
No.
Jeez. Behave, children. Behave.
Yes, mommy.
I can't fight this thing. It's pissing me off. It's a higher level than I'm used to, and I think it's bullshit that it is.
Regardless, I'm grateful for your help. Take these as a thanks. Quest complete. Golden crab. Nom nom nom.
Complete bullshit.
It reminds me of that. What is it? They're like a little meme of a little kid saying that over and over.
bullshit?
Yeah, this is bullshit.
Yes, there is.
Like, oh my god, I don't want to talk to that many
Because it is.
people.
This is complete bullshit. I'm just saying. I can only put a tiny bit of damage on this thing because it keeps flying, and I don't have any ranged weapons right now, and I can't change my shit.
Oh, kick its butt.
It is butt.
You can do it. I believe in you. Ooh, I haven't been in this area in a while.
Ah, I made it outside the thingy.
This makes me want to explore. Oh no. We know what happens when we start exploring. We just get sidetracked, and that's all we do the rest of the time. Just treasure hunt. Because who doesn't like treasure hunting? Right,
Oh,
Pokemon Trainer?
do that.
We have lost Pokemon to the world of Genshin Impact.
God damn it.
He trains his characters to battle infamous slines and helitrolls. Why did we pick the fire one to hit? No. This is like immune, that was a waste. No, we gotta come over here. Freeze you.
Seriously.
Oh, I
Great cheating.
tried to run away. In time. I want my traveler back.
Yeah, babe. Babe. What you doing? What?
Oh, I'm just playing Genshin. Oh wait, not me. The other babe.
Oh. The measure? They're on the wall.
Oh, you get in trouble.
Well, how about that?
Okay, so
Come
party
on.
is go to
Fucking time.
Just what will we come across this time?
back to traveler.
Dang it.
Let's see.
People are used to the desert life, but still, hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms behind for a better life.
Yeah. And wait. Anything hiding around here that I want to grab? Nope. And downhill we go. Trying to go straight over here. Avoid all these plant-like creatures. You don't like me, I don't like you. Let's talk.
Orders given. Orders received.
You don't
Oh.
like me.
He likes to sleep there sometimes.
And I don't like you. Let's talk.
Thanks, Sophie.
Are you doing drugs again?
Who, me?
Yes.
No. The sugar
like
counts.
Yeah,
And caffeine. I like sugar and caffeine. Yeah. Ultra. I just sing sometimes. I don't know why. Yeah. Lurking AFK. Okay, quick, okay. Thank you for the lurk. Much appreciated. Come on, Chi-Chi, heal up your friends. Dea wants healing. She always needs healed. Because she goes into everything head first. She's not, doesn't have the same healing properties as you. Oh, you called it! Lady Rain and Malgarn? I should have tried.
I know what a Noivern looks like.
I'm trying to remember. It's a newer one, isn't it?
No. Well, wait.
No, I don't think so, because it has to be
Noivern.
that, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, okay, I know which one it is now.
I've never evolved Noibat.
I know which one it is now. Alright, where is this dude at that I need?
Never been evolved.
Oh, he fell down. Of course he did. He's like hiding on here on the cliff edge, so I can't like do anything. Did he die yet? No? Dude, just die already, so I
So I've
can.
definitely already got this one. Got it. That's why.
I guess he died. I guess he fell.
That one.
And then there's treasure chest. I mean, there's lanterns, so there might be another chest. Light fires, Dea. Oh, it's probably to let that person out. And one more over here.
Why is that so
Actually,
broken?
once you get Dea fully ascended, she can heal herself once her HP dips below. Yeah, that's right, because she's the one you're supposed to take on the mountain with you, because she can, like, just not die. Right? Because she's, like, OP on the mountain. Use one treasure
I've
for a
already done the
key.
mountain stuff though, so I don't technically need her anymore.
Where was she when the mountain was the first thing?
Right?
Right? I used her on the mountain the whole time I was on there.
Yeah, but you don't have her fully ascended either.
Mm-mm. I still used her.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome! Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you, Sky. Just ripped itself apart. Oh god. Sounds like a thunderstorm. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well this wonderful Sunday or Monday, depending on where you're located.
No, it's a Sunday. It doesn't matter where they're located. It's Sunday.
It does matter.
No.
I
So
believe
she'll
in
live in the
equal.
future. Just,
If you're a mono stream, it's Sunday. I don't care.
You guys are so bad. Just too bad you gotta get all the way to Sumeria for her ascension. Oh my god. Sky, hi there! I named myself over a song made for Roblox. Nice. Sky ripped itself apart.
Oh, Mono has Sumeru unlocked. The only problem is she doesn't have Ascended.
Oh.
And she's had a whole thing of baby food, so she's not getting anything else.
I'm not doing that Geo thing right now. I'm gonna come over here and steal this chest up.
Oh.
I call
Dea is not as bad as people think she is. She's also good with giving party members immunity to knockback.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what they
I
hate
like
her.
Dea. I love Dea.
I don't hate that.
She's my friend.
Oh my god, they got nerfed a lot. Okay, yeah. Almost stopped me from using
It's
her.
for a game called Juke's Towers of Hell. Pretty underrated and a fun game. Nice. I haven't done Roblox, to be honest, but I'm always curious about
I've
it.
never played Roblox. Never appealed to me.
Oh, I made the plants mad. Exploding plants. Gonna make this one mad. There we go.
Auntie, come here.
Bam! Portuguese.
Sit down.
It's a raid.
Hey.
This Geo thing looks hard. Oh my gosh, Imp, thank you for that raid.
Hey.
Welcome, raiders. Geez, 33 people. Thank you so much, Imp. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, I went to go get some water. Did you ask me anything? Oh, I think it was just like haven't played any Roblox games. Always found it interesting, but I haven't played any. But yeah, welcome raiders. Thank you so much for giving Imp a shout out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. We're gonna teleport so I can talk to chat and not die.
Hello there. Welcome to KimonoKat.
But yeah. Oh my god. I have with me Turtle and Lady Rain, who is also playing Genshin right now.
Who's Turtle?
Guys, if you're not following Imp, click on that little heart at the top of your chat and go follow him. He is an awesome streamer. What were you playing, Tarkov? That would be my guess. I bet he was playing Tarkov. Everybody thought Kokomi was bad when she first came out. Now look how many meta teams she's on. The community doesn't know Jack. I believe it. I believe it, Pikaman.
I love that, yeah. I think people just have problems.
Don't
with
listen then.
characters.
Not doing it now. Oh no.
It's cause
right?
Kokomi, since her crit rate is all the way to the negative, people didn't like her at first until later on.
80 Deucer, hello. Welcome, 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 welcome. Everyone came in from M stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Again. Last seen playing Escape from Tarkov. I knew it. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Sorry I was being a bad friend. No, it's all good. It's all good. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing awesome. Thank you so much for bringing your family over here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you are new in my stream, I am a variety streamer. I do creative art streams. I play Genshin, Pokemon, Super Stardew Valley fan. Do community night games on Friday nights with my community. Anywhere from golf with friends to Scribblio to bingo to you name it, we play all kinds of community games. I will go cook pizza and lurk. Thank you, Imp. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy your pizza. Num 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 num. Can I have some? Oh, I'm getting hungry now. Dinner time. Pineapple pizza? Jeff is stating his feels on pineapple pizza. He's gonna start the conversation here. Put a 1 in chat if you like pineapple pizza. Put a 2 in chat if you hate pineapple pizza. Oh, there you go. I'm gonna put a 1 because I will actually eat it.
It eats the chat, it's awful.
No, I
11.
can't spam.
No, 2. What is your favorite, Sky? What do you like? Imp likes pineapple pizza too.
1, 2, 3.
Jeff likes pineapple pizza. Turtle.
I can't spam walls. Very good.
I would just say my favorite toppings on a pizza, if I'm not having just a cheese stuffed crust pizza, which I love, would be, I love Papa John's is like ham, mushroom, and black olive combination. When I do that, I love that. 1,000, Matthew. Nice. 1,000. 1,000. Don't you mean 9,000? It's over 9,000. Have you got any Dragon Ball Z fans out there?
I think that's the only Dragon Ball Z reference I know.
It's over 9,000. Basic pizza. So I have nothing against pineapple pizza enjoyers. I just personally dislike it, and that's 100% acceptable. It's just a fun conversation.
But I don't give a crap if you like pineapple on pizza or pineapple.
You said 1 or
It's
2.
just
I
weird, in
did.
my opinion.
You are right, but you added zeros, Matthew. You failed the assignment. Just kidding.
Laser.
Oh. It's all good though. Can you guys hear Lady Rain and Turtle okay? I'm asking.
Can't be heard, it's fine.
No, I want y'all to be heard.
Hear me.
2,
I'm gonna whisper so they don't hear me.
4,
Turtle, don't whisper.
2,
Yes.
2.
No, we're gonna talk all the shit that way.
Oh my god, I gotta turn you guys up now. I don't know how quiet they are. I really don't know.
I'll only speak loud if I have to talk shit. If not, I'll just whisper.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my goodness.
It's me and Rain against the world.
Oh god. You see what I get myself into?
Hey, do you know what? Neither do I. I already forgot.
Alright guys, and if you are lurking and listening, Lady Rain is also streaming with me today. And that is how you give her a follow if you wish.
And
She
I
is
started
wonderful.
streaming like Kimono did today.
She did. She's been streaming an hour for me. And bow down to Rain and Turtle.
Look.
Matthew is bowing down to you guys. I don't know. Or telling
I like
people
those
to.
flames.
1,
It's like, "Rah!"
3,
Do that again, Turtle.
2,
Yes, minion.
2,
Bow down to me.
4.
God.
God. Oh, you guys are great.
1, 2,
Welcome, welcome.
As we should be.
3, 4, and
Welcome to my stream. Silly cats. Not to rain on her parade or nothing.
What? How rude.
Oh my god. Oh,
Just rude.
it's not to rain on her parade. Oh my god.
I'm gonna have to
yes,
change my name. I
raining.
can't go by Rain anymore. All these
I
stupid
love
nuts,
this. It's
man.
raining. You know what that means, right?
I didn't feel that.
That's the worst name in the world. It's not even my legal name.
Oh, just trying to freeze all these guys.
Sacred name. Virgin preserver.
And then I'll bring her in.
What?
Oh, you froze her? Move. Move, Dea. Ah! I put her in the water! Get out of the water, girl! Oh, God, I just frozen. Okay, she's a bad idea, and I don't know how I ended up in this situation!
Oh, Titan said yeah.
Oh,
Except for
God.
me, I call you
I prefer
Rain the
Rain.
second.
Oh, that's so rude.
Or Rain Junior.
Oh,
Rain
she's
Junior's
gonna
so rude.
die.
Actually, which one of us has the longer account?
There we go.
Oh, I do. The Night Rain
Get
also
off.
changed
Okay,
The second it
we're
comes.
gonna get out of the water. We're gonna freeze these baddies who are being buttholes. You know what? I can come over here and get this treasure and leave now. Shush!
I don't know how night
I
range
can
their
leave
account
now. They're killing me!
was. Yeah.
Well, do I have to join?
It was a trap. It was a trap. I shouldn't have come in here.
July of 2015.
Oh god, it was a trap.
Night Rain's
I'm
been
coming.
on his channel longer.
I feel like you're just gonna die, Mono. I'll just wait. You keep getting frozen.
Save
Plus
me,
it's raining.
turtle! Technically,
It's
though,
raining,
so
so it's
second
harder.
Work
Yeah.
just got home from work. I need food now. Oh, food.
Why am I here?
Num 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 num.
Where is he? Oh.
Yeah, I ran away. I thought raining would be my benefit with Chi-Chi, and I could just like freeze people. Oh my gosh, thank you for gifting Night Rain a sub, Jeffafa. Thank you so much.
Bye.
I don't want to hit it.
You left?
Yeah, that's what I did.
Oh, why did I say next to that? That was stupid of me.
Thank you.
Read
This whole
it.
area's OP. I think I need to leave this area. But yeah, thank you, Jeff. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh god, I'm knocking stuff down again. Thank you,
It's
Jeff.
fine,
Thank
so
you for
it's not
gifting
raining.
Night Ring. Yeah, I might
Oh,
just
it's
leave
not
this
raining.
area.
Never mind.
How to change the time, because I know how to change the time, but I don't know. if
Oh,
John
you can
remembers how.
change the time.
It stopped raining
It
the
is
moment I told her.
right here. There, I found it. Oh, yeah, they can't see it though.
Nope.
And they still can't see it because my big face is in the way. There, that's where you change time. Right there. It helps if I point to it not in OBS, but actually in the game.
Seriously.
I always point to it in OBS. I'm doing real good here. Oh, well, while you're here, we're gonna fix some things because this is driving me nuts. Gonna put that back there. And I don't like
Set up. I'm gonna change Kaya
there.
and Chi-Chi, because I don't need Kaya anymore.
Da, 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 da.
Now I have.
I just gotta make 2 more burgers and I'm
13,000
done and I
gems.
can play. Burgers! I need burgers.
I'm hungry. I don't know what to eat.
How long have we been at this?
I don't know.
2 hours and 35 minutes. That means Rain's been at it like 4 hours now.
4 hours. Almost 5 hours, actually.
Oh, by the way, if you ever do try Roblox, make sure to try Goto.
I'm gonna go make a sandwich.
The game that I mentioned before, although it can be a bit complex and confusing at times with its mechanics, also the game is pretty hard. I have been playing for months and still haven't unlocked everything. Far from it, actually. Oh, dang.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I've already gotten that one. Maybe I haven't. It's just not marked.
Alrighty. Back to... So we came here to
That's
do
why I can't find it.
this.
I'm looking in the wrong spot.
And where were we going?
That's not the one I was looking for.
I don't remember. I don't reset this. Fill up.
I've already gotten this one then? Is that what it is?
Yay!
No, I haven't. Okay, it's right here.
We're fully healed now. This area just looks so interesting. I just want to explore everything. Oh. explored some of it already. What did we select as our navigation point? Because it's not showing up on my map. That's weird. That. Cancel it and we'll navigate to and treasure. Collect the treasure. You rescue an archaeologist named Link Pass. According to she discovers all the courses of research that there was treasure buried here. Treasure is located beneath a giant golden tree in the middle of Lingu Pass. Oh.
Hey, do you know what?
Giant golden tree in the middle. Oh.
Neither do
Down there.
Oh,
I already
Oh.
forgot.
Oh, that's probably gotta use the Geo character probably to get it.
what are you trying to do?
Get treasure from under the tree.
Uh, what tree?
Lingru Pass, the middle of it, the big golden tree. Is it snack time yet? I need a snack.
Oh, Lingzhu Pass. Oh, yeah.
Oh, you can
You
share
have to
watch
follow the hints to it.
streaks. Oh. What
You
are
don't
watch
need a Geo
streaks
character for it.
always privately shared? That's awesome. The new watch streak thing, or is that something I gotta turn on so it shares for everyone?
What?
There's a new stream thing on Twitch where they can share their watch streaks with you, like how many times they've tuned into your streams in a row and stuff like that.
Interesting. Yeah.
Um,
I definitely can't see it.
it says shared privately with you and mods 43 minutes ago.
Oh, I'm not in mod view for your channel. So
That's
why I can't see
probably
it.
why, but yeah.
Let's go.
Because it doesn't work for the
somewhere
pop out, it seems.
cooler.
And I don't know if it's like always private or if it's the viewer's choice to be private. Oops. I don't know enough about it yet. I need to learn all the things. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of treasure here. But I think I need a stretch break and to grab a snack at least. Come back. I'm starving.
I know, I need to grab myself a snack, so I might do that as well.
Did you stretch yet at all?
Kind of.
Last time I took a stretch break, you were like, "I'll wait till she gets back," and then I don't think you went.
No, I did do my, like, stretch in my chair, though.
Why is Chi so normal? I don't know, but she stretches a
I'm
lot,
not
and everybody
gonna
redeems
count that.
stretch breaks, so I'm like, stretch, you know.
Yeah.
But yep. Be right back though. Be right back.
Fucking shit, that hurt.
1, 2,
That's up there.
3,
Right?
4, 2, 2, 3,
Kind of? Not really?
4.
Where is it? Alright. Before I get too trapped with this, I'm definitely taking a break too. Fuck.
Hey, do you know what? Neither do I. I already forgot. 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Hey, do you know what? Neither do I. I already forgot. One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and
Hey, I'm back.
1,
I
2,
brought back
3,
a drink. Beverage.
2, 3.
Crisp apple. So, there, you can see it. There we go. Crisp apple. And a carrot cake muffin from Dunkin' Donuts. Which the icing is not pretty. Look, Jeff. Look at the icing job. Every time it's different. It never looks like the picture, I swear. When I got my carrot cake. Yum, yum, yum. Welcome, Lex. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Legendary.
Legendary. Jeff, I don't think we have a sound command for you. We need to get one for 6 or 2
1,
when you come in.
breathe.
Remind me, Jeff. I need to find a sound command. Like Legend of Zelda ting or something. I don't know. You know? That way it has a notification when you enter chat.
Let's go somewhere cooler.
I don't think we have one for Rain either. Oh yeah, we do. Scream, that's right. How can I forget? It screams at me when she joins chat. Thank you for the lurk, Legs! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, I'm eating this with a fork, I think. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. It's making a mess already.
One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and
Oh, catch the wild barnacle. 1, 2, 3. I think Chi-Chi's my spirit animal.
Hey, do you know what?
Nope.
Neither do I.
I don't know.
Already forgot.
She forgets everything. She stretches a lot. And she tries to remind herself to breathe. Sounds like me. And then you got Holly, who calls her kitty cat, so I don't know. I can relate to a lot of these characters. She'll go, here, kitty, kitty, kitty. In a minute. Rigged? No one caught the barnacle. Totally rigged.
Okay, I'll be back now.
Welcome back.
I'm realizing that I think I forgot to mute in Discord with muted on stream.
I didn't hear anything, so
Yeah, I didn't think so. My microphone's pretty good about not picking things up.
it's been super quiet.
I'm sure stream heard though.
I was telling
Unless
stream that I think Chi-Chi's my spirit animal. She's like, I forgot all the time, and she's like, I can't remember either. And then she's like, always stretching, and then she's like, breathe, and I'm like, yeah, sounds like what I try to do on stream: stretch, breathe, and I forget. I forgot what I was doing already.
Shit. I got to upgrade something.
I'm feeling alright today. I'll take the chance to try to get some more done than usual.
Waiting for Collie to go, here, kitty, 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 but she hasn't been yet. I'm eating a carrot cake muffin. And I have drink grain. I have this. The apple crisp one. Ta-da.
I was going to try and eat ramen with sticks, but I don't have the dexterity in my hands today.
Oh.
It's not gonna happen.
Do what you can. Use a fork. It'll be okay.
I know. That's what I had to go get. I had to go grab a fork.
Much to keep me occupied, old thought patterns start to creep back in, and as soon as I start talking about it, the flashbacks start.
I need to read Collie's story too. And I'm relatable to her even more than I know too. Like, dang it. I love how their stories are relatable.
Ollie's is actually pretty relatable. It's insane on how relatable hers are. Granted, I only know a small bit of it just because of that event that we had a little while ago.
Chi-Chi is more of her just daily actions that I relate to.
Yes.
Alright, I finished my muffin. It was so good. Oh, when Night Rain gets in here, maybe we'll go treasure hunting. We could probably use help in this area to defeat all these guys and get all these treasure chests. Stuff I need. And we're exploring again and getting in trouble. The adventures continue. Really, I need to go to this tree, but I know it's a trap. There's nothing but death there. Okay, commission done. Teapot done. I just gotta spin my resin and I'm what? What's the word? Oh yeah, done. Yeah. Are you really done? Are you ever truly done in this game? There's always more adventure to be had. Okay, so that didn't hit either one of those. Maybe because it's raining, I bet. The rain is putting out the torches. Please hurry up and be done raining. Does it always rain in this city? I just hope we see some Fontaine hints soon. Fontaine hints soon? What is that? Sorry.
Fontaine's gonna be the new area that we get.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Does that come with the new cat girl?
I think so, yeah. If not her, someone else.
My new spirit animal?
Yes, your new spirit animal.
I need her so bad. My life will not be complete. It's the nation of Hydro. Ooh.
I already have it. I already have it. Okay.
Ah!
Now it's what I need next.
Potatoes and meat. Jessica! Hello, Jessica. Welcome to the stream. We're heading there next, but Kirara is actually going to be out next patch. I need it. Need Kirara. Would you be interested in my sales pitch? Okay, only 90k more.
Whoever pays the most.
It's a little
No.
steep for Mora.
No sales. What are you trying to sell now?
Yeah, we don't do self-promo stuff.
Yeah. Let's see. Ah! Huh? You fiery beast! You must die! Meet the wrath of Gigi. Oh! There's a chest here. It appeared.
Wasn't there something in here a second
Gigi has lots of wrath.
Yeah, sure. We'll go with that. Wait, where is this located at?
You know you like it.
Oh, fuck. That hurt.
It's raining again. Crap, every time I turn... Does it always rain in this
It
town?
does actually rain in the
I
desert.
swear.
And when it does, it's always a lot heavier than this.
Ah! It's constantly raining here. And I changed the time to get away from the rain.
Oh, rude. Why don't you want to get away from me?
No, not you, Lady Rain.
Promise I'm not sniffling because of that comment. It's allergies.
Aww. Allergies. There's the CD. Also, there's the thingamajig on the wall. Oh. Can't select there. I'm not crying, you're crying.
No, I
Right,
just really
Jeffafa?
promised allergies. I'm like dying right now.
There's endless treasure here.
I need some selling some of this.
Yeah. Let's go explore under here. Oh, don't get stuck on the tree apparently.
Not for a little while, I don't think.
Thank you! Evan, thank you for the follow! Welcome to the stream! Are you lovely ladies not looking to co-op with each other then? At times we do. We just haven't today. Night Rain's gonna get on in a bit and join. And she's gonna co-op and help.
Yeah, normally we do co-op with each other.
Yeah, I think we normally always like co-op. For some reason we're just kinda doing our own thing today. Why am I under the floor? Guys. Guys. There's a situation. Help. I'm dying and I can't see myself. We found a glitch in the Matrix.
Oh goodness. Oh no.
I don't know how to get out front of the floor. They're just gonna kill me down here.
Teleport out. You'll have to teleport out.
Cannot switch characters while swimming. Yeah, I'm like stuck swimming under there. Okay, yeah, we're gonna. Can I teleport while swimming? Cause that's just messed up. I'm swimming in the deep dark underneath. I don't know how I got under there. I really don't. Like that. I don't know. Something happened. Jeff.
Oh, it's right here. Got it.
You know it, Jeff. Oh, I was following a Sealy. That's what I blame.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, and then I got the treasure chest. And then what happened after that? I don't remember. I got attacked, probably. Yeah, I got attacked. Oh, I went over here. I was gonna battle down under here, and then somebody attacked me, and somehow I ended up underwater. I don't even know. Yeah, I was fighting like right here.
Wait, where am I? What? Near the ruin guard. I think I might already have this one. I'm trying to clear all these, at least common chests.
Mm-hmm.
They do things, but it's so hard. Hello, Mr. Field Tiller. He doesn't say anything.
I don't. You know what? I need to do something. That sound. There.
Sun's
Okay.
out, guns out. Just sucks that I got so much work to do.
The only ruin guard I know of.
So, how do I get this
Floor below is in
treasure chest? It's not these guys. I don't know.
Yeah. I've already gotten this one, I think.
It's not this thing. There's no baddies.
Not that one.
I don't know. Evan, you don't have a trainer pass yet. Enter Pokestar. Yes.
Yes,
So welcome, Evan. I hope you're doing awesome. Thank you for that follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, you got a Torchic. Cool beans.
Vortex a good starter.
Yeah, Pokecat Torchic.
Not quite it. Maybe it's a little further up then.
Yeah, that's just a mystery to me then. We'll come back to this treasure chest because it doesn't want to give me any secrets, and it's not raining right now, so that's a plus. And there's a duck. Bunch of ducks. Gold duck has been caught by KimonoKat. We're talking about ducks, and I catch a gold duck. Over appropriate. Okay, so I gotta fight these guys, and I'm not ready for this. Oh yeah. Just waste that move.
No, definitely not.
God, he's so strong. Oh no! Did I get trapped again? I did! Look! I'm under the freaking floor again. How? There we go.
Why do you do this?
I don't know! Maybe he slammed me under the floor. I don't know. And she targets the fire one. She's really good about that.
Orders given. Orders received.
And then, we're gonna pull out her. Do this and this. We're gonna pull out Whelp and do this and this. We're gonna put up a shield. And we're gonna, like, fight the floor with these guys a bit. Although she's, like, stuck.
Let's end this quickly.
I missed a spot.
Then we're gonna go. Ah!
You ain't messing around.
And doop doop doop. Heal up people a little bit. GG. Give some healings. I feel like somebody keeps healing him somewhere. Oh! I can dig up the treasure chest not even fighting these guys! Oh. There we go. That was the quest! I don't even have to stay here and fight these guys! I can just be done if I want.
You
Oh.
should probably just run. And just,
Yeah. I just want to light all these too, though. And see what this does, but they're everywhere. And I'm guessing you have to beat all the bad guys to do it, but... yeah. Before they knock me through the floor again... Nick Dothy, welcome! What's good? It's the blue one that's healing? Yeah, so I would have to target the blue one first, didn't it? The water one. Yeah. Freeze the water one. You must die, water boy. Thank you, Evan. You think you're unfrozen for 2 seconds. There. Now he's dead.
normal, no problem.
I have all kinds of problems.
We love you.
I misfired that. I'm back. Welcome back, meow.
Let's end this quickly.
So am I not making
Ah! Don't do it.
Yeah. They're all peach, but
We know you do. Bio, what are you talking about? Yeah. Trying to win here.
Let's end this quickly.
strawberry peach.
These guys are just tough.
Here. You want me to drop it
There.
out here?
Now there's one more of this dude.
I just haven't tried it yet.
He keeps shooting me in the back. He's gonna fall off this ledge and make me mad. Where did he go?
Yeah, I have some in here.
Of course he fell off the ledge. Or he's living on the ledge. Oh, there he goes. He died. KimonoKat, I saw your invisible cloak on before. Chair looked empty? Yeah, I went away and got snacks earlier.
Oh, that's fine.
I went and got snacks.
Oh my god, there's so many more chests.
Doing okay. Surviving over there. But yeah, welcome everyone. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Welcome in, Evan. Nice to meet you. And thank you for the follow. Welcome back, Nick. Healthy, welcome back, Bio. Meowgard. Welcome back, everyone. I'm gonna check one thing real quick. Curious.
I'm feeling alright. I'll take the
So
chance to
close.
get some more done than usual.
4 followers for my 2,000 follower goal, right? 4.
Yes.
And I can celebrate. We're so close. I don't know what I'm gonna do to celebrate yet, but
I don't know.
pretty awesome. Okay. Is there anything else in this area that I need to know about? Yeah.
There's all kinds of things.
Well, it said the thing was under the tree, so I'm guessing we got the treasure chest we were supposed to get under the tree. I'm guessing that mission's done.
If it disappeared in, yeah.
Yeah. I think I got it before I even finished beating them up. No. Strange lines of text seem to hide some secret. Oh. Maybe not. No, gotta go back over. Oh, that's a different thing. Treasure. Why on earth doesn't Genshin have a 1440 window? P window? I don't know.
240p? Oh, I have no idea.
It would be beautiful that big, but I can't imagine the amount of data space it would take.
Back.
Welcome back, Turtle.
I ordered Taco Bell. I was lazy to make a sandwich.
Bruh. It's not that hard to make a sandwich.
Yeah, I was at the kitchen and then I was like,
According to today's forest patrol route map,
Same.
I'll just order
we
Taco
need
Bell.
to head here first, then make our way over to.
Almost ready? Okay. Then you can come help me get all these treasure chests and beat up all these baddies that are tough.
Yeah, don't do what I'm doing. I've been doing this for 5 hours now.
I think it can go 4K.
I can't.
Oh.
You needed something with the computer for tracing, ray tracing and stuff. It's beautiful.
Oh,
Is
it's
it?
4K?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sure.
I've seen it in 8K. It's crazy.
Oh. What the?
And no, I'm not eating tacos.
Tacos.
I don't eat tacos from Taco Bell unless it comes with in the combo.
What did you get?
It's got chalupas.
Chalupas.
And the potato tacos.
Potatoes.
Potato
Is it burrito with potatoes in it, or is it actual tacos with potatoes in it?
tacos?
Yeah, they've always been there. The potato
I
tacos.
don't know.
What the fuck are potato tacos?
Just tacos with potato in it.
I'll have to look again. I don't know. I usually get quesadillas.
Yeah, they're like $1, $1.10 depending.
Yeah, we're gonna shoot you. We're gonna throw out this. We're gonna shoot out Traveler.
It's just
We're
a
gonna
taco
go
with
here. We're gonna double
seasoned
ginger
potato
ale.
and
Doohickey.
chipotle sauce with
We're gonna
lettuce
go
and cheese.
this.
That's all it is.
Freeze. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go smash all these things. Charlie eating tacos. They're almost like tacos.
No, I'm eating American tacos, not tacos.
Oh yeah. Well, there's
Not
definitely a
true.
difference.
It's just American.
Ah!
Oh, the nacho fries are back.
Did see that.
Yay!
Wasn't there when I went on Monday.
They change them over the weekends, I'm sure.
No, don't eat your stuff.
Okay, jeez.
Yeah.
Meow.
And my PC lagged at 0.1k. Oh no! No.
Yeah, I didn't see that up there. Which means I've already done that.
It got really quiet.
I need dendro. Crap.
Turn her up.
What? I didn't mean to get quiet.
That's okay.
Do you want me to speak loud?
No, not you,
it was
turtle.
me.
Oh.
God. Jeez. Burn.
God, that hurt my ears.
Turtle is OP. Missing.
No, I'm not. This is regular damage.
Oh.
OP is the big streamers. OP.
Want to do pools all day long?
Yes.
And log into other people's accounts for lucky pools?
But at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get. And what
They
you
do
think
pools
is
for
on
other
top
people all
is
day long.
entirely up to you.
You ready? Okay.
Stop that.
Mm. And yeah. Lots of stuff, but no treasure chests. Oh, we're still going the right way though. So I guess we have to beat these guys up after all. On Chi-Chi.
There's no end to this. Another test subject.
Opening box of the Death Ray Tricks.
The wild Swirlix appear.
Light goes on.
Fries.
Get your ice cream here. Just kidding. Oh, I have ice cream in the fridge. I forgot about that.
Oh, ice cream.
It's like frozen yogurt, popsicle ice cream bars, I guess. Ice cream bars is the right word.
Those are good.
One's like mint chocolate chip, and the other one's like just chocolate fudge or something. But they're like 100-calorie ones, so.
Heck yeah.
instead of eating 1,000 calories, you know? When I want ice cream.
Just for some gelato.
I'm preparing to eat healthy. I just gotta eat all the bad stuff first and stop buying bad stuff. I'm gonna go this way anyway.
I'm getting real tired of these Pokemon just escaping.
Right? How rude.
I swear the game hates me.
Let's get it on!
I just want to beat up this building. Okay, I got Nola's talents as high as they'll go until I ascend her to 90. Wow. Not hurting me, people. Fire plant, you were gonna die, just saying. Don't hurt me. I will freeze you to a frozen fire plant.
I didn't feel the sacred name. Watching Berserker. Oh.
Dang. Don't. There. Don't.
Faster?
It says, posted in Discord my Genshin character. I'm sure I'm so far behind I haven't played for years, it feels. Not sure how long laptop is going to last with doing homework and lurking, but here I am gonna give it a whirl. Thank you so much, Artist. It's good to see you. Good luck on your homework.
Somewhere
We miss you.
cooler.
I've definitely already gotten this one.
Alright, I'm gonna look and see what Bio posted. Let me look in the Genshin channel. Ooh. No, you got level 40. What's your AR? You gotta be level 16. Mine are only level 50. But I haven't ascended in forever.
I don't think you never ascended.
Yeah, I have. They started
Yeah,
like
she's
level
ascended
20.
once.
20, 30, 40, 50. I've ascended a few times. I think the first ascension gets you to level 30 and the second gets you to 50 or something.
No, World Ascension, not.
Oh, not the world. No, I haven't the world at all.
2,
Okay.
You're level 22. See, I'm 25. You're not that far behind.
2, 2, 3.
This is
I was
why I
gonna
don't
say,
ascend.
4.
If you've at least like World Ascended once, I
It
can
would-
see that. But
Yeah, if I world ascend, I'm gonna have to backtrack like you guys are going to do.
Well, you can't until you hit World Level 5.
Oh god. I might hit
Yeah.
world level 5. By
And once you
accident.
hit World Level 5, you have to wait 3 weeks to do that.
Oh god.
What?
That says it can only decrease it once per reset.
Oh shit! I didn't realize it was once per week.
Bird of Hermes is my
Oh.
name. Oh!
Well, it's a good thing I only went back down to level 4.
Arrow.
That's all I
Cool.
needed to do.
I like it, I like it, I like it. World level 1, just like me. Because I refuse to go up so that people can play.
Once per day? Is it once per day?
That's it.
Bonus points. You know that
Change
quote?
world, option decrease.
Hmm.
Decrease. After changing your world level, you cannot change it again for the next
God.
24 hours. Yeah, okay, so once per day.
Trying to know what I know about you, and I don't know.
So I wonder if they changed it.
Once per day,
Probably did,
nice.
because it was a week.
They probably realized how much people were struggling.
Anybody know where this quote is from? The bird of Hermes is my name. It's gotta be an anime. Turtle probably knows.
I don't know.
I don't pay attention to anime lore, I just watch it and that's
Akaro.
it.
Very helpful, Turtle.
Akaro. The bird of Hermes is my name.
I don't know that.
Hmm.
Don't know that at all.
You know that. Shane,
Oh,
welcome! Maybe Shane knows.
Me?
He's the man of
Shane knows
knowledge.
everything.
We are here to pick your
What?
brain, Shane. Welcome.
What are we talking
Shane.
about?
In the Genshin
Anime
channel,
Oh.
what does
I
the
don't know.
phrase, the bird of Hermes is my name, come from? No, it's a weeb thing.
Don't think I
Not
ever heard of
necessarily
that.
Genshin. I don't think it's Genshin at all. I think it's anime. It just happens to be his Genshin name.
Oh, I got this yesterday. I definitely have that one already.
He's gonna Google it.
Probably.
Shane is.
I mean, that's something we could have done too, but you know, we're streaming. They have an excuse.
I've not been keeping up with anime, plus I've got a lot of work, so my brain isn't working well at the moment. Understandable, understandable. This is gonna be old, though. This is gonna be at least 3 years old. Helsing. Oh.
Well, it's been on my list because the voice actor for Alucard is the voice actor for Itachi Uchiha.
So Rain should have known the answer.
For a really long time. No, I've never seen
No, because
Hellsing.
you haven't watched it yet.
Yeah.
I haven't either.
Hellsing's been on my list to watch because of that reason, but
I don't know either.
hundreds of them. Yeah.
Oh, that's the temple I was working.
I have way too much time, I hate it.
Clearly. Why is my game freezing? Oh, my entire computer froze. I love that.
Let's go
My parents are home.
There we go.
Turtles
All
in
just don't went
trouble.
online. Are you fucking kidding me? Some straight bullshit.
Teleport. Who has time to keep up with anime? There's hundreds of them. This is true. I don't. I don't have time to watch them. I work too much. Hellsing Ultimate was from 2006.
Yeah.
I started to look it up and saw something about.
2006.
But
I definitely was not
he's an
watching
Egyptian
anime at
god
that time.
that shares similar rules to Hermes. Oh. See? Why does that still say it's 5?
I did not watch anime in 2006. I probably did not start watching anime until like 2009, 2010.
I was in high school in 2006. Let's see.
I was
Another
not,
test subject. That tingle?
Oh, I saw some eggs
I was
up
Abby.
here somewhere. We gotta go this way. There's the full point. Oh. Found 5 stone tablets. Let's see these. They're all over the place. Let me see. There's a lot of missing text here. It's quite disjointed. Also, I'm still not sure the order. But anyway, this is my best guess. If I line up it like this, it's as follows. In the beginning, when the people assembled to a farmland, a god named descended. Whose domain was over the dust, which reached shrouded the skies for thousands of miles around. Shrouded the skies for thousands. Yeah. We see it, Bio. Bio posted the whole plane in Genshin.
Yes.
So the reading speed varies. Interesting on the autoplay. Like one thing it made me read super fast. The second one it's like stuck.
No!
Like,
Oh my god.
God laid down 4 commandments for the people. Then another god descended,
I just
whose domain was over Geo,
just
who
closed the
brought the
game
people
by
of
accident.
Liyue to this place. Jointly, they shepherded the people for their protection.
This is why I play it in windowed mode, but like,
And the assembly
God.
was named Holy.
we're not gonna talk about this.
Holy Assembly. Rain, are you causing trouble over there?
I might have accidentally closed the game.
No.
Well, it doesn't help that the freaking close button for the window is like just above the close window for the map. Can't help it. My fault. It's a poor design choice.
Maybe they'll tell the story of what happened next. Search for the stone tablet 002. Okay. We shall find these tablets
Faster? Okay, faster.
if they are nearby. Yes. Teleport.
Well, have fun with that.
Oh god. Is it bad?
No. It gets a little harder as you go, but it's not terrible.
I'm guessing I gotta fight this monster.
Oh, the field tiller? It'll be okay.
Hi, buddy.
Life goes
Wanna
on.
play?
Rise.
Wanna be my friend?
You're dead meat!
I just realized my little pumpkin on my stream blinks. I never realized it blinked.
Okay, so that was not my goal in this area. He just was in the way.
Shoot.
Ooh, there's a thing. Pew, 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 pew.
Is this an answer
A wild bergamite
Oh,
appeared.
hello!
Hi, welcome.
Darn nerds. You're
you startled poor Raid.
I didn't hear anyone pop in because I'm in streamer mode.
I didn't hear it either. I just heard his voice too. He could have totally scared the crud out of us.
I mean, technically, I joined twice.
Did you? I didn't
Yeah.
even know.
Genshin makes it run in administrator mode, so I had to restart my Discord to be an admin so I could actually use push and talk.
That's
Yalgard is burning my ears too. Burn Pokemon trainer.
Oh, that's rude.
Oop, Shane. Splashed Shane. What else can we do to Shane? Nope, just like myself. I don't. And kiss myself. Self-love. There we go. Lady Rain kisses Bio on the cheek.
That's heckin' rude.
You can run. That's funny too. When you run, there's a sound for it. It's a sound command.
My computer is struggling right now. Said market, damn it.
Gonna get these bird eggs. I'm gonna come down over
I didn't
here.
want the bird night anyway.
Huh?
Oh, I didn't catch the. Well, I didn't even try and catch the Pokemon. That's fine. I completely forgot about the Pokemon things.
Ah, he's so evil. You don't like me. Investigate. So many words, just made a copy. Dude. You're annoying me. Anything of interest to say? I think we're good. I think we'll teleport over to. Unless there's a hidden treasure chest of sorts. Nope, not dealing with you. Teleport.
There we go.
So, Bagito, what city are you in? What are you working on?
I don't know what city I'm in right now. I'm just trying to clear all these exclamation marks that are everywhere.
Oh god, the red
Your
dots.
purple ones?
For the characters and stuff like that, because it has stuff to
Oh.
claim for ascending and all that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and just so you know, you don't have to click on every single voice thing. You can literally open the tab for it and then close it and it goes away. So you don't have to listen to all of them. Yeah, I
always
discovered that.
do all of it.
Alright
Yeah.
then.
I always listen to
that'll
all
save
of
you some
them.
time.
Okay, that's definitely good to know.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I always sit there and go, oh, and list all of them.
Yeah, I already clicked through like 3 characters.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I did that too.
Hmm. Gonna get in there.
Faster.
Thank you
that
for the
with
biddies, Shane.
Pretty
Thank
much
you for the
almost
lurk.
all but like a handful of my characters
Appreciate it.
because I didn't realize that I could do that.
I hope things go better for you. And work is less stressful.
Oh, dang it.
Only listen to my favorites. That makes sense. I usually just click through most of them as fast as I can so I don't have to listen to them. Because I'm always in a hurry.
Yeah. It's like I never minded listening to Razor's just because I'm okay with Todd Havercorn's voice. And I'm so used to it for several different characters that he plays in animes, so. And there are a few that he voices that are actually some of my favorite characters, so.
I've been here before, but it must have not been in my game. It must have been in somebody else's game. Dun, 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 dun.
The heck are these people? I never fight them. Oh,
Okay.
it's gonna suck.
not in this one.
Oh, never mind.
Get back here, you little brat. Oh. Where did he go? Tried blowing him up, it didn't work.
Well, the only section of Mondstadt area that I have to get is Dragon Spine now. Mark off all the
Yay.
chests.
Lots of coins. Chase down the
Dragon
coin,
Spine I
squirrel.
don't feel like doing the chest for right now, but I just need to go talk. Go feed the little foxes.
Meow.
Go talk to the little foxes. If I can't talk to them, I'm gonna go feed them.
Okay, it's this way. Action cannot be performed during combat. So we gotta make sure we're not in combat anymore. There.
I finished the Mondstadt.
Get more stone tablets.
On that one at least. Adventure. Hero's Journey.
No. Damn.
I've gotten ready for work now. I hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you, Jeff. Good luck at work. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for your help. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah. All the doves.
I guess I don't need to get the rest of the chests, huh? Because it doesn't give me achievements, but it gives me the primal gems.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't have a lot in the way of pro gems. How many days do I have left on these guys? 2 weeks? Oh, I have to wait till the next refresh.
Oh. Lord.
Don't want
Sit
to
up
wait till
straight.
the next refresh. Should I just do single pulls and see if I can get Nahida? Or Nilo?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck
I
it.
mean, you can. Better do 10 pulls, of course. Unless you're
Yeah,
like
but
right
I
close
don't
to
have enough
pity,
for
then do
temples.
single. But then if you're real close to pity, do the single pulls.
It doesn't matter which way, I'm not gonna be anywhere near it. Not like you are, Mono. I don't have anywhere near as much as you do.
I think I'm at 60. No. Oh, I think I made it to like 40. I don't know what I'm at yet. Getting
Yeah,
closer.
but like
We're
the
not quite
amount
to
of
70.
primogems compared to what I have, I don't
Mhm.
have that.
Yeah. I'm trying to get more since I used them all up. Really, 5 stars can happen? Yeah.
Oh, it
We
can.
Whelps have one simple
Yeah,
rule. Whoever pays the most
I have not
gets
had
the
any luck this
most.
time around.
Yeah, what Azzy Turtle got. Nihada, how do you say her name? Already.
Nahida.
Nahida. There we go.
That's what I say
I
at
don't know
least.
why I can't remember that.
I got Nilo.
I don't know, but...
Spooky. Into the ruin. What do we enter at? That's a good question. I opened it. I heard it open. But I don't know where it's at.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh my god, that freaking person actually rang the bell? No, stupid.
What?
The delivery driver, she rang the bell.
Oh no.
Even though it says leave in front of garage door.
Yeah, of course.
No,
5
parents are
bits.
gonna bitch.
The
Cause you work
underscore
every
with
day.
Dathy shared.
Yeah,
X5.
because
Thank
we
you
went to the
so
buffet
much,
earlier.
Oh yeah.
Nick Dothy. Oh, so they're like, you don't need me ordering extra food. You should eat enough.
And they don't like it when I order food.
Oh.
Well, it's your money.
I mean, yeah,
Thank you,
but
Nick Dothy.
it's a Hispanic household. It's way different.
It's fair. I mean, I come from a white household. My mom would do the same shit your parents do, so I
I don't
get
know
it.
why they are here.
See.
It's a little early.
Got picked up early.
I can hear it through my mic. I'm giving my brother $5 to go pick it up.
Oh my god. Get him in trouble instead.
Uh,
I think my mom's fine with it. It's just my dad. He's the one who judges a lot.
That's fair. Oh yeah, it's open. I can finally get the thingy that's in there.
will they not yell at your brother? Be like, no, we know he didn't do it, so we won't yell.
Huh? Aw. Wow, so they're missing 2? Oh.
Oh. Doing it. Doing it. I don't know what I'm doing down here. I feel like reading through this. There's so much to go through. Internet voice acting here is just driving me insane. Oh, so I don't know what you're doing, Mona, but we just have your big face.
I know.
We just
It's
have-
okay.
Okay. Wasn't sure if you knew or not. Oh.
Let's see. What did I miss? Poke catch. There you go. Welcome back, Miss Dusty. Poke catch Ultra Ball. Yeah. Oh, artist is gonna catch it. She catches all of them. She plays, she catches all of them.
Oh, do I have to go? What? That's some bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Oh, seriously? Why?
You okay, Ray?
No?
I hear the voice of fate,
I'm gonna fight someone.
speaking my name in humble supplication.
Lady didn't get to catch it, and only I did. Oh no!
No, it's some bullshit that I couldn't get it either.
Oh, usually artist catches them all.
For I, Fischl, and the princess
Like, I never catch them, but like... That's some straight bullcrap, man. Why does it keep running away? What the hell is this shit? Mono, I'm just gonna tell you right now, do not do this shit with the mushrooms.
Okay.
Don't be friends with the Aranara. They'll just get you in trouble every single time.
Sounds like trouble.
They're driving me insane.
Sounds like it. Be right back a sec. Okay.
For I, Fischl, and the
Io, buddy, are you there? Are you eating stuff?
No, I'm here. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing.
Not what I'm doing, apparently.
Just any adventure you want.
R&R.
No, I gotta see like what the good party comps are now and stuff like that.
I hear the voice of fate.
Alright, Benjamin's Jesse.
My name in humble supplication.
I'm very sad that Fischl isn't S tier anymore.
Yeah.
Because she was my queen.
I mean, she still can be.
But she's not S tier. And I only kept Zinling because she was so good. She actually annoys the hell out of me.
The desert's a tough
Yeah.
but at least
Yeah, I don't
it
like
doesn't
her.
hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
Can y'all just stop talking? You have a lot to say, people, and I'm getting real
Not-
sick of it.
Not gonna lie, I took you for a Mona main. Mono.
Me?
Yeah. I mean, the names are like the same.
True.
Do you even have Mona?
I don't think so. No, the next one, the one that the cat one that's coming out has a Kirara is the one I want.
Have one
Kira.
simple rule. Whoever
Kirara.
pays the most is your new boss.
Kirara.
Yeah, okay. Did that. Oh, God. I don't have the patience for that.
Put her on an aggravate team. She's just as good as any other Electro. Says Peekman bio. Sixer! Shh! I see you. I see you.
Let's go do Ayaka's stuff, I guess.
What do you want help with? I'll go kick butt.
I feel like I want to do it.
Bonky. You know, when are you gonna play Genshin again, Sixer? You wouldn't hit a child, would you?
Punch you off the edge of this bridge.
I'm just a child, don't hurt me.
What's their current? Oh god.
Oh. You know, Peekman is a shorthand for Pokemon, by the way. Yeah, Pokemon trainer.
Oh no.
I don't know why I call it Peekman, but yeah, I know it's Pokemon trainer.
Don't know where.
Peekman's actually Peekman, the little Little guys with the little flowers on their heads. I don't know. I don't know why I call it Pikmin. I guess because it looks like Pikmin, but I know it's Pokemon. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I should just call you Kiro. Kiro.
Probably a good idea.
Kiro.
Where do I find the details for the stupid Genshin thing again? Oh my god.
Because words are hard. There we
I
go.
hate delivery drivers.
Same though.
Are you in trouble, Turtle?
There we go.
No, they forgot my fries. They come with the Cravens box. The burritos that also comes with the Cravens box.
What? So you put half of it in there?
I only got half of the Cravens box. And there was 3 of them.
Oh no.
Might be easier. Yeah.
I'd be pissed.
They did give me my free reward, but not the stuff with the boxes I actually paid for, which is dumb.
That would piss me off so much.
I was actually excited for the fries, to be honest.
Oh no.
Well, it's like nacho
I guess that
fries,
would be
right?
really pissed off, to be honest.
Like, of all things, you can forget the tacos, but give me my fries.
The nacho fries, right? Oh my god,
Yeah.
nacho fries are good.
4, 2, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm gonna mute myself, eat this food and cry a bit.
Oh, just eat it and enjoy it and be like, aha.
No,
Whatever.
I can't enjoy it if I don't have my fries
Well,
and burrito.
nice. Oh, you forgot my fries. Not the driver, of course.
No, the driver too. Yep, they have to be checking if the order's correct.
Well, if it's sealed up, how can they check?
May the glory of the princessin bring light to this world.
18. What? Did I not sign up for this shit?
No.
Oh my god. Oh gee, thanks, Mama.
You didn't sign up for it. Just so you know.
Oh my god. I swear to god, if I did not sign up for this. I swear to god I did though. Yeah. No, I definitely did.
1, 2.
I signed up for
I
it.
created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, and the princessin defer.
Uh-oh.
Hey, do you know what?
What?
Neither do I. I already forgot.
Yep, I already forgot.
I've definitely done all the watching, that's fine. And the streaming is what I want to do.
Jeez. Oh, here's a treasure chest for you, Lyle.
Oh, I'm already gone.
Where did you go?
Over there.
You know there's a bunch of them in this area, right? And I can tell you all where they are. But that's okay. There was one on that boat, too. The big boat. Let's go back. Alright, I'm following you. Teleport. There's a bunch of them in that city, though.
Oh, apparently every event week starts on a Wednesday. So, this first week started on the 12th, and it ends on the 18th, aka Tuesday. So, the hours that I'm picking up today count for.
Oh, for this week or last week? What were you saying?
So for the streaming thing,
Uh-huh.
so it starts on a Wednesday, ends on a Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
So.
So this is still part of the same week. Dang it.
Oh. I don't know if Turtle can hear me, but Midget Monstrosity wants to know what app he ordered from.
Tacos?
The
Taco
taco app.
The taco app. That's not helpful. Bye.
Oh. like Uber Eats or
DoorDash or whatever.
DoorDash
Yeah,
or what
and
service?
the DoorDash stuffs, yeah.
Because different services offer different options. He's muted.
So.
He's feeding his face.
I'm telling you, it's the taco app. And if there isn't a taco app, they need to create a taco app.
There is a taco app, but you have to pick it up yourself.
Well, no. I'm talking like a legitimate, like, here's every place around you that serves tacos.
There needs to be.
Well, there is a taco app. It's called Taco, but it's all of your tasks on one screen. Not really tacos.
Okay, faster.
So, I guess you gotta get on it, Bio.
That's so much work.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And there's still...
Yeah, right. Now I'm confused on if I actually even signed up for this. I'm pretty sure I signed up for the...
She literally just said, say my name.
Oh, I still have to wait out hours for that one.
You asked for it.
That's not helpful. Notices. Parade. The parade thing. Because I don't know. No, it's fine. I know that too.
Oh, the pretty flowers.
Oh, I can go to Boo-Boo's pharmacy.
A wild fetchender appeared. If anybody needs a fetchender.
Good job blowing yourself up.
It's okay. You didn't hurt much. Just a little.
It is a flesh wound.
Yeah, I've done that.
You done on the ball? I'm out of those? Oh, jeez. I need to buy more balls from the poke shop. Let's see.
I feel like I'm being stalked.
Folks. I know nothing.
Oh my I like.
Uh.
I gotta turn my pumpkin off. That's stupid.
Yay! I caught Fetchender. Oh. Oh, here's one of those gold thingies.
Need to get something from A to B.
Yeah.
I've already done a thing.
There was ore. I couldn't turn down ore.
Oh my god.
Saw my friend Nora today in chat. He was doing good.
I'm done.
Part of my efforts to make amends. My Monstrosity, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for using your Prime. I do appreciate that.
Oh, there's another one. 5 million of those things. We're like
Over here
250
being
or something.
Things trying to figure out everything. Like, I think I'm already set up. I think we're okay. I'm linked to Twitch, so it should be fine. Okay. Just not worry about it, and I'll do my stupid quest thing that I was gonna do. Okay.
Get them!
I really need to, like, add more things. Or, like, more Marvel things to my stream. Oh, where am I going? Over here. I'm taking an extra month to catch you live. My god, it was determined. No worries, Mr. Monstrosity. No worries at all.
Oz, reveal thyself!
Commission accepted. Ta-da.
I do appreciate it. I don't know why it wasn't gonna let you
Sneaky meow.
offline, but
Thank you for the lurk, meow. Much appreciated.
Howdy. Please, straight on in.
I guess I should autoplay this. Why does that voice sound familiar? Okay, I'll take a look at it when I get a chance to.
Gotta get all the things and stuff, all the eggs.
What the heck? Is that a water crocodile?
Ha 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 ha. What are you ha 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 about? You know, sneaky. Oh.
Have a great stream. Thank you, Mr. Monstrosity. Thank you. I will take a look at your Discord message in a little bit.
Why am I getting sleepy? Because it's 9 o'clock. How long have I been streaming?
I don't know.
4 hours. 8
I've
minutes.
been live for 6 hours, so
Is
I need to
because you're
hop off.
old.
I hear the voice of
5
Whelp,
hours?
speaking my name in humble supplication.
Let's see. Yeah, 4 hours. 9
Mr.
minutes.
Rush. No worries, Benjamin Saraceni, no worries. I still try real hard to make sure that I respond as quickly as possible to things.
Mhm.
I have to stream next week. God dang it.
Woo!
Alright, heck yes. Alright, so now I got a trial version of her. Yay. Just the higher
There's
level
an
than I already have
observed
her at.
thing here.
Hmm?
I don't know what thing you're looking for, but there's an observation thing right here.
Yeah, I was trying to get to it and I fell.
Thank you for the follow! Thank you, thank you, thank you!
Reinforcements? No, not the reinforcements. Where are they? They're there. Ah, fucking treasure hunters, man.
Okay. Is that what you were looking for?
It was not actually.
Me. Let me see. So let me see where you're looking. Just from
Yeah, you
afar.
did it.
Navigate. There's been suspicious activity seen around Wangshu-en. Voldet is anxious about the end's safety. Help vertical.
We're fine.
Really, let me show me what it is. Come here. Work and Lark, thank you for the work and Lark. That was Vera. And you clicked on her, and then she told you to go do something, I'm guessing.
Yeah. I'm going to the suspicious location.
Oh.
Oh.
It's very suspicious.
Suspicious.
You can also buy Chi flowers from her.
Aw. I don't think I can. It's not my world. Cape looks like dragon / butterfly wings. Baby Pete. Her glider is pretty. Hmm? You need a wind person.
I know, I has no wind.
Let me help you.
I mean, I have
Please.
wind. I just have to switch.
I don't think you trigger it, Mono.
Hmm?
I don't think you can trigger it.
Probably not.
Oh, you don't think I can? I
Mm-mm.
think he has to.
I created another universe and founded
Eh,
paradise.
it worked.
No, it did? Oh, okay.
I mean, I can't collect the item now, but it worked. You gotta collect the item. Come back. The item is above us, straight up.
But the other stuff, I wanted to collect it first.
You gotta ride the current.
Like almost 7 hours, and I need to get off so I can make food.
Food. There you go.
I gotta make food. Dalton wants me to make some pasta so he can take it to work tomorrow.
Oh.
So. Yeah, I gotta make that at least. But I'll be back in Discord to hang out
Okay.
still. I just gotta make the
Alrighty.
foods. Which means I
Okay.
have to end the streams.
Okay. Good luck to me.
Right.
Let's get it on!
Life goes on.
I gotta be on my way. Nice meeting you all. You too. I hope to meet you again. Hero. I hope to. No, you gotta get up there. There's a treasure chest up high.
What if I don't want the treasure chest?
Then you don't have to collect it. You don't need it. It can stay there forever.
I forgot how weird the character movement was. How they take like 10 seconds to stop.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember the trick to getting that one. I'm guessing you have to come over here and fly down. But I don't know. Maybe this... I don't know. That one's pretty high up. Pew. And there's a treasure chest.
Right. Orders given. Orders received. Wheel of life.
A sand shrew. Why am I so sleepy? I was like, I just got this game going. I just got on, and now you're sleepy.
I mean, go to bed. Wow.
So I hope that makes it close enough to fly over there, but...
Faster? Okay, faster.
I don't think it does.
I don't remember how you get that one, unless you got one of the floaty people, like Wonder.
Yeah, it just makes it this first one like the other. Like just jumping from over here did.
Mm-hmm. Random chest. Another chest. Ooh, this is cool. This looks like a luxurious chest or something. That was an exquisite chest. A more treasure chest I can unveil. These two. Oh, big boy.
Life goes on.
Ooh, another chest.
Play. Yeah. Wheel of life.
Did you want the other treasure chest? I think they were this way. I don't remember. I've done lost my spot. I should have marked them. Where were they? Good question. I don't know. I unveiled 2 of them though. You won't have to fight them later. I'm just directionally challenged. I don't remember what that was. Oh, I think it was north. Like in that. I'll put it. It goes there. Does it put a star on your map too? No, it doesn't. Just mine. Ah, yep. See them now, both of them. Chantry's cave, nobody had caught it. Stats.
I'll be back now.
Hey. Welcome back.
Thanks. I just have to wait for the pasta to boil now. Well, one part that takes the longest, I can brown the meat and
Okay, fast.
do everything else after it's done boiling. Oh, I need to check this board.
Oh, one of those money ones? Yeah. Gotta get all the coins. Yep. It will turn into a money one for me. And he ran into the water.
That's cheating.
You asked for it.
So the other level was what, 9 hours a week?
I think so. So I technically just need another 3 hours for this week. Or no, I've already
No,
hit
less
it.
than that. Yeah, you've hit it. I'm the one that's like 2 hours short, I think.
Yeah. And like I had to like do some extra reading in it. I'm like, I haven't qualified. Like I'm pretty sure I signed up for it, but like there's nothing in my email about it either, which is concerning to me.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you won't get anything in your email until like...
Well, it said between the 14th and the 18th that it would email me.
Oh.
About it, yeah.
I don't remember if it emailed me or not.
So interesting.
Faster? Okay, faster. Right design.
There you go.
Oh, I was just gonna switch. Right.
I like my data. She can bust some rocks. Is there one hiding in the bush? There is.
I was wondering. I was like, what's right there?
Yeah, it's one of those things. Alright. Fly, boys.
Faster?
Yeah, because essentially all you have to do is stream 3 hours each week, and then that checks as your check-in or whatever. But then you also have the streaming duration, so if you reach a total of 30 hours during the time, you get like the whole like 1600 or whatever. I think that's how it's working. Yeah, because it doesn't have to be within 1 week, it just has to be during the time. During the streaming time.
I thought it was like per week you had to do a allotted amount.
So per week you just need to do 3 hours. And that gives you your 50 each week. Well, yeah. So you get 50 for the first week, 100 for the second week, and then 150 for 3 weeks. Yeah. But then, like, you have the streaming duration event, which just accounts for the whole thing. So when you reach 6 hours, you get 200 promo gems. When you reach 9 hours, which I already have, you get 250 for that.
You know how to check if you have it for sure or not? Is that when somebody new comes in your chat, ask them if the drop thing pops up.
Oh, I know the drop thing pops up. It pops up on mine.
Yeah. Well, then you know you
So I know it
got
pops up. Yeah. Like I know the drops pop up on my stream. Because I was getting drop rewards from my own channel. So I had the whole thing up. So I do know that. So I guess I do. And I'm participating in it, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, that's just a rock. And there's a wall thing right here too.
Hit 9 hours.
6 words are hard. Uh-oh.
Wait.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Back here on the wall.
I'll be getting 450.
Right here. That's a jumping emoji.
Yeah, I can't get it.
Why?
Oh, there we go. I had to climb up there to get it.
Oh.
I would be lucky if I hit 30 hours over the next 2 weeks. Which, I guess if I stick to the schedule I wrote myself, I can, but...
Can I break those? Maybe. Yeah. Oculus Jade. I don't know who uses those, but there you go.
There's a chest on the other side too.
Beto uses them.
Huh?
Beto.
I guess we both can pick them up.
No, only one person can pick them up.
Oh.
Because it's a specialty.
That's what I thought. I wasn't sure. What's going on, Sixer? How's life? How's things? How's stuff? How's work? Oh, big mamma jamma.
Wheel of Life. Oh, sacred name. Fortune preserver. Wow.
What's the hurry?
Catch. A wild flabby? A baby? The Sealy. Hi, Sealy.
Faster? Okay, faster.
There's a Sealy too. Ooh, God. What are those? He's no fun. And it runs away.
I'm back.
Oh, it's gonna take you onto the frozen mountain.
I'm scared.
See, these are a trap. Hey, caught the Pokemon. Oh, it's just right there. You're safe.
Oh, that shit.
You're not gonna freeze to death.
I'm scared.
I want to build a snowman.
You will freeze to death.
Will you help?
No, I won't. It's fine. Don't mind me, just still hanging in the tree.
Is that actually working?
Just chilling in the tree. It's all good.
Actually cooling you down? Or unfreezing you? I finally on. It's been 84 years! Yes, it has. Are you gonna freeze to death? Is your ice bar getting full?
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Frost Star. Not true.
Honkai Impact's next week.
Oh, darn it. I thought I could get away with it.
No, I gotta go. The trick in here is unlocking the teleport points and just teleporting to them really quickly. Because you don't freeze at the teleport points.
What's the
There's one right up there, yeah, you can get to it. You won't freeze up there. But you gotta unlock it first.
What's the hurry?
Okay.
Oh, jeez. Alright, I guess I can join you guys.
Let's see.
How can I not join your world?
I'm not in my world.
Oh!
I'm in Bio's world.
It's like, that makes sense now.
Oh, Meowgar's handing out hugs.
Goodbye.
Bye. Teleport. There we go. Oh yeah.
Nice.
But if you want to come help me kick butt.
Always. I'm always willing to help you kick butt.
Because there is that area. If I remember how to get back to it. That's
Discord
all
so
the
dumb. Why
treasure
can't I
chests.
have multiple accounts on one?
What I've heard.
On what? On
Like,
one
I wanna
Discord?
have
Desert's a tough
2
adversary,
PlayStation accounts on
but at
one
least it doesn't
account.
hide anything.
Discord account.
Oh.
See is what
Oh, yeah,
can
you
It'll
can't
do.
do
only
that.
let you share one, yeah.
Challenge is
Yeah.
Yeah,
entirely up to
that's
you.
really dumb.
I mean, if you own two and you have two accounts, that is dumb.
Run.
Run! How are you hugging yourself? Running away? Benjamin Saucy hugs Night Rain. Oh.
Yeah, low level. Woo!
There you go. I'm gonna back out for a bit. And then go to my world for about 30 minutes, and then I'm going to head to bed to work things and stuff. So it'll get me an hour from the 9-hour goal. Okay, and then... KimonoKat, yeah! Alright, where did I want help at? No. I don't remember. What was I doing?
Trying to go?
No, either. Oh, y'all can help me find this lost treasure thing. Night Rain, you joining? Night Rain. Although we look swift together. Mm. We look like a matching couple.
Don't think either one of them would get along with each other, but
Probably not. Oh, what I forgot. Can't find. Oh God. Let's see, exclamation.
I'm
Cat.
still loading in.
Wait. At. Legitness just
She
be.
can. Her can do whatever the heck she wants. You leave her be.
What? Oh, you won.
I
What
know,
can
I'm
I do?
waiting for the shit to boil. Yeah, but I need to wait for the pasta to boil before I can actually cook the meat. Because the meat's gonna take not very long. The pasta is what takes forever. I swear to God, I'm gonna fight you.
Okay, so I opened some kind of temple thing somewhere near here, but I don't know where the temple thing is. See?
Oh my
I
God.
turned on the light. Temple opened. I heard it go, but I don't know where it's at.
Oh my God.
I heard
How
it
did it go?
open. Yeah, that noise.
My
You are
God.
far ahead now. Oh my God.
Wait. Where are we? Hold on.
There's a temple we opened somewhere. And this is like one of 4
Are you talking
thingamajiggies.
about the domain that's over here?
Oh,
No? Oh shit. Hold on, give me a second.
this thing. Enter the ruin and search for a strange jade plate.
We mercs have
Come
one
on, your bird
simple
scared
rule.
me.
Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
Hungry. Nope. My phone says it's bedtime. Bad.
Guess we can rest a bit.
My people are used to the desert life, but still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms behind for a better life.
Sorry, the pasta started boiling over.
Oh. Yeah, you kind of need to get that.
Yeah.
We mercs have one simple rule.
Do you know where this
Whoever
temple
Just-
pays is your new boss.
Just put a wooden spoon over it, then you don't have to worry about it.
Fun thing, I don't actually have wooden spoons.
Now, if you get like one of those bamboo spoon
Redeemed
things, you can just put it
highlight.
over that.
Mono!
Yeah, but I don't
It
have
is
any
behind the
wooden
tree
spoons
in front of you, Mono.
of any kind.
Livonius with you next time.
It doesn't do me any good because I'm using the big
This tree?
pasta thing. Wait.
There's nothing behind this tree.
No.
Oh, this tree.
No. No.
Oh, the big red tree, I bet. Big red tree?
Oh, no.
Like in the rock. This one?
Jade blades. Genshin. I had to look them up because I couldn't remember where all of them were.
When standing at the trigger.
No. So we're looking for the jade plates now. Right? Yeah, okay. So... Done the one there. Okay. This one.
Hmm.
This one here. And this one here. Mono.
Mm-hmm.
Pop.
Okay.
It's a trap. Don't do it.
Aw. So like I said, I'm guessing. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've done this before.
Did you
I just had
teleport?
to look up where they were at. Yeah, I teleported.
Oh! Well then. I mean, you could hear it open though on the other one. That was the weird part. Yeah. Makes like temple opening sounds. Like, I guess you have to get them all before you actually get the temple to open or whatever. Or it doesn't open and you're just collecting notes and it just sounds weird.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Oh no. Quotes be quotes. Jeez.
I only wish life could be as leisurely as this a little more often. How greedy of me.
Is the other one near the other thing? That one. Oh, so they look like maybe like the corners? Aha, so like that one with that? Or did that, or was that arrow just was? Oh. But that's them. Yep. I know what they look like even on the map now. There we go. Means the other one is right here.
Oh shit, you've already found the other one.
One. Yeah. I figured out what they look like on the map.
Oh, okay.
They're little triangles with a circle in the middle.
Yeah.
There we go.
The one that was over here.
Now I just gotta find the actual. Talk to Sonia now and probably find the actual two. We're gonna go talk to her.
Yeah.
Teleport.
Can't remember where it was at. Did you get it?
I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. I found clues for the ruins. Now we gotta listen to her talk. Convergence. Remember? What?
My people are used to the desert life, but still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms behind for a better life.
Didn't show me. Being dumb. I'm gonna go here and see what it says. See, this is definitely not it. But it was like.
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide
Jeez.
What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
Okay. Navigate. Navigate's on, but it's not working. So we're gonna turn it off. Navigate somewhere else. I'll navigate back so it turns back on. Find the final ruin. Listen, I actually have to find it. Nice.
Mercs have one simple rule.
Oh.
Whoever pays the most
Is it?
is your new
1, 2,
boss.
3, 4. No. The Galarian Articuno and the Battle Coin Shop is vertical purple. Nice. For those who want to buy items or exclusive Pokemon from the PCG Exchange Coin Shop. Battle coin for playing ranked battles. Extension missions. Week. 8.
I wanna go to the map.
Mm-hmm.
It's that big blue circle.
Is it? Okay. Thank you. I'm going to delete that one then. Confirm. Co.
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
No. We don't need 2 Rains in this world. I don't know who that is.
What kind of a name is that? Hanako Hamagas.
Oh! Oh god, I could use Rain's help right now. Turtle, come save me.
I'm on my alt account.
No!
Have fun.
Right? I'm gonna be like, okay, this is fun now.
I could get there in less than a minute if you want me to.
I only have to fight like 4 of these big boys, or 3, I don't know. I might have it. Just might take me a hot minute with 2 players, 2 characters. Come on, Mono, just get good.
Damn.
Right?
Yeah, Mono, come.
Just get good. Kick their butts. Oh god, he's gonna roll out his things. Just gonna, oh god, that hurt. Get your gangly arms off me. Ugh. I'll let y'all beat each other up. Alright, Dea, I need you to come back out and fix the mud again.
Mono's still dying.
I'm not dying. What are you talking
Ruined
about?
Garden is over there.
Ah. Okay, so he's done. Now I don't know where you came from, but you're dead. God, did we finally beat them all? I think so. I don't know what day it is, but I think I beat them all. Get him with a small chair. Oh, gotta pick up a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He came and saved me. Okay, back to this thing.
Yeah, I've been kind of useless. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I already started that. Do I gotta do it again? Oh, there we go. Yes. Drain the water out. Yeah, you had to fight with 2 players. Like 3 giant monsters.
Sorry. I did it
'cause
once by myself.
Yeah, but at least you got 4 characters.
It's true. You only had 3. Sorry.
I only had 2, because you had 2.
Oh no. I thought Night Rain already joined when you were fighting
No,
it.
she just did. She just joined right as I finished. But I did get all the treasure, and that's the cool stuff. So we're good now. And joke.
Should be fine. You could do it with 1 character.
I know. At least, you know, I'm like OP right now compared to my world level. You can. You totally can. Nightring. You can go to the waiting room if you can't see us.
Yeah. Well, she should be able to see us. She's
I
probably
think she can.
Oh, sorry. I clicked onto my screen. One day. String cheese.
You just now saw string cheese.
Hello.
Hi,
Finally saw
welcome.
it. Welcome.
Sorry about that. It took like it took a very long time to update.
Yeah,
I was like, Rain, I'm gonna die. Where are you?
Sorry.
Ooh, I got a new key. Elaine's Shrine of the Depths. Key.
Ooh. Leo Shine ones.
Hey, I need to change my character.
Oh.
I need strong Dendro boy.
Strong Dendro. Yes. Give the strong Dendro. I just need the Hydra boy to go with my cryo girl. I need
Yeah, I need
Hayato.
him too.
I need Hayato to go with his little sister.
1, 2, breathe.
Let's see.
But no, I have to wait for Hayato.
I'm not
You're gonna
sure
have to wait
what
for a
he-
while.
I
Yeah.
know.
I only wish life could be as leisurely as
I
this
think
little
Hayato
moment.
comes after Zhongli.
How greedy of
And I
me.
know I'm gonna have to wait for Zhongli for a while too.
A blade embraces its duty.
I missed out
as a
on the
jeweler
Dendro boy.
cherishes their gems.
It's a little late to the game.
He was like 2-ish banners ago, I think.
Yeah, I think I rejoined at the Dea banner, or like right before.
You wanna help me figure this one out?
Oh, the Golden Slumber one?
Sarcophagus.
Oh.
Open the sarcophagus.
I don't think you can.
Oh,
open
you're
it unless
ahead
you
of that.
progress story.
What do you
I'm not
mean?
even that far. Like, I've got this quest and everything too.
Like I got the whole
I
map
can't even get the thing
unlocked,
open.
but
Oh,
I'm not
look, I'm
at the
falling through.
quest.
Get out of the floor, Raid! Get up here and join us already!
I'm floating in.
Oh my god.
It took me a second, you know, just floating around. Okay. I think we killed it.
Yeah, I think it's dead. Like, really dead.
I think it just got deleted.
Deleted rip for Meowguard?
What is another level meow? Oh jeez.
Dendro Boy is level 70.
I am currently level 40 on this, and I still do enough damage in Mono's world because she's very high.
I think my
Great.
Ike is level
Careful.
50.
Oh yeah. I'm trying
I
to get
just
her up
got
there.
her.
Yeah. I think I still have a little bit to go. Yeah, I've got to get her. I got to get some
I
Sakura
forgot.
blossoms and some handguards and some
I
fragments.
forgot how I did this.
I don't even know.
I don't know.
Run.
Maybe this is a bad one because I don't remember where I left off.
Oh, it was
Look
this
at a
one.
Dendro thingy
I did the
somewhere.
3 flippy things. I already did that.
Okay. Because Turtle had to help you with that.
Yeah.
Right.
I did that. The floor is gonna fall here if you stand too long, which is fine. So we actually need to go up, so I don't know.
I got a primo gem out of that.
Right? This is great.
Making the floor fall? Yeah. Oh, neither one of y'all have been here yet?
No. I haven't opened this yet.
I swear I've been here, but it may have been a different pyramid.
Yeah, I was in a different pyramid, but like this one I haven't been in because I can't open it yet.
Feels good to be back on PC though.
Right. I wanted to open that out of habit, even though it wasn't gonna do me any good.
Me too.
Aww.
I just love that this part of Sumeru is just
Egyptian.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's fantastic. Oh no, you gotta come up here. There
I
you go.
know. I was just falling all over the place. See you in a little bit. Okay, good luck. Enjoy your dinner.
Not me just standing on top of the fire like it's no
Yeah.
big deal.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Where did the blue thing go? Did it do its thing?
Oh, it went into its thingy.
It became a lantern.
Yeah.
So it's been a few days, so all the coins are back and everything. That's crazy. Oh, I don't want to talk to you, dude.
Did we solve this little puzzle in here? Where are we at?
Oh, there you are.
Did we solve this puzzle? Because there's a light beam going to a thingy.
We opened
And
the
there's a challenge
doors.
thing over here.
I don't remember if I did the challenge, but we opened the doors.
You did not, because it would have.
Oh!
12 Dendrios.
Oh, I'm doing this challenge, I guess.
Yep.
I can help you. Wait, over here. I can kind of cheat.
Mm-hmm.
Yay, we
There
did it! There,
It's
Mono.
common,
Okay.
but there you go.
Mono,
Bad stuff.
take your
I was
thing.
grabbing stuff.
There, we solved your
Okay.
puzzle for you. Or at least that one.
Yeah. The blue things are up above somewhere, but yeah.
Wait, where does this go?
I don't
Good
know.
question.
Hey, well, what do we do with this thing over here? Oh, that was for our Dendro thingy. I found an investigate thingy.
Oh, I died? Dang it.
Good job, Mono.
I did.
Wait,
I'm
what?
down here.
How'd you die?
I
Down
fell
here,
in the
other
air
way.
vent, believe it or not. I'm gonna have to, like, heal myself in a second.
You don't have X?
No. Hey, Mono,
Did
this
you
thing.
investigate this? I don't know what this is.
No, she's getting her little loot stuff over real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what this thing is over here.
Oh, I can't do those yet. I can't
Oh,
do the red
it's
ones,
not-
just the blue ones.
Oh.
I don't have the blue ones.
So
The red
maybe-
ones unlocked. Hold on a minute.
It's all new stuff to me, so.
Oh no. Yeah, same. Like I don't have the clearance at all either, so.
1,
And
2,
I'm I'm trying to see if there's somewhere.
4,
Oh,
2,
there's a
3,
ledge over here.
4.
Maybe there's something.
Okay.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, get off the wall.
Oh, it doesn't go
Ghosty.
anywhere. Oh, hey, there's the thing. Oh, yeah, no, it doesn't go anywhere. Because I literally fell in there earlier.
That's
It
just a
doesn't go anywhere.
pitfall.
Faster.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, faster.
there's like, okay,
What
the
about the
points
other
are...
side?
God, that scared me. I killed everybody's ears too.
Faster. Okay, faster.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't do anything. I was so not helpful. Oh, I think we left Mono behind. I don't think she knows where we went.
Okay,
You gotta keep on the
I'm
lead.
used to it.
I think it's more of we need to keep me and Night Raid on a leash. Because we just kind of leave her behind. Like,
I think
we
we're
can
just
actually
walking
do
in
anything in here.
circles.
Well, it's just that I don't know, like, the puzzle. Maybe we could figure something out.
Oh, hey.
Oh, there it is. Hold on.
Up
I see
here.
it now too.
Make sure you get your little Dendro Oculus thing too.
Yeah, that's what I was
Down
looking
below.
for. This thing.
Get your little thing
Okay.
first, though.
Thing.
Now we're back at
Down
the
here?
same place, I think.
Ah! I missed it.
No,
If only
No,
one
we're
of
on the
us
other
had
side.
mercy.
we're on the other side. We're okay.
There.
We're on
3
the-
characters.
Hmm?
On the alt account, I just did a poll. I got 3
Another.
characters
Thank
in one.
you. So there should be one more of those. We're gonna find the other
3
one.
out of 4
3
sides.
out of 4.
Okay, so then that means.
Oh, this way. Somewhere. I see a thing, but I don't see a teleport thing right
Yeah.
there. So teleport must be on the other side up high.
I'm
Well,
gonna-
up high was the reason I couldn't find it before, because it wasn't looking up. Not like that anyway. Ah,
Okay, I just came
there's
around the
another
other way.
Dendro thing.
Yeah. I want to grab that too.
I just died in my death. I just plummet. I'll just fall. No big deal. It's Chi-Chi. She won't get much damage.
I mean, she's already technically dead, so
Yeah.
Right?
She's reanimated dead.
you can't just die
Yay!
twice, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think so.
Sarcophagus
Hey, we
is
opened it. What's in it?
Another sarcophagus? I don't know. I can see you guys walking on it, but it's a scene, so I can't tell. Oh, it's like
I'm
weird.
kinda
It's like,
mad that I
why?
don't know
How
how to
are
do
you
that.
guys are walking on it? Wait, huh?
Night Raid
There's-
can come to my place.
There's
but
nothing in
Mono
here.
can't. Ugh.
Yeah.
How is this possible? But the diagrams. Wait a minute. I get it now. This has to be an illusion.
I see
course.
Nightmare moving the cutscene.
He's just like, we
I'm
would
just
come.
Standing on top
Yeah,
of the crystal.
they're just running all over the place like wild children. Thus, so far, preparing an illusion like this is misleading.
Yeah,
It's
we're,
so
The most
weird.
important thing would be to place it in such a consistent spot. Moreover,
we're
this
the
place is
best
too
illusion,
low.
man.
Way too low. Real treasure is definitely higher up. It must be in a place
There's no-
closer to the
There's
sky.
something wrong in the programs.
Utter nonsense. Oh well, let's hear what you think. I may not be able to say what exactly it's for, but I know for
I'm
sure.
dying.
Someone like you even have the right to say it. Do that, otherwise blah blah blah. Indeed, still convinced. God, you guys are so distracting. Just kidding. It's okay. It's funny. Up. Let's go upward.
Yeah, it's really funny when there's a battle in the
Well,
background.
let's find out way up.
You
I'm
can't
on.
do
Worried that
anything.
there's our
Yeah, it's
himself
really
into
bad
trouble.
when you're the character.
Ooh, an
I,
elevator!
I was in the middle of doing something, and I was in a cutscene, and this like stupid like cryo whopper flower kept attacking me and ended up killing me. While I was in
Cryo?
a cutscene.
Stupid cryo whopper tower. Got it.
flower. Yay!
Elevator to the
I
sky.
kinda like swappers.
I don't like whoppers.
Sorry, that was a bad joke.
It's
All
fine.
the secrets and places and things.
Alright, so we can't unlock that thing over there, but there's a way this way.
Oh, there's the red book?
Yeah, we can't activate the red book, so I'm going up.
No, just the blue ones.
Ooh. Oh, I don't know what's in
They
here,
went up
but it looks
those
fancy
stairs.
enough.
I'm still gonna help Dea.
For you.
I'm not
Yeah.
doing anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Ah, fuck you. Guess I can't climb that. How
I went
rude.
up the stairs.
Yeah, so did I. Hey,
you're
there's a
here.
door here.
Oh no, that's
fine.
the stairs. Now we're both lost.
I don't know where you're at. See, there's a door over here. That's about it. Oh, we're in a cutscene again. Hold on.
Organs are stored.
Hold on,
Like
let me
before,
climb up
nothing
here.
physically stored here. We're gonna see it. Huh? What do you mean? Oh, I have a theory, but I need more evidence.
That
to
doesn't
prove
go
it.
any further. I've already tried.
Father, what do you think? I'm sure you know something, right? Even if you didn't tell anyone. The stone slate is the key, but it cannot open all
I'm
doors.
just gonna stay here.
Yeah, because he's the key.
What?
Guarantee you.
Stuck on this
Been
side?
linked to this place is
Can
obvious.
we go to the other side?
What do you mean, the stone
Yeah,
slate?
look.
Bin,
I can't
do you think
see.
it's correct? No, I can't see any of
God.
what you
Oh, I
guys are
see you. There we
doing.
go. I had to turn the other way.
Do you see me?
I do.
I was like stuck there for a second.
I'm kind of mad that it's not showing us up there right now.
Ah, all they do is about argue who's right or wrong the whole time.
You were stuck in the wall for a second.
Oh, right, the stone slate light up earlier, but there's still so many blank spots, so do you think? Can I take a look at the stone slate? Come on up.
Oh no, can't go any further even with teleport.
Oh no.
Ta-da!
I was waiting for the cutscene to happen.
Hey, man, then you're gonna see you plastered on the side of the thing, and I'm like, like, yeah, that's so bad.
What I live for.
Yeah.
Oh, the door's open, I think.
Yeah.
Why is it all blacked out?
I'm trying to get in front of Mono.
Yeah, you're behind Paimon. There you are. Oh, there goes Ben. There's the door. He's leading the way, and we're all going in. Oh, there goes somebody running out. Oh, it's Night Rain running out. Like, this is like the slow cutscene, and you guys are running in and out like lightning. It's like, what was that? It scared me.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
Oh no! I'm stuck!
Are you stuck? Hi, Kimono. Hey, what happened? Oh, thank
Deborah, I'm
goodness,
stuck
you're finally
again.
awake.
Oh my god.
Paimon doesn't know what happened either. We're here. When Paimon woke up, maybe. Anyway, let's
Guys,
go look
I'm
for
stuck
the
on other
others.
side of the wall.
We get separated?
She's stuck behind the door and it's shut.
Separated? I don't know, but I think I can open the door.
Can I technically like see? Cause like I can't go anywhere. Oh, hi!
Oh.
I know you're there. Hang on.
Over there.
It's
It's
the
a
patootie!
patootie!
No! Oh, I can't go any further. I just hit a wall over here. Alright. I'm gonna have to
There was
get
like
out
a
of
look
here.
point and it's gone now. So that's weird.
Oh, maybe you could teleport to where
Oh,
she is.
yeah, I went to the little corner waypoint. I think that's where it is. Yay! Oh, look! I teleported to you! Definitely. Oh, hey, yeah, she's down here. Okay, here we go.
Mhm.
There's the Fatui. Let's go fight the Fatui.
That
Oh.
was the funniest thing.
I was expecting to get stuck behind there. I'm like, oh, maybe we can go through too.
Fortune preserver.
Ah.
Oh, this part. I let the NPCs actually fight them. They're actually broken.
Yeah, yeah, they're a little broken. I think it's because we're in multiplayer right now.
Oh no, she's in a cutscene.
Oh,
No.
I don't know if you can see Discord, Mono, but
You're running
No.
in place.
Oh jeez. Jeez. Oh, I can see you guys on my screen and then you like jump all over the place.
see how well I can block.
It's still a lizard.
Just blocking some of the characters. I love it. Oh, what are you doing over here?
There's a bunch of crystal flies.
Oh, yes. I don't
Wait,
know what I need the
Mono-
crystal quartz for. Uh-oh. Mono left us.
Where is she?
Up here.
Yeah. Trying to find Ben.
Oh,
Oh, there's a bot up here.
Robot. It's a bobot. I got it.
Okay.
Are you guys on the other side or over?
I'm way up high.
Up top.
Follow the things that you hit the T, the light thingamajiggies.
There we go. I got it. I done followed it. I done killed it for you, Mono.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay.
We went way up high on the other side, basically.
Alright. I gotta go package up some of this now. Oh, hello.
Wow. That scared me. Oh, there's treasure in here. And things and stuff.
Oh, looks like you have to solve a puzzle.
Yeah, I gotta rotate stuff or something. There we go.
Wait, is that the only one you
Just
need
scared.
to rotate?
No, I gotta light them all up so that they do a on the other side, so that it points to the middle.
Oh, it's over here.
Yeah. And then I think the treasure lights up. Oh, I gotta do it fast, apparently. Oh god. Or maybe they moved? Oh. Move back. They gotta line up over the treasure. There. Go, go, go. Okay, that should do it. Ah! No, the other one's not in place. They both have to go across like that. Dang it.
I wish I could help.
I know, right? See, how am I supposed to be that fast? Because this one's gonna reset by the time that one resets. I see what I gotta do. Okay, so that, and then Go, Chi-Chi. Oh, I should be using the other player that runs faster. There it goes, finally.
There you go.
Yay! I was just useless because I was grabbing shit to box up the pasta.
But then I don't know what else we're supposed to do over here. Oh, there's still a blue thingamajiggy. Oh, below us somewhere. Oh, is this a thing? No?
No, that's just a platform for the chest.
Oh, okay, so... Don't die, Chi-Chi.
Faster? Okay, faster.
Gotta let her charge up. We gotta go down this hole.
Crazy.
Charger's so bad.
I know another hole we can go down.
What?
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 What? I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about either. It's not this way, or is it this way? Maybe it is.
Maybe this way.
Ooh. Aha.
Oh, that's
Oh,
the
it's
door.
another red book.
We can't open that door.
There is a blue one on my chart, though.
Okay, jeez, Turtle, so many loud noises.
I just sat down, that's all I did.
I could hear you moving.
Why does my eye hurt? Oh.
I don't know. Why does it
Thanks
hurt?
for the lurk, Nick Dothy. I hope you're having a
It
good
totally helped.
That was very helpful, Rain.
secret.
I'll go this way.
Mm.
Oh, we can't go that way. Okay. I wonder if that was the door that I got locked out of.
I feel like we're very far down now. Oh, there's
Yeah, we
mushroom
are.
boys in here.
Mushroom poison. Oh, boys.
Those are fungus.
They're mushrooms. Fungus or mushrooms?
Mushrooms are mushrooms, fungus are fungus.
I bet they're real fun
Okay.
guys.
Oh my god.
There's another red one.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Okay, and
I
there's
hate
blue. Oh, this one's blue now.
Ooh.
You did
Oh. Who is he?
Oh,
Fatui.
not
Not
the Fatui.
anymore.
How does Fatui get in here? Oh my god, where are we at?
There's a thingy up there.
Yeah.
Why is there a little child girl inside the temple?
Because she belongs there. Okay?
Just when
Why
you
is
think
there
this.
chicken?
Why the heck is this temple so freaking big?
Because temples are big.
Oh, there's
Not
a
this
thingy
big.
over here.
Yeah, there's one here too. Don't worry. We're killing all the Fatui for Mono.
Thank you.
Ah, fuck. Okay, I got him before he got his thing out. It's over here. I'm gonna pack it up over here.
Hold on, I got you.
Because I'm busy doing something.
I got you.
Huh? Okay, then come get some!
There's just like so much stuff in here. Distract you from your actual destination.
Babe, come get some of it if
I
you want
mean-
some.
There's like a bad guy right here. There's a thing right here. Sealy.
There's the Sealy. Yep.
Sealy's gonna get me lost.
Oh my god, if he doesn't...
We are gonna come back to the Sealy after I get my thing done. That I'm supposed to be doing. I'm thinking we're gonna follow the Sealy afterwards.
Probably a good idea. I'll just fight the Fatui for you. I don't know where you're going. I don't know where I'm supposed to be going.
Back
Oh,
here.
over here.
In this corner, there's a bunch of baddies over here waiting on me.
Oh, hello. What are you? Why are you beating someone up over here? Mono. What the fuck? No, I don't think you realize, Mono. You did not see my stream on your Discord.
Oh, was I in 2 places at one time? I'm starting to wonder now.
What the fuck?
Oh.
I was really confused. Like, why are you beating things up over here?
I don't know. I don't know how I'm in 2 places at one time. I don't know where all we're supposed to go. This is so confusing. There's so many tunnels. Yeah, I'm not supposed to go. Oh yeah, I am supposed to go this way.
Are we going down or across?
Down it says.
Down?
Yeah, even further into the holes. Hey, look, there's a thingy down here, Mono. Mono, you wanna pick it up?
But doesn't like going deeper.
Mono, where'd you go?
I don't know.
Down the pit.
Oh, you went down the wrong way. You gotta come back. Down in
There's
the
better
pit.
treasure if you go deeper.
There's always better treasure when you go deeper. Babe, if you want some, come get some. If you want some, come get some before I pack it up.
But then I gotta go back to the other way.
I'm gonna clean it.
Oh.
Why'd you?
Oh, that might be what I'm looking for. No. I will be in a minute.
Right here. Free Mora.
Shouldn't be?
Oh, wait. So, current. Never mind.
Oh, there's a teleport point back here?
Oh,
Do what?
oh. It's been in the freaking cabinet because I bought it forever ago.
Maybe. Maybe not. Not this level. Higher level, but there is one.
Oh, bye guys. I'm a little late. I'm delayed.
I went the wrong way. There's bad guys over there, but I gotta go this
Fight
way.
him. Don't worry.
We'll fight him.
Don't worry. Oh. I just gotta figure out where is down.
Look, we unlocked a thing for her.
Maybe I do gotta go over there. 'Cause I don't
Yeah.
see how to get down further over here.
Oh yeah, the teleports this way.
Cool. There's a treasure.
Okay. Hey.
I call dibs.
Night Rain found it.
What did you find?
Teleport.
Oh god, mushrooms are gonna kill me.
You're almost there.
Yay!
Sniff it, Brooke. Does it smell good to you? You want some? You're not gonna want it. You don't eat people food. 'Cause you're a fucking
I do.
weird ass cat. I know. Well, like, of all the
Okay.
cats that I know, like, she's the only cat that I know that will not eat, like, canned tuna or anything.
I'm totally not going the right way though. Where I'm supposed to go.
I beat up bad guys for you.
I was a little delayed on that.
There's a thingy here.
Yeah, she's not paying attention to that.
Where is here? Is it down or up?
Up, up top, Mono. A little further up.
I was above you.
Oh. Oh,
There
yay!
you go.
Dendro particles.
Meow.
Yay, we did it.
Don't die.
Okay, I got it. Oh, hey, there's a little tablet thing down here for Mono.
Yeah.
The dendro thingy.
What? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, up there.
Alright,
Dendro,
let's
I
go.
feel
Oh,
it.
we found Ben.
I can't get it. I'm just gonna stand up here.
But I can't talk to him yet.
That's okay. Oh, you have an ancient there too. Interesting.
But I can't talk to these yet because I haven't found that other point I'm supposed to find first.
That's interesting that that's the case.
Yeah,
You
because I'm
didn't
supposed
get
to.
the thingy though.
Oh, there's baddies in there and a Sealy, so that's probably where I'm supposed to go.
Where are you at, Mono? You forgot your
Yeah.
Dendroculus thingy.
I'm trying to find you.
Turn around. Yeah, there
Right
you go.
here.
You're coming the right
I
way.
see you.
Oh, oh. Okay. There we go.
Chong.
Ta-da! Alright, now we
Oh,
can
there
fight
it
the
is.
thingy.
Okay, the thing I need is like, I don't know even how to get to it anymore.
There we go, we got it. Yay! Oh, we didn't technically get it, I guess. Oh, shit. We didn't have the right kind of ability? I don't know.
Keep falling.
It's okay, I got it. I got it.
Kind of scared. Does it count for anything?
Ah! Shit. I think we did it. Did we do it?
Yeah, we did it. For real.
Oh, thank God. We did it for Mono. Is there another baddie down here?
I
Oh,
don't
no.
see any.
Oh. Well, I'm in a hole.
There's Sealy. He's probably gonna take me out though. Not really the way I need to go, but maybe it is because I gotta get back there. Oh, there's the
Oh,
fly
this is
part.
the way back. Oh, you don't need to go back that way, Mono. I don't think
Yeah,
so.
I do. My blue thing's
Okay.
that way.
Oh, you're stealing?
No, my mission. Proceed deeper
Oh.
within. See, it says proceed deeper within to find him, and I found him, but I skipped a step, so it won't trigger.
Ah.
Maybe I think the Sealies over here will take you to the spot where we were fighting.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. The Sealies
Okay.
are always, yeah. Gotta love when the Sealies are the way to follow.
Yeah.
Huddles get down, Baba.
Oh wait,
Okay.
this
Oh,
is
yeah,
over
I'm
here.
fighting.
Because it
Maybe
says
not.
it's right down here, but then when I come down
down
here,
Oh,
there's nothing down here.
is there, maybe we have to find that Sealy then.
Or there's a plate or
Because you're in
something.
co-op.
I don't
No.
think so, because we've been in this mission with her since we started it.
Yeah.
I think that was one of the long quests too.
Yeah.
Oh.
So we just have to find that Sealy again.
Okay, well maybe I go deeper right here.
Oh.
To be
I thought that's
honest,
where we
I'm
came
not
from.
sure where you guys are.
Oh, we went back to where we came from, like the original way we came from.
Oh, this is where we came from, yeah. The book.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess this is the little watery hole that we're in. So we don't necessarily need to go that way because it's going the wrong way, it looks like.
Yeah.
Still at the camp.
That's okay. Because the Sealy's over here, Mono. So that's where we
Yay.
want to go, I guess.
I don't know.
Oh, sorry, I ran off. About you.
Where are you? Oh, there's one. Yeah. Oop! I fell behind a wall. Whoa! And coins just hit me. Behind a wall.
Good job.
There's another one above our head. Another teleport somewhere. Here. Did you
Yeah,
know
it's
that?
above ground.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sounds about right.
All the ones with the 3 lines are underground.
That makes sense.
Hold on, I'm catching up to you guys.
It's okay.
We're
Mona
just
ran off
following
without
us,
me.
I'm just following us, Healy.
How about that?
I can come back and get you guys.
No, it's okay. I can find you. I'm just opening shit.
Hello.
I was lost, but now I'm here. Oh, what's this?
More stuff. Puzzles.
More
You
puzzles.
need Dea, or somebody with pyro.
But then I don't have
no,
enough
I think you
to activate
need
this
to
one.
activate. Yeah, you need to activate this, and then once all 3 are lit up, then it'll unlock, and then you can do pyro.
Oh.
So do pyro and then rotate. Yeah. Unless there's a certain order. You have to rotate again.
Yeah, it rotates on its own after you start it, but
Gonna light this up.
yeah, as soon as I can, but it was too late. I don't have it. My time's too close. I need 2 pyros.
Oh.
Why not use amber?
There we go.
Oh yeah.
Maybe it'll still let me. Hold on. Yeah, the other stayed lit, so it might still work. We just have to wait for it to rotate again. Because it rotates on its own. There.
Here we go.
Jum,
It's a good 5 primos right there.
Some selling some.
No.
Guess Golden's having pasta like every day this week. I have so many containers full of pasta right now.
If only you could send some over here.
Seriously, I would totally send you some because I'm like, I don't think we need this much pasta, and I have no, like, I don't know how to portion pasta at all.
Here, you can collect the particles while I fight the bad guys.
Is that all of them?
I'll go to
Yes.
your adventures bio.
They didn't activate, so I don't know where the others are at.
Wait, how'd you get through there?
It didn't. I don't know where all the particles are at. I'm missing some. Oh, there they are.
I can't go in there. Legitimately.
No.
Ah! It was the last one and I couldn't reach it.
Yeah.
There. Maybe.
There you go.
Last second. Yeah, we did it.
Oh god.
Yeah, there's a wall here. I don't know. I had to go down and around.
Get through, though.
I just went down. I went down and around. I had to go down and around the wall.
Those invisible walls.
Well, how about that?
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
It took me a while to figure out those
Oh.
invisible walls for sure.
There's a tablet in here.
Heck yes. I might have to freeze some of this.
Do you make too much?
I made so much mono. So much.
They're gonna have pasta for days.
If you look at Discord, mono.
Usually what I do is
Jeez.
if it
Had
fits like a
contains.
small handful, that's one serving, so that helps me split the pasta evenly.
Oh.
Yeah, but I didn't use spaghetti.
Wait, what'd you use?
I used shells, little macaroni elbows, and penne. Because
Ooh.
that's what I had.
Yeah,
Another
usually
puzzle.
I just eyeball it.
I dumped I dumped like half of a container of each because that's what I had left, and I'm like, I don't want to have to seal these back up, so I ended up with too much now.
Where's the other
But thank
piece?
God for Rubbermaid.
Oh, above our heads? Maybe? I can't
Rubbermaid
climb that wall.
containers
Yep,
are amazing.
it's right here.
Oh no, I didn't like that sound. I don't know what that sound was, but I did not like it.
I don't know what's going on here.
That.
Michigan, or not Michigan, fucking turtle made a noise.
Yeah.
So many people to keep in my brain.
I don't know how to do this one.
Go up. Oh, there's a thingy up there.
Oh. Another
You see in
part.
the corner?
Yep.
Yeah. Then you could probably just walk down. What is this? Oh, it's a chest. Over here.
Well, how about that?
Hmm.
Now where? That's so confusing.
Weird. I see more blue things though.
We're over there.
Hmm.
Let's see.
We already did those though. That's the ones we already did. Hmm.
Maybe we have to go back now?
Okay,
Maybe.
now that I am not distracted, now I have to find you guys. Alright. It's gonna be fun.
We're actually about to head back, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I see you guys. Hello, friends.
Wait, there's a thing above here.
Mm-hmm. That's where we came from, I think.
Nope. Came from
No,
the other one.
I don't remember this.
Nope, we would have remembered him.
I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming!
It's the withering.
Oh no, not the withering! We got this, though. We can
Tree.
do it. We can fight the Marana.
Ah! Nope, I fell. Get off.
No. I'm losing health fast.
How do we get out?
Very carefully.
Oh, we
Teleport?
have
Where's
to.
the other one?
We have to purify it.
Yeah.
So we're gonna die.
Okay,
Oh,
so you activate this thing.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is.
Oh,
There
wait.
it is. The last one's over here.
It's up here
There
too.
you go. No, there should only be 3. Those are just the little boom thingies.
I hit the wrong button.
Mono.
I usually get this with Nahida.
Oh yeah.
Hold
Well,
on.
it is her domain anyway. Mono.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to come over to me and hit F.
Where you at?
Over here. Down below.
Below.
Well, I don't.
All I see is Night Rain. I don't see you.
Oh. Hello? Oh, you guys are on the opposite end.
Right here.
Hit F. Thanks.
Ah!
Oh, now we're not dying.
Yay!
Thank God.
Yeah,
That was
I've been
scary.
fighting- Yeah, you haven't had to deal with the Marana yet.
Mm-mm.
I've been dealing with it. So the Marana thing is dealing with the stupid Aranara. Don't do it.
Don't do the quest.
Don't summon the thing.
It's such a long quest, and as cute as the Aranara are, they're super fucking annoying, man. They just keep talking.
I can't get up with this thing. Oh, God. Oh, they like you to try to climb trees very difficultly, don't they?
Why were you T-posing on the tree?
Because I can.
Because she is.
You can do it, Mono. If I can do it, you can do it, Mono. I believe in you.
I hate climbing these
I can
things.
just cheat without Hytham, but that's cheating.
Right, because you have a fancy thing with it.
God,
Yeah,
get
you
off
can
the
just
tree!
teleport.
Go slow, Chi-Chi, and breathe.
You got this. You're almost there. Oh,
Yay!
They put a limb in the way on purpose.
Yeah.
Okay, now to get back to our destination, which I don't even still know where we're going.
I think it's over here. So, you're going the wrong way.
Am I?
Yeah.
This just fell.
I thought we didn't come from that way. We came from the other way.
Oh, there's a baddie in here too, and a Sealy.
Oh, okay. Oh, guess one was
There's
going
a
the right way
baddie
this
over
time.
here.
Oh, is there?
There's a what?
No.
Yeah, it's over here. There's a whole puzzle and everything.
I done died.
I saw that.
Coming, guys.
Which one is which? Player 2 is...
Player
I'm
2 is
player
me.
3.
Do not follow player 2. Player 2 died.
Player 3.
Big, tall Dendro boy.
Yes, follow the kid ninja.
Oh.
So there's this Sealy that goes here.
Mm-hmm.
And you need Pyro, so you need Dea.
Oh, I found a Sealy that Mono has not found yet, so I think I went the wrong way. Whoops.
Yeah, it was probably the
Or
one
you went the
where
wrong
I
way.
was at, and you guys were like, come this way.
No, this is where you led us first, actually.
Yeah, da-da-da, recharge. Ready?
What do I use the scarabs for, anyway?
You need them for Dino, I
Where's the
believe.
other one? Oh, there's a plate.
Oh, okay.
Dino
Wait a
and
minute.
I think one other
I know.
person needs them.
Sorry, that makes sense.
Where's the other pyro thing?
Wait, where the fuck am I?
Is it above us?
I got lost.
Oh, up there.
Oh, we went down here. That's right.
So there's Amber
Where?
would be good. Amber
Oh,
would
there
be
it is.
good right here, cause there's 2 of them up on these pillars.
Right, I think this is the way it's supposed to go. Yeah, I recognize this way.
There's one across from you too.
I'm coming, guys.
And it is. Gotcha.
Right up here.
Oh, I see it.
So
Okay.
you have to go up here. And yeah.
Make you work for this one. Because then when I press E, I fall too. Why won't she
Maybe
stay?
you should stop. Maybe you should stop pressing E.
Well, I wasn't
Yeah,
pressing
would
E there.
recommend
It's making me fall.
Oh,
I would
interesting.
recommend getting Amber out and
Yeah.
just shooting it from afar.
Yeah. Because it's like, no. Look. Look at my character. It's like, no.
Jeez.
There we go.
Oh god, where am I going?
Oh my god, I'm like stuck to it. Look.
Oh no!
I don't know.
She's not really stuck. It's just hilarious looking.
I don't know where I'm going. I'm lost now. I think
Oh,
I'm going.
remember the weathering?
Call dibs.
Okay, I found the weathering. Okay, we're good.
Okay,
Yeah.
I see you.
Okay. Yeah, I have to go up now, right?
Now, no,
Yeah.
wait, you're too far. Too far. Follow the green light.
Oh, there you are. There's Dendro Boy.
I tried to
Follow
be
the
as
light.
flashy as possible.
Hey, it helps. I forgot the way I was going was the way I originally wanted to go, but then Mono decided to go a different way. Because Mono do be doing her Mono things. Where am I going?
I don't know where we're going now.
Oh hey,
This
we're
way.
back. This looks familiar. Oh, we have not been here. Oh, we got some baddies.
Oh, are you down this tunnel or the other? Wait.
Up.
Oh.
Take out the spellcaster. There. Yeah, the guy with the staff is the deadlier one. Because once he gets his shield up, he's useless. Yeah. Oh, hi, Turtle! Did you grab your little tablet? Yeah, you did. Grab your little tablet thing.
Yeah, I need some food though.
I was gonna say, if you need anything, I could probably just switch over to Chi-Chi. Granted, she's not as high level, but... There's Sealy over here.
Sealies are dangerous.
Yeah, we're gonna... Oh, hey! Aww! I love that little shield! Oh my god, it's adorable! I helped, I swear.
I think he got deleted.
I think so. Turtle puts us to shame, man. Hey, if you want heals, you can come over into Turtle's little thing.
Okay.
Oh, it's gone now.
Let's see. Was there 3 torches? There, no.
Sealy friend. Oh, he's going that way? Okay, guess we're gonna go this way. Wherever it decides to go, I guess.
Which is still like the opposite way I need to go. Again.
No, it's behind
We
you.
already been down there.
Oh no, it's
Like-
behind you.
I don't want to go down there again.
I know you don't. That's where it belongs. That's where it lives.
Pew.
Because it lives over here.
I know.
But hey, loot.
I
Loot's
call
great.
dibs.
Loot is always good.
I'm determined to get to those blue markers so we can complete this thing. I just don't know where it's at.
Do we not want to go back down?
I don't know. I'm looking to see what's over here. See, it says it's at this level, but it's not here. So I don't know where it's at. Maybe we do
there's
want to
a
go back
way.
down.
Maybe we have to climb up here. Wait,
Hey.
I don't know.
Hey, there's a baddie over here. And there's a door. There's a blue door. It's got a little blue glowy thing. I think I found the right thing.
Okay. So you're player 3 or 2?
Yep.
2.
Two. Sorry.
Night Range player 3. Turtle
Yeah.
is player 4.
Okay. Rain herself is 2. Night Rain is 3. Aw. Look at Brooke. Look at how cute.
Where are you guys at?
Look at this.
Below
cute
me?
little rat. No, up above.
Maybe I could have flashy green lights.
If you could have
No,
the flash-
I don't have it ready yet. Hold on.
Look how cute Brooke is.
She's
So cute.
Brooke is cute.
Doing cute little Brooke things.
Are you below us?
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how you guys got up there.
Where are you going, Turtle?
Going to save her and get her back up here because we were down there. But
Yeah, y'all were down here, then you went up, and I wasn't sure how you went up.
yes, the turtle's got to guide her back up.
I was like, what the heck?
I wish I had my flashy green lights up so
I
could be
could
like,
see
"Oh,
you
look,
guys
the
up
light."
there, but I couldn't see how to get back up there.
The vine thingies where you press T.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you can't do that from down there. They're too far down.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to go through the wind current, I think.
Yep.
I see you guys down there.
They're coming. Pretty sure that's the wrong way. Maybe not. I think maybe is Turtle taking her to where she needs to go?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh.
There it is! Finally, my blue marker appeared!
Oh, there
Maybe
we go.
should we meet you or stay
Yeah,
over
we should
there?
probably go down. Because I don't think we're gonna be of use up there right now.
And then... I don't know, it says up now,
you.
so... Oh, it says right here.
No, that's Turtle.
I
Hi,
hate
Turtle.
these markers.
Turtle just disappearing.
There it is.
I'm going up to where it knows that.
Okay, remember the Sealy we just found its home?
Yeah.
I'm finally making it back to bed, but remember I told you I found him, but then we couldn't
Yeah.
do it yet, I think?
Yeah.
What is this? Oh, I ain't going that way, but there's a tablet.
There you are.
And a chest. I'm scared.
Alright, I found you. I'm coming to make sure. Oh, okay.
Oh,
I'm coming.
God.
I'm coming. Don't worry, I'm coming. I got you.
What?
I got you. Oh no! Oh god. I thought we were gonna die because I froze just a little bit.
You guys need to be safe.
No, we're good.
Almost. Almost. We're alive. Yeah. Okay. Back out here to my destination.
Oh, yeah, because there's a door there. Okay.
You have arrived at your destination.
No, we have not.
I don't
No,
know.
it keeps moving.
Yeah.
I just wanted to do the service announcement voice,
Yes.
but I didn't do
More
it.
bad guys. Mushrooms.
Oh god. Oh. Through this doorway? Am I in the wrong spot now? Oh god.
I feel like I'm in the wrong spot too.
I thought I was just sitting here. What? Okay, I was literally just in this spot, I swear to god. But I wasn't. Oh god, I'm lost.
I don't know, but Turtle's doing something. And she's here.
Oh,
Oh,
there we
your
go.
Night Rain's
Okay.
here.
Alright, I see where all the damage is, now we're good.
Okay, so this has like
I
marks
have
like
my
it's
burst, so if anyone gets lost.
Hey, we've been okay, so we've been down here.
yeah, and so now it's like it's across the way. Okay. There it is
Okay.
again. Now it'll move again. I hate that it keeps
So-
moving. Okay,
Should we go
scene.
this way?
No, stay.
I'm confused.
There's a
I
scene.
am
You guys are
finally
in
right.
it.
confused.
There's a scene by the waypoint.
I don't know why it
Oh,
keeps making me chase the blue triangle, basically, is what I've been playing.
Yeah.
It's been wanting me
Yeah.
to take a certain path, and we've been deviating the whole time, and I'm like... Even though I already found him once, but it wouldn't let me trigger it because I didn't follow the blue...
Mm.
We went right past him. He was in one of the tents.
Yeah, but we didn't trigger it well enough to it.
Right.
Alright, so.
Which, this is the tent, I think, right down here.
Yeah.
Remember, because the bad guys were here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just see stuff going on around the scene, and I'm just going through the story, and I guess you guys are just wandering around, bouncing around, Turtle. You guys are nuts. Let's see.
The end was so cute, though.
That was adorable.
I'm just gonna take a water break while it keeps, like, doing its thing.
I guess.
I should too.
Oh, a good idea. Oh, he's over here. I see now. I'm trying to block him.
fight.
Heck yeah, we are.
Big fight.
I was prepared. Let's fucking go.
Oh god, I think you all were prepared.
Got him. A nice pose she's got going there.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, how are you holding that in for so long?
Right?
I don't know. That's crazy.
Alright, I'm gonna need everyone to stop, like, talking over each other. In the game, not us.
I was like, nobody's speaking a word. I'm scared. Are you hearing
Not me,
voices?
us.
Are you hearing voices?
Yes, I'm hearing
I
voices.
was like, we talked over each other.
No, Alhaitham and Ayaka were talking over each other. Like, you guys not.
They're just bickering, like an
Just-
old
yeah.
married couple.
Yes.
I wish they just put voices up already for these. They better give me like a bazillion primos for this story. See deeper within the ruins. Like, we've probably already been in all these places.
Seriously, though.
Right? Like, oh god.
Where do pictures save for this? Oh god.
A blade embraces its duty.
Oh, here we go.
As a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Oh, wait. Always forget to light up everything.
There we go. I'm uploading the 4 photos that I took of Mono's lovely pose.
Oh no. Because I was falling or whatever?
No! Because you were in the, cutscene, it just had a random pose that you were in because you were in the middle of a fight when
Yeah.
the cutscene.
Yeah, it's because I was falling when it put me into the cutscene. It was
Well,
weird.
No, it looked like you were about to charge a punch, but you
Yeah.
like stayed there frozen. It was funny.
Some baddies.
Got him.
Silly.
How rude. That knocked me
Is
back.
there
That
like
was
a
very
shield
rude.
there?
Here.
There's the blue thing.
You have to follow the ceiling too, I think.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna wander
I'm
off
just
on my
making sure I
own.
don't need to do anything with this. Oh, what the heck is on my head?
Oh, it's a fancy thing. You want that. It's a good thing.
There's a thing on my head. Oh,
Hey, if you follow.
does it do these? Oh, it does!
Oh, cool.
I can finally do
Over
these.
here.
Where?
There's a thing over there too.
Just another one here.
Oh, but she needs to go back for her thing. To the cell. I think she's gotta touch the cell.
Yeah, I gotta touch it again.
there a baddie up there?
I think so. Something's got attention of her. That's weird though.
Alright, who aggroed what?
Mono seemed to aggro something.
I don't even see it, what?
Oh hey! There's a thing there. Alright, well,
I call dibs.
go back to Mono.
Now where'd my Sealy go?
Your Sealy is over here somewhere. So you'll have to touch the cell again. Oh wait, no, this isn't it. There's the thing up here though.
There's another cell.
Yeah. Oh, Turtle's got her going to the Sealy. Oh! It's the other side that's got the enemy. We gotta go up the stairs the other way. Hello guys. I'm coming.
Let's go, let's go.
Baddies.
Here's the aggro.
I like the music though.
Right? Oh, we got it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, no we didn't.
Wait, how'd you guys get up there?
Yeah, there's another set
Follow
of
the
stairs on the
Sealy.
other side. See, yeah. So you know how we went up the one side with the stairs? There's some on the other side. Yeah.
I call dibs.
This way.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there's blue stuff.
Oh no.
There's a blue wall.
Which means you have to find the way around it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's over here. Well, that was easy. I found it for you, Mono.
Yeah.
But you have
Oh,
to get
so
your
we gotta,
little triangle.
I have to go find a triangle thingy. Where's the closest triangle thingy?
I was totally useful.
It's okay. Here.
Hmm.
Rain, come this way. We'll be useful this way. We'll take out a baddie for her.
Oh god, there's flippy things too. No reaction.
Yeah, we did it. We deleted it. Woo! That didn't open the chest though. That's unfortunate.
No.
That made me really upset. Went through all that trouble.
No, but they still have to do the puzzle here.
Yeah.
Mm.
Lame.
Yeah, it's literally gonna be getting all four of these rotated.
The dendro thingy. I don't know how you're gonna get it though.
Very carefully.
Okay, so I got all four pointing. Now what?
You missed one, I think.
Yeah.
This one's not pointing center.
And this one doesn't have a
Oh,
light
I
to
see.
it either.
I see.
And neither does that door either, but I don't know. Ah, see there opens the chest, and then you have to point it the other way to unlock the doors.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, ain't that fancy.
But there's a door back there that we can already unlock that we did.
Oh.
Back where we
You
came
wanna go
from.
through that door first?
Probably.
Oh, hey. I see that dendro thing that you were talking about.
Yeah, good luck getting it.
God, there's a thing back there if you want to kill it.
Hey, good luck getting it. Oh. That's what you mean.
You might be able to cheese it.
I don't think so. Maybe.
Nope.
Okay, now there's another door. Okay, well, I'm gonna come back with you guys because there's daddies
Can you
down
cheese it
there.
that way?
Yeah.
Oh, you can cheese it that way. Look at that.
What did you do?
Oh no, I fell. Alright, fuck it.
You climb it?
Yeah. If you come this way, Mono.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, climb up the side.
Oh, I thought it was just staring at it.
Yeah. Then you gotta get up high enough that you can slide around.
Slide
You have
around
to
the
go
corner.
others. Yeah.
And drop down.
And then drop.
Oh, look at Ayaka just being cute and staring at it. Oh, now
Yeah,
she's
he
looking
was
at
also
Dea. That was...
staring at it.
Now I'm disappointed because she was really cute staring at it.
You should see it when Nahida stares at it. It's so cute.
Because she's so much shorter.
Ah, that's the thing I needed.
And she's got green starry eyes.
Yeah. Oh, hey. What does that do? Oh, hello. Oh no, not those. It's one of those. What's your favorite thing, Mono?
Yeah, there's more of them that we gotta get before they'll work.
Do we fight? Is there anything down here we can fight? Oh, it's the thing that we were just out. Oh, hey! That was our thing that we found earlier, Rain.
What?
That was the like plate that we found earlier.
See, there's one in there that I gotta get, but I gotta get another thing before I can do it.
Well, so your little triangle thing's back over in this doorway.
Oh, so I can use the same one again. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you remember you gotta come around
Mm-hmm.
this side.
The sidewalk. Mm-hmm. To get to that one.
Yeah.
Woo.
Woo.
See, I think once you have all three, you can flip all three, but you're gonna have to do them in really quickly.
There we go. Oh god. Does that mean we can do it too?
No, I have to do it, but you have
Damn
to
it.
guide me, like, in the right way. And then there's one up high somewhere.
Oh shit. Turtle's got it over here.
Oh, wall.
Yeah. This one. Oh no 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 no. Alright. Which means we can flip the other one. Oh, we just barely did it. I was like fully prepared, like if we can't get it, we got the other one that's over in this room.
Yep. Alright.
What do we do?
I think we cleared this room. I think we can go to the next room and kill all the soldiers from the doorways I unlocked. There's bunches of them waiting for us on each side.
Oh, you already unlocked the doors. Okay.
Yeah, there's monsters on both sides.
Yay! Oh, turtles.
Anything else in this room?
Thanks.
Okay. Then the other side.
Are you also using the sacrificial sword with her?
I am.
Wait, hold on. I have pretty much the same build.
I haven't like fully put her talents out and everything yet, but
Neither have I. I just
Okay.
got her like last week.
oh yeah. Yay!
Wait, Turtle, I need healing. Help. Thank you.
Oh, see, my sacrificial sword looks different from yours.
Mine is
I feel a scene coming on.
Oh. interesting. So it changes color when it gets leveled?
Yeah, all of them change shape and color when they get ascended to a certain level.
Oh. Oh my god, you're telling me we have this little thing and it unlocks a thing, so we didn't even have to climb up there. Oh my god. Oh, there's stairs this way now? Oh.
More doors. More puzzles.
Oh, heck yes. Well, that was one way to do that. Just a team with two Ayakas to freeze some shit. Oh. Oh, this is an interesting
2
little puzzle.
Ayakas and a Kokomi. What could
Yup.
go wrong?
Oh. And then I gotta go
there's
in
a
the
triangle
thingy.
there.
This is gonna confuse Moto. I'll switch back.
Ah.
Hey. Look
I'll
at
be
you solving
cute.
your puzzles.
I'll
Deal.
be cute, Dendro girl.
Heck
And
yeah.
also dying.
The fact that she like stops herself when she breaks.
Whoa, the wall just fell.
Oh.
Oh
Dude, I
god.
love her so much.
Baddies.
We got it.
Let's go.
Oh hey. You're out here already.
Yeah. We did things like in our own order
Mm-hmm.
earlier.
Hey, it works. It helps us
Yeah.
explore a little bit, alright? Oh, you went up here.
Oh, that's only one. Dang it.
Oh no. Oh, he's moving again.
Yeah.
Oh, there's enemies over here.
Yeah.
I helped.
Seems.
I
Stay
did
away
one.
from the Dendro cores. They will damage you.
I see some selling some of
Too late.
these.
Well, it's not too much, thankfully.
Is there anything on the other
It's okay.
side? Yes.
No.
Oh. Yep, there's gonna be two. Dang it, I don't even know where to proceed deeper with the ruins. Gotta get the second one. Jeez.
That sun shaft is mesmerizing.
What shaft?
Sun?
Sun. She's
Ray of
staring
sun?
into the sun.
Sun ray?
We gotta go this way.
Oh, shaft anymore, right?
This way, guys.
Where'd you go?
See me? Jump, jump.
Oh. There's a fancy Nahida thing over here. I mean,
I fat fingered it, so.
oh.
Oh, this puts us back where we were.
Are we going
Okay.
down? No. Yes?
I don't
I still
know.
love how she stops herself.
Maybe?
She's so cute.
If you listen really closely, you can hear like little chimes.
Yeah. Ayaka's got him too.
Yeah, she's got a little jingle bell.
Uh-huh. I didn't realize she had the little bells on her feet. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
We're there.
They're like on the
This
tassels,
confuses
right?
me.
Yeah, on her shoes. Yep. On the tippy toes of her shoes.
Aha.
I don't even know what's making the chime sound for Nahida, but it's cute.
That's probably just because she's special.
How do I do this one? Oh, over here?
The Cabbage Patch Kid.
Oh, there's a scarab. Hello, scarab. It's mine. Oh.
What?
I'm not sure what day it needs. I don't think she needs
I don't want to
it,
navigate to
right?
that. Cancel.
I don't think so. Oh, hey. That's actually pretty useful. You do need those.
Yeah, but I don't want it to confuse my navigation process that I'm currently
Oh, yeah,
doing.
that's fair.
Now why are we up here?
Try to get another one of those
Waiting for
blue
Mono.
things. And I don't know where we get it from.
Get her things. Oh, look at her cute eyes. They're so cute.
Yung. Stuck. It says I gotta go up.
Oh,
But okay.
over here.
I definitely have not been this way.
Oh, do we need to find you guys or just Turtle got it?
Probably. I don't know. We're going way down.
Oh, we're going exploring. All right. Guess we're gonna find our way down there now. Where did we come from? Came from down here, didn't we? Somewhere down here, right? Yeah, we came down this way.
I don't think it's here.
No, because it says up again.
This game needs better directions.
Oh, hi. Oh, hi, Lucia.
And see, even from here it says up.
I wonder if we have to take an elevator of some kind up.
There's another one here.
Did you find one?
I think it's the same one, but it should work, no?
Maybe.
Yeah, it should work.
If you can get there fast enough.
Oh, it's the.
Oh, that
one.
one. Oh, yeah, no, we used that
It's
one
these
to open the
things.
door.
Yeah.
But it should have spawned again if we already used it.
Oh!
See?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what we need.
Lovely long adventure for this.
Yes. Like making me zig and zag. I don't like it. Stop making me zig and zag.
Don't run off too far. Yeah, it doesn't like it. Alright. Time to climb up onto the thing again.
Da, 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 da.
I really like the music. It's calming.
Go, go, go. Thank goodness. Please don't wait tell me we don't need 4. Oh good, we only need 2.
Yeah,
Hey, it doesn't even do any damage. It's kind of nice that that fire doesn't do damage.
Yeah, because it's artificial fire.
Oh look!
Oh look,
We're
another
talking.
cutscene.
This should be the last place. Come on now, let's take a look at the stone slate. If things go the same way as before, there may be clues about the stone slate here.
Can we climb that?
No, I tried.
You sure?
Oh no. Let's go. Alright, fuck it. Let's find out.
Ooh.
Did we bomb her stream? Her cutscene?
No, it pushes
Mm-mm.
you down.
Ah!
Lit up as expected.
No.
Damn it. Alright, we'll just stand in the middle then.
I'm all the way up here.
You're a part of the map.
Oh, look at you. Heck yes.
Just stand on this big pillar.
Oh, Zhongli. I want him so bad. I don't have him. I want him.
Jeez.
Ugh. He's beautiful. I love him. You cannot tell me otherwise.
I love
It's
how
ugly.
I'm flying.
Fucker. You take that back right now.
No, my big pillar.
I'm crazy.
Wait, what happened? Why
Yes,
did
I think
fell?
this is all the treasure, of course, Grand Adventure
Oh
2.
god.
I didn't know the bottom of the pillar looked like that.
Well broken there. Can't believe you broke a pillar, man. Oh, hi! Oh,
Yay, I
it's
got
lit
60.
I wish I
It's
got
all
60.
starry.
Yeah.
My people are used to the desert life.
Thanks.
But still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms behind.
Two of the Archons are here.
Ayaka was an Archon, but she's not.
Now we
don't have
need
an
to
Archon.
need a photo of this monumental occasion. Oh god.
Monumental.
Yeah. Ah! It
I
fell!
have no Archons. Damn.
How great
Why did it
She's my
fall?
only one.
I have none of them. It's part of why I really want Zhongli. The fact that Turtle's Zhongli is a level 1 because he hates him.
And I have his weapon too.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Hey, it says there's a thing here. A point of...
Oh, I do have his weapon. Oh.
Where is the
where
thingamajig
it's
that I'm
at.
looking for?
I
I'm
think it
trying
might
to
be
pull for
above.
Nahida's weapon still.
Oh, hold on.
I have one of the two
Mm-hmm.
Mono.
charted course
Mhm.
points.
There's a back way. Oh, it's back here!
There is. There's a back door. Oh my god, it's scary back here. Great Hall
Yeah,
of
it
Truth.
is. Yeah, we can't get in there yet.
Yeah, I don't think I want to get back there yet. Just because that's a lot more story to do.
I think we're
That's so
almost
cool.
done.
It's a nice back
I'm
door.
not sure.
I don't know. Because there's all those red books throughout this entire thing that we didn't even touch, you know?
Because you need to get your tablets before you can use them.
Yeah.
Which I've
And
always
then-
found silly, but you know. It's besides the point, I guess.
And then there's a blue thing on my map, but let me see how far away that is. Oh, it's out at the oasis now, so
Mm.
it's not even in the temple anymore.
Well, so back. Okay.
I guess we're done at the temple. Dreams
For now.
beneath the searing sand. Because this is the other place that was on the map that it was leading to us to,
Mm.
that we just looked at.
Yeah. Makes sense. Turtle's fighting something.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I need to be able to do some damage.
No going off on your own. The desert doesn't take prisoners.
No going off on your own. The desert doesn't take prisoners.
Hey, I got one. Oh, hello.
They respawn?
Yeah.
Yeah, they.
Mono.
Wow, I did all that work.
I had to
Hey,
respawn
wait.
for Mono because she was too far away.
Totally helped.
Yo. Water babies.
Oh, Mono, your cutscenes
I
are
want
really
Kokomi.
watery.
It's a water park.
Making it all nice and shiny behind
Oh
her.
my god. Yo, yo.
Oh yeah, I can walk on water. I forgot about that.
Oh,
You can
fucking
walk on
shit.
water?
I can
Yeah,
walk on water.
when I use my burst, I can walk on water for a bit.
Oh, okay,
Oh.
what are we doing?
We just teleported. What?
Oh, we got kicked out. Did we? Wait a minute. No.
No. We're
No,
here.
Mono teleported.
It got disconnected so that she could teleport.
I
Oh.
don't know what
Oh,
happened.
Mono, you have to go to your next oasis.
Oh.
Graces its duty as a jeweler
Alright, got it. That one.
Gosh, Mono, stop breaking the game.
We'll break it somehow.
Oh.
Whoa, where are we
I didn't
going?
do it.
Oh.
I didn't do it.
Time change. Just a random time change. Okay.
I see you guys running around out there, just.
I'm all the way over there. Hold on.
We don't need fire.
Oh.
This has to be like the longest story in the game. I
The sea would
swear.
have looked cool if you used Tahita's burst.
I don't think so. I think it was
Oh, I have it.
Arnara are the longest, aren't they?
Yeah, the Arnar is the longest.
Yeah. Yeah, just show off your archons, why don't you? Thanks, guys.
Well, I got her for free.
Yeah, I haven't gotten Nahida yet. How'd you get her for free, though?
I had a lot of primos when I first started. It was so I started again back in the first Nahida banner.
Oh,
And I
that
guess
was a
I
while
got
ago.
pity.
Yeah. So cute.
It's so cute when you hear two of them attacking. The Japanese, oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, because you can hear it in Japanese. I just have the English.
She sounds even cuter in Japanese.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'll record it.
All I hear is boink, 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 squish, squish. That's all I hear. I don't hear any voices.
What if we attack at the same time and go and just keep going? But we have to face the same direction.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, yeah. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Close enough, right?
Yeah, but let's face the same direction so we're going together.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, it's suddenly daylight now.
I'm so confused. Why is it daylight?
Oh my god, and they go backwards.
You're so cute.
Hey.
Oh my gosh.
If you look closely, she winks at the end.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm gonna stop here though. I think I've been up like 6 hours or more. This was gonna be a short stream. It's like
Yeah,
almost
you're going
7
on longer
hours.
than I was.
I know.
Dang. Hey, at least you got your 9 hours in.
I did.
Got
So
your
if I
9
wanted
hours.
to do creative stream Wednesday, I totally could. Although Wednesday's the next week.
Yeah.
Wednesday's the
Wait.
new weekday though.
Rain, you should take a picture of us just staying in the air, looking at kimono.
Yep.
Hold on.
Do it.
Hold on.
Alright.
Give me a second.
Huh?
Aww, y'all are so cute.
Aww.
I'm screenshotting that.
Those are so cute.
Adorable.
A blade embraces it.
Hold on, let me see if I can get it.
Okay. Where is the camera? The camera is...
It's not letting me paste it.
I don't remember. Oh. How do you do camera things again? It's the bag and you grab your camera.
I got it. Oh no. You're okay, I'll handle it. Be nice if your day would stop idling though.
Okay. Sorry.
Alright.
Did you get it?
A blade is like a tea leaf. Only those
Adorable.
Blade is like a tea leaf.
I got
appreciate
way.
its true
Was that a
quality.
door over there?
No.
Simple rule.
Go!
Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
Oh, those are adorable.
Let's see.
Maybe we can idle again.
Oh, I took a picture. I didn't even mean to.
As a jeweler cherishes their
That's
gems.
okay.
Oh my god, that's adorable.
Let's both do it.
Okay, you ready?
Hold on.
Hold
a
on.
second. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
See everything.
Aw.
Hold hands.
Dig it.
You messed it up.
The desert's a tough adversary. But at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get. And whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
So this
If
is
you're
a
not
day
sure
in the
what to
life
do
of the
next,
traveler.
How about I take you on a walk?
I'm learning more about you all the time.
Alright. Do the swingy thing? Mm.
There we go.
Alright, Turtle, do the swingy thing.
I have to wait. It's not my fault.
Oh no!
You like my string?
Yes.
So do they? It's
So
just
cute.
an idle thing. It does.
Yeah.
Oh.
Same with the swing.
Huh. So she just gets bored enough that she just floats on a swing.
Yeah.
There they are.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. It's so cute. I love it.
Got my random Ayaka in there.
Yep.
Ayaka-nechan.
Yep. I love it. Love it. Love it.
Nechan.
A blade
Oh.
embraces its duty. As a jeweler cherishes
There
their
we
gems.
go. Did save it right, yeah.
Hmm?
Made sure.
Yes.
Oh. Let's see. What? Fireworks?
A blade is
Oh, that was
like
you,
That was
Rain,
from
wasn't it?
Turtle.
only those who sample it many
Yeah, I
times
was
can
gonna say it was
appreciate
Turtle.
its true qualities.
Okay, what? No,
That's
she
cute.
timed out.
That's okay. It was cute. It
Oh my
was
God,
cute. My camera's gone anyway. Somehow I moved my camera. I don't remember. It's the bag thing on the camera. Forget.
Tried to do it while the fireworks were going. I got it a little bit.
Something on your mind again? Let's work through it together. Two
Do you
heads
like
are
my
better than
doing?
Thanks, thank
Day
you.
in the life of the traveler.
so cute.
How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. There we go. Look at that. Gonna get like.
Hold on. There we go.
Oh, I thought I took a photo. I guess I don't have it set. I don't know how to use this dang camera.
Just use Z.
Oh, it's
shit, I
Z.
forgot about that.
I was pushing the wrong button. No wonder it wasn't working. There we go. There's all the lucky thing fireworks. I got it. Got it. I'm still here. Well, thank you for liking all this time. I appreciate it.
Okay, rainbow Mono.
I know, my big butt. Oh God!
You pushed me in the middle. Thanks.
I just put my boobies in your face. Apparently.
That's fine. Oh, that was an awful picture.
Yeah.
Ah, shit. I need her fucking fan again. Damn it.
Your eyes are closed.
I'm waiting for
Get
her to
off
do
your
her fan
phone,
thing.
your makeup thing. Now my eyes are closed. I
Aw.
don't care. You're just gonna Photoshop these things later. Just
Only those who sample
kidding.
it many times can appreciate its true qualities.
Turtle fail.
My people are used to the desert life,
Meow.
but still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms behind for a better life.
Like my doing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, it's so
Thanks.
cute. I love this photo so much. Hold on, I gotta share it. Two Genshin chat echoes. It's adorable.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Aww.
Mm.
I also
We mercs have one
like the
simple
one with
rule.
the bird. Oh, now you're Chi-Chi.
Oh, well, she's gonna be Chi-Chi.
Get her out of here.
What?
Why?
It's about Nahida time.
There's two GGs now. What are you gonna do?
Two Chi-Chis and two Nahidas.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, anybody has Yao Yao?
Three.
I have
I
Yao
do.
Yao as well.
If you're not sure what to do next,
So it could be the four
how about
besties.
take you on a walk?
Wait,
Does
you
Bono
go.
have Yao Yao though?
Mm-mm. No, he's talking about having 4 different ones.
Oh, gotcha, yeah.
Oh, the
Oh,
The
guess
chibis.
that ring. No, oh, I'm doing Yao Yao, I guess.
Cooler.
yeah. Or no.
I don't
Wait,
have
first-
Nahida, so I'll have to do Yao Yao. Here, there we go.
Nightwing has to do.
Fun fact about Chi Chi: when her idol comes out, the one with the wind, if you have artifacts near you, it actually pulls it towards you.
Three.
Interesting.
That's cool.
Oh, guess Nightwing. Nightwing, gotta be the
Nightwing, you gotta do the other one.
Nahida.
Oh, I have to do Nahida?
Yeah, because Rain doesn't have it.
For her cute little buddy though.
See, where is she?
There's
Oh, there
there's no
she
wind.
is.
There's no wind around us. Where does this wind come from?
I know nothing. I had nothing to do with this.
Really weird
Oh no!
Where did
Whoops.
she go? Come back here, Rain. So cute.
1, 2,
Uh-oh.
I'm
3.
I'm gonna
She's
do
gonna
my
stretch.
burst. Oh, I hope you guys take a picture of it.
2,
What?
3, 4.
I'm gonna do my burst because it does that big explosion firework thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Just
I'm gonna
I
do it.
don't have the camera, so
So heavy.
Oh, I do.
3, 4.
Something on your mind again? Let's work through it together.
I'm gonna
Two
use
heads
this
are
one
better than
though.
one.
This one works better because I can move it around.
I wanna zoom out.
Okay.
oh, that's where the fire's coming from.
Lee, can you stop moving?
Let's go
Like this?
cooler.
Get off my shoulders!
1, 2, 3.
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
4.
3, 2, 1.
There you go. It looks like a big ball of mess on my screen.
It's okay,
Oh,
I got
I could
one.
be Sayu.
So many people make such a big
That's
deal out
fine.
of
I don't
seeking
even.
Oh god, her face looks weird that way.
die everywhere, isn't there?
1,
There. And then I can just zoom in. I don't know.
4, 2.
There. The grass is on fire! We're not concerned!
That's okay.
We're
Welcome to
not
my world.
concerned at all. The grass is on fire behind us. Rain! This is what Rain does. Get off my shoulder, Rain.
The exercise that is happening right now.
Watch, she turns into a Daruma doll.
Yeah.
Should come up soon.
Over there. Can we
Hey, do
take
you
a
know what?
sneaky peek? Can we?
Neither do I.
These bombs so
already
heavy.
forgot.
Yeah, okay, Lee. Hush with your bombs.
She should turn into a Daruma doll.
Oh, she's doing some more stretches.
Yeah, there's lots of stretching going on between the two of them.
Right?
Impatiently waiting.
Why do so many people make such a big deal out of seeking the Adepti? There's Adepti everywhere, isn't there?
She doesn't want to turn into a doll, does she?
Oh,
There she goes.
Oh, that didn't last very long.
4, 2,
Oh, I got it though.
Mhm.
3, 4. Orders given. Orders received.
Don't put off until tomorrow what you can do today. Come
Oh
on.
my god,
I
that's
love
funny!
Uruguay.
Can't see anybody.
Yeah, I know. Oh, there goes the wind.
And there goes everybody doing their own thing. This is typical class photo. Like, everybody's like not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Explosions can hurt people. Jin can be
I have
dreadful.
the other small
Monster
characters,
people.
I think.
Alright.
Doomed.
I
Those
only
are the
have
survival
Diana.
rules that the
And
Knights of Favonius gave me.
Oh, don't pull her up, please. She's really annoying in Japanese.
Hey, do you know what?
She.
Neither
Oh,
do
then
I.
definitely keeping her out.
Already forgot.
Oh, look! She's covered her eyes! She's so cute when she's like mid transformation! Oh my god! She's like crouched and doing this and like.
oh, Dory.
Oh my god, she's so cute!
I should have just stayed in bed today.
I I love Dory. She's such a gremlin. Especially Japanese.
I don't think I have anybody you guys haven't pulled out yet. So.
Let's go somewhere cooler.
It's tiny anyway.
Yeah, that's pretty much all the littles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have Sayu and Dory.
Okay, kids, we're gonna go on a field trip.
Oh no, Zhongli.
Zhongli! Okay. Oh.
Have fun. Don't hurt yourself, little ones.
It's mommy and daddy.
Oh boy. It'd be funny if someone else. Oh god.
I have two daddies. That's so good.
Oh my god.
I definitely want Zhongli. Oh, there we go. We got Toma. Innocent boy. Oh, hello.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
I forgot about those boys. I completely forgot about Zhongli's ways.
Oh, what do I
It's
have?
very sultry in Japanese, that's all I can say.
I'm sure. I can only imagine. Oh.
Hello
Where
there.
did everybody go?
Hey.
Oh wow, yeah, I just fell out of the sky at the same time.
And
what? Hey, what's the deal?
Wait, where am I getting water from? Oh.
That's from Albedo.
Who does that?
Albedo. Oh, you have Cookie. I want
I do have
her.
Cookie. Just pulled her recently.
I have the best JoJo stand right here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The reason I want Cookie is because she can heal and still do an insane amount of damage.
Oh, can she?
Yeah. The thing you just did with the electro quartz, that heals you and everyone else around you.
Oh.
No. Yeah, that's what they were saying when I drew her today. Oh, check. Meowguard! Group hug. Thank you, Meowguard. I need to fix my screens over here.
Oh. I like that, like, when she gets up there.
How's your super night? Good, good, good.
I love her hair. So just...
I love her makeup.
Yes.
Yes, glad it's super good. Aw. I'm back. Long time doing stuff.
She's usually who I go to when I need the distance fire.
She's a part of my virgin build. She literally deletes everything.
Jeez. Heck yes.
I have Yunjin too.
Yeah.
She's super annoying in Japanese though.
Oh my god, I don't have the theme fun.
You don't have Yonke?
Mm-mm.
Oh no. Alright, guess we're gonna be Yunjin.
I have her at like C5.
Oh Oh my god, this is like horror movie looking now. Okay, yeah, I'm getting a screenshot of this one. As soon as you guys stand still, oh my god!
I don't want to.
I don't know what's going on here, but there's something going on.
Fine.
What if we all jump at the same time so we can idle at the same time?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So we all do the flags?
I don't.
How do
What? How do you do
you mean
that?
jump?
Just
Like
jump.
this?
Yeah.
So you all idle. Oh, I see what you're saying. It gets your timing in sync. Okay, so we all gotta jump on 3, 2, 1, and jump on 1. 3, 2, 1.
I mean, come on, we're in sync and you two were too.
Alright, let's try again. 3, 2, 1.
A little better.
I blame Discord.
I had to do it a half second early because I'm in West Coast time.
Yeah, I think it's Discord.
Oh jeez.
We'll just go with what this is, even though the sun's coming out now.
Oof. My waistband has been feeling a little snug these
What?
No, they're all gonna do different things. And why did your two go first?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is she singing?
Oh yeah, she sings. She's an
Yeah,
opera
she sings.
Oh my god.
Chinese opera.
Yeah. Yeah, so when you actually get to do like her hangout and a bunch of other stuff.
Oh,
Look
there you
at
go,
Turtle! Me and Turtle know what we're doing here. You guys don't. It's obvious. We're in sync. You guys aren't.
That's why we're.
Oh my god. I mean, Nyrate on my guest. Nyrate's on my kid.
I wonder if we can run a dungeon like this.
I mean, we probably could.
Wait, doesn't her thing increase the speed for characters?
I don't know. I don't
Oh my-
use her.
Holy voices. Okay, I gotta turn them.
It's a lot worse in Japanese.
I gotta turn it up
Voice.
so I can share with chat these game sounds because I think it's turned down. There.
Oh no, it's C6 that increases your normal speed, normal attack speed.
My waistband has been feeling a little snug these last
Dang it!
couple
If
of
only I have it.
Methinks I perchance have overindulged.
I'm at like scene 4.
Yeah, don't you wish Genshin was just like me? Don't you wish your Genshin was just like me?
I shall spare myself the hair and
Oh,
makeup.
God.
Has been feeling a little snug.
C3, my bad.
Methinks I perchance have overindulged.
Ah.
I just need a thingy from a wolf lord.
I was trying to get this character's friendship max at the fastest possible time because I hate her voice. I really don't like her Chinese voice.
I don't like it. That's why I don't use her.
Yeah.
I
I
can't.
feel like my face is on the way. There.
What was the difference going from right to left?
Because my photo was covering them up. My big head, my personal head on screen was covering people up.
Thanks,
I don't think all 4 of us are gonna idle at the same time.
We're gonna try it.
Feeling a little snug these last couple of days.
Make sure to talk at the same time.
Spare myself the hair and makeup routine today, and happily idle my time away.
I took a screenshot of you taking a screenshot. Nice. It's gonna break character first.
Kinda
Oh,
me.
they're all gonna do that. Watch them. Oh, it's gonna be so lovely! Come on, do it!
Oh,
Why is
come
my
on, you ruined
character?
it.
I know I ruined it! I think it was so lovely. I was gonna wait for them all to do that and then clip it, but dang it, Kimono. Get your act together. She's gonna do it like later. Ruined it, ruins it. Yep, ruins it. You're right, Meowguard. Hashtag ruins it. Now it's Rain's turn to ruin it. No? Oh my god, I'm still not with the program! What the hell?
World.
I don't think my character's done anything. She's just like,
Who's singing?
that was you and Turtle. Oh, now I get what the just a little bit of delay there. Look at me and Night Rain being so lovely.
Oh goodness. Aw.
Oh, are we gonna do it or is Turtle gonna be the one that missed? Do you have an idle movement enabled? Yeah. Oh my god, Turtle. Why? Turtle.
She's just like you had one job.
Yep. I guess it was me again. I don't know.
Makeup routine today, and happily
Oh, there you go,
idle
Turtle.
time away. My waistband has been feeling a little snug these last couple of days. Methinks I perchance have overindulged.
Why are we entertained by this? It's because it's after midnight and we're tired as hell.
Wait,
Tell you.
It's 9 p.m. over here.
Alright, which 4 characters do we want to experiment with now? Of the same?
Don't we all have keychain?
I do not.
You don't. Oh, you don't have keychain. Do we all have Kale?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I shall.
She doesn't do anything crazy though, does she?
I don't think so. She doesn't do the stupid Chinese singing though.
We don't have official.
don't
Oh,
have
you
official.
got Kale. Okay, Kale. Kale. Yes, KimonoKat. Oh, that's
Would you like,
why.
guys?
Fun.
Okay.
Oh my god. Turtle. So we can do that on 3 if we all recharge, or on 1, I should say. If we recharge, we can all do that.
Okay, you all ready?
No, I gotta wait. Oh, yeah, I think we're all recharged.
Old thought patterns start to creep back in.
Y'all ready?
As soon as I start talking about it,
3,
flashbacks
2. I don't know. It just looks like a pile of them. They don't even go in a row. They just all group together. How does that happen?
We should hang out in the water. I think we should hang out here. I like it here. This is a great place.
We're gonna create so many dendrocores. Oh wait, do we all have our elemental burst?
No.
I do.
How do I do that?
The elemental burst?
The Q.
Yeah, I know how to do it, but like.
We gotta go beat. You'd have to beat up bad guys for it to be active.
Just go to one enemy. I'll just do it for you guys. I'll give you the particles.
I don't know why mine is up.
Maybe.
I don't know, but there's a treasure chest over here. So there's probably enemies over here.
I can give you guys the particles. Just don't kill anything.
What do you mean? How does that work?
So I can get you the burst faster because I'm a supporter.
Why is this guy in the air?
Oh. It's not the invisible wall.
Oh, there's walls.
Not the invisible ones. Hold on. We can find it. We'll
Gotta find the entrance. Oh, Turtle found it.
I did earlier.
Oh god. Oh god, where are we now? Oh no.
I don't know. I'm in a maze or something.
Oh, around this way. There. Oh, there it is.
Where I am, there's a yeah.
There we go.
Just hug the wall. It's like a square.
We're going this way now?
Wait, where's the entrance? Oh wait, I found it.
Oh, where am I going now?
I don't know.
Oh, there's a wall.
Just follow Mono.
No, that's not helpful. Ah!
So I take it disappears when I fall.
We need one more. Just one enemy. I think you guys are good.
Look at the cute dance.
Here.
There you go.
You guys have it by now.
I do.
Working on it. There we go.
Okay, then we can go back to the water.
Okay, back to the water.
Just don't queue.
It teleported.
We should. Oh
I
god.
was already committed.
Pacific time, past time zones.
I like having the pyramids in the background.
Is that this way? Which way is the pyramids? I don't see any pyramids.
There.
Oh, there they are.
I'm just gonna stay right here. I'm at a perfect angle.
I feel like I'm too close there. Oh god. Why does this look so weird? I like it. It's weird.
Turtles gonna be blocked.
I like it. It's like we're synchronized swimming, but everybody's just a little bit off kilter on purpose.
Wait,
Yo,
I'm
we're
actually we're
not
lined
like
up.
that, though.
Kimono's behind me.
Mono's lined up a turtle.
When I don't have much to keep me occupied.
Oh no! I was gonna take a picture. Somebody moved.
Talking about it, the flashbacks start.
Wait, we're all gonna be lined up now.
What are we trying to do here?
Use our elemental burst.
What? Are we doing elemental burst for?
The queue.
Yeah.
All at the same time. But you gotta wait. Alright. Are we ready?
Like, fairly evenly paced.
I don't think we are, but you know.
Probably not. Mono.
There.
Lined
Find
up.
me again.
We're lined up differently, and everybody's screaming.
No.
I think that's it.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I don't think we see each other the same. Alright.
I think we're okay.
Okay, so we're gonna do this.
Base Forest Patrol route map.
Yeah, I'm gonna be ready to hit Q on 1,
Here first, then make our way over to there.
and then hit Z for your camera.
That's a
Okay.
lot of writing.
So, is everybody ready? I think I'm zoomed out. Oh, I want to zoom out now.
'Cause you're
Dang mouse.
looking down. You're looking
There.
Hmm.
There. Okay.
down.
Alright.
Sorry.
They're bored. Alright.
I think
Oh my god. Already?
okay.
3. Alright, fingers on Q. 3,
Yep.
2, 1.
Oh, I was a little behind.
Oh god, it's just like green madness. Oh, I love it. Somebody's flying through the air. I don't know who that was. Oh, oh god.
Oh,
We could try to sink it. It's like all of us are flying. We do that.
Oh yeah.
Alright. Line up.
Yes, mommy.
Alright, on 1. We'll do E.
Oh dear. Sure about that?
You gotta wait for you to finish taking your photo, yes?
Okay.
Alright. You ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Oh my god, that was so cool. It was so cool. Have fun, models. Thank you.
Why are we so
Least.
easily amused by this?
Because we are children and it's okay.
Yeah. We're expressing our inner child and we love it.
And the different weapons that we all have for him too is kind of hilarious.
Oh yeah.
No, Fisky.
Really, all of us have different ones.
Hey, you might have the same. Kimono might have the same one as me.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Same one.
Well, pretty close, yeah.
Well, yeah, mine's ascended.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There we go. Now we got it.
Turtle's the
Yeah,
oddball.
mine's ascended.
Yeah. I've only ascended mine once.
Thanks for the love, yeah.
But it is better than what I had originally, so. I had her with a stringless, I probably shouldn't have.
I just had the stringless not too long ago.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, don't bring him here.
When I don't have much to keep me occupied, old thought
Alright.
patterns start to creep back in.
Now you're all in the water.
Thanks, guys. I was trying to I love how me and Night Rain have the same level. Aya.
Oh, so sorry.
The same world level too.
I just brought down 4, so.
We all have different weapons.
Yes. No, Mono and I have the same one for him.
Yeah. I'm using the flute.
Yeah, I didn't really need harmonics for him.
Should have had y'all help me go get that dang treasure chest.
Okay.
Why we got 4 of us? No, you 2 went across, but I had to stay behind.
Take it.
And then I helped somebody else do it another day, but I still don't have it myself.
Alright, let's go.
Yeah, you did. I did it.
No, I don't.
Oh, you already did it?
Did I? Oh.
I did.
Turtle
Oh,
already done it.
never mind.
But I can help you guys get it.
Dodge this.
No, Turtle already did it for Mono.
Yeah, because I was doing the statue.
Freeze.
Ah.
Dodge this.
Pew.
That's a nice sword you got there, Turtle.
Yeah, Turtle.
Freeze.
Isn't that Nyla's weapon?
Cool it.
No, Nanu's weapon is this one.
Freeze.
No, that was Kaching's, not Kaching's, Ayaka's weapon.
Let's see.
Oh no, Kaya's weapon is the basic one.
Yeah.
Here, bring out
Yeah,
any
I don't like Kaya's.
Cool it. Freeze.
any ice user.
Dodge this.
Oh, any ice user? Fuck it. Alright, let's go. Ayaka, I
Alright.
go.
Afro! Hi, welcome back.
Take flight.
Ooh,
Dang.
she's pretty. I like her a lot.
A touch of frost.
Whirling snow.
From whence you came. Swift and
I
merciful.
want her.
Oh, Shinha.
I want her too.
I know, I really wanted Shinha, but I knew Ayaka was going to be the better option for me at the time. When she rolls around again, I'm going to get her.
Go. Transfiguration.
Wait, we can freeze the lake.
Yep. Freeze the whole lake! Not quite.
I have to recharge my stamina.
Same.
Yo. We can almost get the whole thing.
I have one part of the lake. You guys take the other.
You get half the lake.
Okay. Oh, Ganyu.
Oh my god, it sounds like a blizzard in here now.
As it should. I want Ganyu too. Great.
Okay, almost. We almost froze the lake.
I gotta get off though, because I gotta go bed.
Yeah.
It was fun playing with you though.
Yeah. It's been fun, guys.
Lana needs to get off. She said that like an hour ago, but you know.
I know.
We need to get off, Lana. Bedtime for all of us.
No, mommy.
Thank you guys for lurking and listening and playing and watching. Everybody out there, thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you enjoyed our shenanigans, even as we lost our minds at the end playing I don't know what we were playing. Watch what my Genshin characters can do. So yeah, definitely shenanigans. So I appreciate you all. Good night, Meow. Good night, Afro. Everyone lurking, listening.
I'll post everything in a bit. Need to trim it.
Yes. Post photos. There'll be photos in Discord, so yes.
And video.
Oh, do it. That'd be awesome. Because if I have clips, I can post them later. Let's see. Yeah. Which button do I push? This one! Alright, good night all. Sending loves. Bye,